This is a compilation of every single Mafia video I have ever done, where we have taken deep dives in main characters, existing crime families, inner friendships, and loyalty between those characters. It is the ultimate coverage of the Mafia series, going beyond just the main protagonists as I've done before. It covers the transformation of Thomas Angelo from a humble cab driver to a trusted enforcer of Don Salieri within the Salieri crime family, the history of the Salieri, Vinci, Marcano, and Falcone crime families across all three cities, the immense power and intellect of Leo Galante from Frank Vinci's consigliere to his position within the commission, and so much more, including Lincoln Clay and John Donovan's very fruitful friendship and partnership that brought down the Marcano crime family, launching a very successful campaign of terror in the city of New Bordeaux. I fixed the audio as best as I could, as well as cut out some parts to make the whole thing play out much smoothly in a single sit-through. Thank you so much for watching, enjoy, and subscribe for some more long-form character videos on the Mafia series and many other games ahead. And before we discuss the Salieri crime family, we must talk of what came before. The family that first ruled over the city of Lost Heaven. The father of the mobs that would later spring up and wage war all over the city during the 1930s. That man and that family was none other than Felice Papone, Don Papone of the Papone crime family. As a small disclosure, his personal history prior to founding the family in the early 1910s is unclear, but it is likely that, similar to many early American mafia bosses, he began his criminal career in Italy and later came to America seeking new opportunities. It also doesn't help that he became overshadowed in the history of Lost Heaven by mob figures that were much more ambitious and prominent than he was, such as Marco Morello and Ennio Salieri of the Morello and Salieri crime families respectively. Personal history known or not, much of what is established in Lost Heaven proceeded with Felice Papone passing and would go on to be inherited and to some degree reshaped by his successors, who came from within his own family. Ennio Salieri, Marco Morello, Sergio Morello, Vincenzo Ricci, Luigi Marino, and Frank Coletti were all names that we would become familiar with during the events of the first Mafia game. By then they were long established within their positions in the criminal organizations, but they all got their start under Papone. Ennio Salieri and Marco Morello were both capos in the Papone crime family, where they not only became close friends, but became very knowledgeable on the rackets established around illegal businesses, a hierarchical system of ranks to establish which roles men held within the family, and how to encourage corruption among political figures and local police, ensuring the family was protected from the law. Younger, intimately knowledgeable of the businesses, and growing ambitious themselves, Morello and Salieri would soon begin to see opportunities and ways of doing things that weren't exactly aligned with Papone's vision. Considering the Papone crime family was the only existing one in Lost Heaven at the time, many of the connections within politics or law enforcement were probably not only extremely valuable but difficult to establish as it was. It naturally would have made more sense to just take over the organization that was already deep-rooted. The difficult part was just finding the right moment to do so, and of course how to do so without jeopardizing the integrity of the organization and the businesses. Morello and Salieri saw it as difficult enough, having two with their own vision, never mind having any more to divvy up the pie. And as they looked for a way to dethrone Papone, a friendly appearance was dutifully upheld. By the time 1920 rolled around, Morello, Salieri, and Papone were close and all seemed well with Papone. Papone and Salieri would even attend Morello's wedding, with Salieri being Morello's best man. Fast forward to 1922, just 2 years later, Don Papone drowns in a lake. Publicly, the explanation behind the tragedy was believed to be a deal gone wrong or a freak accident. However, the truth was Morello and Salieri were behind his death. They orchestrated his killing privately and publicly, at least within what remained of the Papone crime family. They decided to split the Papone family and its territory in half between the two of them. This was the birth of the Morello crime family under Marco Morello and the Salieri crime family under Ennio Salieri. Sergio Morello, Marco's brother, would side with his brother, where he would eventually be established as an underboss of Morello, becoming his top earner, in charge of the unions and overseeing all goods imported into the city, as the docks was his main territory that he would oversee. The Morello crime family also inherited the Papone's political and law enforcement connections, with the family's headquarters located in North Park. Salieri's headquarters, on the other hand, was located in Little Italy. Salieri wanted to have more of an ordinary man approach, contrasting to Morello. His bar in Little Italy that doubled as his base of operations, he would make sure that nobody cussed on the premises. It was just a matter of principle. Clean-cut, respected, safe type of look. In addition to this, Little Italy was meant to be a safe haven of sorts. Anything that would destroy lives or bring the look of the city down in this area was strictly prohibited, particularly the involvement of any kind of drugs. If Morello wanted to poison his side of the fence, so be it, but Salieri wanted to make it clear he would not dabble in anything of that sort. Lastly, even though Morello inherited the police connections and an objectively nicer part of the city, Salieri took in some useful members from his former crime family. Vincenzo Ricci, otherwise known as Vinny, would initially serve as an enforcer for Salieri, until he eventually was trusted enough to procure arms and other necessary gear for the family associates and soldiers, serving as the Salieri crime family's gunsmith and head of their armory. Luigi Marino, a feared hitman once upon a time, would join Salieri not as a hitman, but as a knowledgeable and overprotective bartender. He gave up the danger of taking lives after spending time in prison, coming out determined to do better for his daughter. Finally, there was Frank Coletti. He and Salieri had known each other since they were children, and Frank was a savant with numbers. Naturally, he would end up as the consigliere for the Don. As the 1920s went on, both the Salieri and Morello crime families grew and consolidated their power and influence. Morello continued to strengthen his pull over the political scene in Lost Heaven, as well as goes so far as to almost have the entire police force in his back pocket by the time the early 1930s rolled around. While Salieri grew in manpower, distinguishing his family and his methods from his counterpart, Salieri came to value quality and loyalty, finding such desirable characteristics in Paulie Lombardo and Sam Trapani. The two men would go on to be the most trusted enforcers working underneath Salieri, and the pair would go on to vouch for Thomas Angelo, the protagonist we play as in the first game, who would become a made man and in time an efficient hitman, playing a very vital role in the war that would eventually erupt between the two families. But until then, a friendly truce of sorts was held between both newly found families, and their priorities laid with maximizing their own profit. As the 1920s went on, both families grew. Both would get involved in similar rackets from bootlegging, gambling, protection, prostitution, car theft, and smuggling of goods. While a friendly appearance was kept between Morello and Salieri, claiming their friendship never officially ended, their men and their rackets would start to blur into one another. Men from both sides would occasionally target the other's rackets or the other's men. As incidents grew, tensions rose, and with it came a certain kind of animosity for people working for the other, extending to ignorant bystanders. When not officially at war, people found helping Salieri's men or Morello's became targets of the other family's enforcers. Morello's men specifically appeared to be much more aggressive towards anyone found helping Salieri's men, as Salieri did appear to be the lesser of the two evils, encouraging his men to not get physically violent against people that owe them money unless they absolutely needed to. Since the police and most political influence was looking out for Morello, Salieri's only remaining leverage against a man who was attempting to slowly choke him out was to not scare people away and coax others into working with him. A tactic that worked during the Prohibition, where Morello's men would break the nose of a whiskey smuggler, sending him straight into the arms of Don Salieri and establishing a very lucrative business deal between the two of them. Their aggression towards Thomas Angelo was also what sent him to get involved with the Salieri crime family in 1930. He began as a humble cab driver, but was forced at gunpoint to help Paulie and Sam escape Morello's men, and return to the safety of Salieri's bar. As retaliation, he'd get attacked with his cab smashed to pieces for helping Paulie and Sam escape Morello's men. Having no other choice, he would run back on foot to Salieri's bar and not only get saved by the two men he saved, but would even ask for permission from Don Salieri himself to get back at the men that attacked him. So dictated the rules of engagement. Both sides would hit the other whenever they could, but home turf was off limits as official war was to be avoided. Respect and fear of needless bloodshed aside, it was becoming evident to both sides Morello was tipping the balance of power in his favor. Every dollar Salieri was making, Morello was seeing 10. He could afford to pay off cops, politicians, judges. If they weren't bought, they were scared. Morello was so powerful, in fact, that he was able to beat a famous boxer to death in the street, in front of police officers, and nothing happened to him. A public display that this wasn't just becoming his city and his city alone, but he was someone that you wouldn't want to mess with. By Thomas Angelo's own accounts, Morello would even come to know when the Salieri crime family was beginning to bleed money long before they knew it themselves. During the late 1920s, Morello was already making a few discreet moves on Salieri's rackets here and there that would go unnoticed, but after Salieri's men had killed a senator's son and then had to publicly kill the remaining survivor of the initial hit during a funeral procession, they'd be forced to lay low for the following 7-8 months, during which Morello would aggressively move on the offensive, taking over as many of the Salieri crime family's rackets as he possibly could. Despite taking advantage of the 7 to 8 months of the Salieri crime family essentially doing whatever they could to stay out of trouble, forfeiting many streams of revenue, it still wasn't enough to completely stomp out the Salieri crime family. So in 1933, Morello would take the initiative to get rid of his rival and former friend once and for all. The initial move would be Morello striking a deal with the FBI. He was hoping to build a case against Ennio Salieri, and Morello knew exactly how to build this case. Targeting his former associate from his Papone days, Frank Coletti, a vital asset to the Salieri crime family as he was the consigliere and bookkeeper, Morello would use Frank's family as hostage in exchange for the books Frank kept on the businesses of Salieri, legal and otherwise. Don Salieri would discover this and instruct Thomas Angelo to kill Frank and retrieve the books he stole. Out of the kindness of his own heart and understanding for Frank's difficult position, Thomas would spare him, allowing him to get on a plane and flee the country after Frank provided the key to a lockbox where the Don's stolen books were kept. Thomas Angelo would secure the books and go on to burn down Frank's house to further convince Salieri the job of killing Frank was complete. A few days later, a funeral would be held for Frank Coletti, where Salieri and Morello would meet face to face after all this time. And forces from both sides of the families were present, and despite both sides claiming lives and money from each other over the years, as well as knowing how and why Frank and his family were killed, the peace here was kept. Both Morello and Salieri mourned and honored the legacy of their mutual friend, albeit with a heavy thickness in the air. The next few years, Morello continued to lobby for politicians and police officers eager to take out his adversary, while Salieri was playing catch-up for the financial losses suffered from that 8-month period of laying low and the loss of his advisor Frank. He began to also have plans of getting out of Morello's shadow, beginning in the year of 1934, during which prohibition was lifted, resulting in the money both families made from illegal alcohol drying up. Seeing an opportunity within this, Salieri took some of the capital earned from prohibition and invested in legitimate businesses. Restaurants, construction, and trucking are just to name a few of how he expanded. Even Paulie and Sam began to expand and have little rackets on their own, all bringing in capital for the Salieri crime family. With a new revenue of streams, legally and otherwise keeping the family's pockets lined, the Don began to look to the one area Morello always had over him: law. The ambition of building his own strong connection to politicians and police officers would be the breaking point for Morello, triggering the next phase of the Morello-Salieri conflict. 1935 was the year all the tension built up between both sides was finally released, leading to full-scale war. Home turf such as Little Italy, Salieri's Bar, North Park, and other well-known hangouts for Morello's men, or Salieri's, were no longer safe havens, but war zones. And it all started with a blatant assassination attempt on Don Salieri's life. In broad daylight, while having lunch at his favorite restaurant in what was considered neutral territory between the families, a squad of hitmen would pull up, exit their vehicle, and without hesitating, opened fire on all of the occupants inside the building. Thomas Angelo was the only enforcer present, but being outnumbered was not enough to ensure the hit was successful. Thomas Angelo and Don Salieri would not only survive the hit, but would manage to kill all of the hitmen and go on to track down Salieri's former personal chauffeur, as it was him who tipped Morello off on where Salieri would be, giving the hitman the intel necessary to carry out the hit. After surviving the attempt on his life, Salieri immediately converted his bar into nothing short of a makeshift military base. Weapons were a more common sight on the bar's premises now than ever before, and they were complemented with meticulously picked out targets and planned routes of engagements, and if need be, quick escapes. Now, the early phase of this war required Salieri to first weaken Morello. He wasn't able to immediately target the family's men or hangouts, as the politicians and judges were still in Morello's pocket, meaning they were still somewhat untouchable. So the first order of business was taking out any politicians that had any connections to the Morello crime family and use them to send a message. To affiliate themselves with Morello was to put yourself on Don Salieri's shit list. And they knew where to begin, with a city councilor by the name of Roberto Galante. Galante's been a staunch opponent against the Salieri crime family since the enforcers of Salieri's unknowingly killed his son for attacking Thomas Angelo and Sarah Marino on Salieri's turf. They mistook him for a regular enforcer of Morello's, completely unaware that they had pushed a determined politician right into the hands of Marcano. Galante's been a thorn in Salieri's side since 1932, but now he was the perfect target, who presented a prime opportunity to be taken out, as he was hosting a birthday party for himself on a steamboat. Thomas Angelo would sneak on board, acquire a pistol that was previously stashed away for him, and proceeded to assassinate the counselor in broad daylight. Salieri's men had moved against witnesses and some police officers quietly before, but never so boldly or as big as a target as Galante was. It appeared to be enough to slowly open up other opportunities where Salieri could hit Morello without having to worry about legal ramifications or powerful people in Morello's back pocket. Bystanders were sure to stay as clear from the bloodshed as humanly possible. Even with hits being carried out by both sides, the struggle was almost evenly matched until the death of Sergio Morello, Don Morello's brother and his top earner. Salieri's men had been trying to get a hold of him as soon as politicians and police officers started to back off. But as I said, the bastard had a lucky rabbit's foot up his ass and always managed to escape them somehow. Tired of their inability to deal with him and wanting to send another message directly to Morello and the entire city, Salieri intended to kill Sergio with a bomb planted under his vehicle. Now the hit inadvertently ended up killing Sergio's wife instead of Sergio, who was on the other side of town. But this was just a minor hiccup, and determined to not lose him again, Salieri would put his best hitman, Paulie Lombardo, Sam Trapani, and Thomas Angelo, to arrive at the diner where Sergio was. All three men pull up to the diner, machine guns locked and loaded, ready to kill all the occupants inside. And it would have happened then and there had it not been for Thomas Angelo stopping Paulie from opening fire on Sergio, who was using a waitress as a body shield. Angelo's refusal to kill an innocent woman did help Sergio escape the hail of bullets at the diner, but it was only for a short time, as Thomas Angelo would hunt Sergio down to the docks in Lost Heaven. Under the false sense of security, thinking his men can save him, all Sergio did was help many of them die at the docks, including himself, as Thomas would corner him and blow him up inside his own warehouse. The death of Sergio was the turning point in the Morello-Salieri War. Don Morello had lost his brother, and his organization was severely crippled as their main revenue source was now lost. In the coming weeks, the remainder of the war was only described as pure chaos. The balance had tipped in Salieri's favor. Nothing was holding him or his men back from an aggressive and extremely hostile takeover of the city. Car bombs, open hits on train cars, and ferocious firefights in the streets were more common than ever. Morello's power over the city was rapidly fading, especially since he had gone into hiding almost immediately after his brother was killed. The lack of Morello's presence in a city that was his less than a year ago was a major blow to his power in of itself. But as both families knew, until Morello was officially put in the ground, he was a problem. A problem that remained hidden until the city's newspaper published a gala coming up. All of the city's top officials were going to be in attendance here, from the city's mayor all the way to the police chief and other top officials. And it was none other than Morello himself that was hosting this charity event. Perceiving this as Morello taunting him, Salieri instructed the top three hitmen to hit Morello as he was leaving the theater, right in front of the mayor, police chief, and anyone else who might have some sort of power here within the city. It was a clear and direct message that this was now Salieri's city, and if you crossed Salieri or his men, you were dead. The trio would huddle up into a vehicle, and as they were coming down the main street, Morello was walking out of the venue. Aware of the men quickly approaching, the Don jumped into his vehicle where Salieri's men chased him down to the airport. Despite Morello making it onto his aircraft, Salieri's men shot out the engine, forcing the plane to crash land. While crawling from the wreckage, the former ruler of the city was riddled with bullets by a man who was just a humble cab driver a few years before.
Bastard's daddy doesn't even know it yet. He knows it now.
And with that, the Morello and Salieri war was officially over. Morello's death meant Salieri was the one calling the shots in the city of Lost Heaven. There was no more any other family or rival to give him or his men any kind of trouble. For the next few years, he'd continue to consolidate the power he had and take over the political connections his former opponent had. All was going great for the Salieri crime family until 1938. The family began to crumble on itself. Paulie and Tommy were beginning to feel the wear and tear of the dangerous life. From doubts and when their time would come, or who it would be by. A feeling that was only made worse when they discovered Don Salieri lied to them and was getting involved in drugs, a type of business he passionately was against just a few years ago. Believing the man they worked for no longer existed, and wanting a better life for themselves, the pair decided to rob a bank to procure the funds for their freedom. This was against Don Salieri's knowledge. They knew this would get them into trouble with the Don, but were hopeful that if they pulled this off and paid the man a large sum of cash, he would forgive them. Instead, all it did was put them on a hit list. Polly was killed less than 24 hours after the robbery, while Tommy would not only escape the attempted hit on him just a few hours later, but kill Polly's gunman, who happened to be none other than their former comrade and best friend, Sam. For the next few months, Thomas Angelo would go into hiding, paranoid of trusting anyone and desperate to keep his wife and baby daughter safe. And he was able to somewhat do so until he ran out of money and options, which forced him later in 1938, after months of hiding, to contact Detective Norman. Detective Norman was working with the Lost Heaven Police Department, and he was tasked with solving the murder of Don Morello. That was Thomas Angelo's ticket. Not only would Thomas explain his entire time with the Salieri crime family to Detective Norman, he would also explain that he was the gunman that killed Don Morello, the exact man that he's been looking for. But on top of all of this, he's not asking for his freedom. Thomas Angelo was asking for the safety of his wife and daughter. If Detective Norman can promise him that his wife and daughter will be placed in protective custody, granted new identities, and moved far away from Lost Heaven, not only would Thomas Angelo give himself up as the killer of Don Morello, but he would also hand Don Salieri to the detective on a silver platter. And Thomas had the perfect thing that would do that. The financial books that Frank Coletti has been keeping on the Salieri crime family has been with Thomas Angelo for the last couple years. Salieri never asked for the possession of that book back, so when Frank stole it and Thomas allowed him to escape on the plane, while Thomas Angelo claimed he killed Frank Coletti to the Don assumed the records were taken care of, but they've been in Thomas's possession the entire time. And those books had more than enough evidence to put the Don away for good. So for the safety of his family, Thomas Angelo would give himself and those books up. He would serve 8 years in prison and put away every important member of the Salieri crime family behind bars. Now presumably that would be where Ennio Salieri would die, although in 1951, as a retaliation for this, there would be a hit put out on Thomas Angelo that is later carried out by none other than Vito Scaletta, the protagonist of the second Mafia game. So the life and the danger is full circle.
Everything I've done, both good and bad, I've done for my family. I've turned my back on people they thought were my friends. Now that I'm a lot older and just a bit wiser, I see that family is our greatest weakness. But it's also our greatest strength.
Life is an echo. What you send out comes back. What you sow, you reap. What you give, you get. And what you see in others exists in you. Nothing better describes the internal struggle and the absolute capture of the journey and transformation of Thomas or Tommy Angelo, a cab driver who seemingly overnight, by sheer chance, got himself involved with the Salieri crime family, a criminal organization that was based out in Little Italy, Lost Heaven. The family was ran by none other than Don Salieri, who would personally invite Tommy into the family, an invitation Don Salieri was more than confident in, as his two most trusted enforcers, Sam and Paulie, already vouched for Tommy. Tommy had showed he was great behind the wheel. Maneuvering with such skill, he was able to shake multiple pursuers from the rival Morello crime family, and keep a level head while facing a hail of gunfire. As a modest cab driver, the excitement of being caught in the middle of a gang war was foreign and terrifying, but he was more than capable to make sure Sam and Paulie would make it safely to Salieri's bar, the family's headquarters. When Tommy was visited the next day by Morello's men who smashed up his cab, beat him, and held him at gunpoint as punishment for helping Sam and Paulie the night before, Tommy would just turn to Don Salieri for his blessing to get back at the men who had attacked him. Tommy had heart. He showed respect to the Don, and was potentially the most important, was he had use of the family as a driver or an errand runner. His initial experience with the family left him intrigued, but uninterested in the life of the criminal underworld. His punishment at the hands of Morello's men, mixed with Salieri's gracious attitude together with the camaraderie provided by Sam and Paulie, would convince him to reconsider, forever changing his life and redefining what family truly is.
Those first days in Salieri's bar were slow. Mostly we just waited. Maybe life in Salieri's crew wasn't gonna get me clipped.
Come on,
But what did I know?
The transition from being an honest cab driver to a glorified chauffeur for the Salieri crime family was one that Tommy initially enjoyed. Starting off as a cab, it was difficult to find honest work. He was one of the few who were able to do so as the country was caught in the grips of the middle of the Great Depression. His fares were far and few between, with the impact of the Great Depression being felt across all walks of life. Even when he did find fares, it wasn't a particularly rewarding job. In fact, many of the patrons would prefer him to not talk and just do his job, if driving a taxi could even be considered a real job. But now, a part of the Salieri crime family, Tommy was getting paid much better and being treated as more of an equal. By Tommy's own account, the first few years he was a part of the Salieri's family were relatively quiet, with his responsibilities being not too different than what he was doing as an honest cab driver. He wasn't a killer after all, and this was something everyone around him, including the Don himself, were well aware of. So Tommy's jobs primarily centered around running booze, delivering messages, offering protection, and collecting extortion money. Even the latter primarily saw him behind the wheel. And that is how it stood until one day a routine job collecting money from various properties that owed the Salieri family protection money went awry, demanding even more of a commitment into this new life.
And it's collection day, boys. So Tommy, you'll drive. Paulie and Sam can handle the rest. It'll be routine.
Just a handful of stops today.
Bill at the motel was a little short last month. So make sure he pays us the interest he owes.
It was collection day. Sam and Paulie were tasked with visiting some properties to make sure their tabs were paid for the month. Tommy was sent along as a wheelman as usual. As the day progressed, Sam and Paulie would teach the green Tommy the ropes, the appropriate amount of force, and the best way to make sure they got paid without inadvertently sending the person into the arms of their rivals, costing the Salieri family a valuable supporter and an even more valuable cash flow. Everything was going smoothly as expected until their last stop. It was a profitable motel just outside the city. The motel was late, but it was one of the highest paying properties, so Salieri let it slide, just expecting a little interest on top this month for the missed payment. As they pulled up, Paulie and Sam would disappear inside of the motel while Tommy waited outside by the car. This was no different than the previous stops before, so taking this moment of relaxation out in the countryside, Tommy would sit back and enjoy a smoke break. It didn't last though, as the silence was quickly broken with the sound of Paulie being forced out of the front doors.
Tommy, I took one. Jesus Christ, Paulie!
Tell Salieri from here on out this place is ours. Capiche?
Unexpectedly, the motel was taken over by Morello's men. Paulie was shot while Sam is trapped inside getting beaten for valuable information. Faced with no other choice, Tommy had to go inside and rescue his captured brother, resulting in a firefight between Tommy and some of Morello's men. He does manage to find Sam injured inside of a room of the hotel, and as they make their way back to the car, the last of Morello's men knock the two of them over, attempting to escape with the money Tommy and his partners initially arrived for. At the insistence of both Paulie and Sam, Tommy would leave his partners behind, chase after the fugitive, to which he successfully caught up with, killed, and claimed the money. With the description of Tommy being able to put down a number of Morello's men, you would think that this was someone that was quite skilled with a firearm and had no problem taking a life before, but it's quite the contrary. As a matter of fact, before this specific outing, Vinny, the head of Salieri's armory, had questioned Tommy if he had ever fired a weapon before. To which Tommy simply replied a few times at a fair, and that was it. Up until this day, he had an inkling of the darker side of Salieri's business, but his hands were never dirty, per se. He was simply the wheelman. As Sam put it, this was the Don's favorite driver, but now that he showed that he's more than capable in a firefight and saving this entire situation from falling apart with both of his partners critically injured, Tommy was well on his way to becoming an enforcer, far more than his role as just a driver, a position he would actually be in just 2 years after joining the Salieri family. By the time 1932 rolls around, Tommy would officially be a made man. He would have already boosted cars, rigged an entire race for the Don to win, And he would go on to develop a love interest with a woman by the name of Sarah. Sarah wasn't directly involved with the illicit activities of the family, but she wasn't a stranger to any of it either. Her father, Luigi, as it turned out, was an infamous hitman that decided to wind down for the sake of his daughter. Luigi would accept the position of bartending at Salieri's bar, while his daughter, Sarah, would cook and help keep the place tidy. This would make Sarah extremely knowledgeable of everything surrounding the Salieri crime family, but willingly ignorant enough to claim no part in any of it at all. She would know better than to ask questions or to fully reject the doings of the Salieri's goons at large, as it's a lifestyle that she grew up completely immersed in. As Tommy continued to rise through the ranks, obtaining more and more responsibility and respect from the Don, Sam, Paulie, and even Sarah's father, Luigi would go on to request that Tommy walk Sarah home one night, as she's been getting harassed by a group of men. The group of men harassing Sarah would be very pivotal in the history of the Salieri crime family at large, but it's also important in Tommy's evolution, as it still highlights that Tommy is not a cold-blooded killer, at least not to the same caliber as Sam, Paulie, or anyone else that's been in this lifestyle much longer than he has. He hasn't completely changed after 2 years, and it's a theme that will continue to pop up during moral or ethic dilemmas that he can't seem to properly come to terms with this group being the beginning of it. As he's walking Sarah home, the group of men attempt to harass her and Tommy. Tommy, making it known Sarah's under the protection of Don Salieri, is only met with ridicule. They know who he works for and her ties to the Salieri family, but they couldn't care less. A fight would erupt between Tommy and the group of men. Tommy's arm would be slashed in the scuffle, a small price to pay for Sarah's protection. The two of them would drink and spend the night together, with Sarah sharing her past experience of stitching up her father, who was frequently a victim of her mother's drunken rage. The following day, enraged by the boldness to attack someone under his protection, Salieri would demand a brutal retaliation against the men who had attacked both Sarah and Tommy the night before. Now, originally the plan was just to beat them to the brink of death with baseball bats and leave their bodies in the streets as a sign for the hell to pay for targeting Salieri's people, especially doing so within the borders of his own territory. As with all things, this hand-to-hand brawling would erupt to a full-on firefight between Salieri's men and this seemingly random group of hoods. As Tommy and Paulie clear up most of the men, they would come across the two men from the night before, Billy Galante and his friend Johnny. The two would attempt to escape in a vehicle. Paulie and Tommy would pursue them, eventually catching up once Billy loses control and hits a pole. As both Paulie and Tommy walk up to the driver's side, Paulie instructs Tommy to finish the driver off, who appears to be conscious, begging for his life.
No, wait. Please, I don't want to fucking die, man.
Despite the monster that Billy clearly is, Tommy can't do it. So Paulie steps in and does it for him. He gives Billy one to the head, and Johnny receives one to the chest, with him chalking up that they're both dead and he's out of ammo anyways. But Tommy just stares at the dead bodies. Billy might have been a monster, but the way of ending him was too callous for Tommy to deal with. He just stares in silence, and Paulie drags him off. Despite being faced with the man who had intentions of raping Sarah, Tommy struggled to officially end Billy. It's a lesson for the entire Salieri family though. Billy, as it turns out, was the son of a counselor, and his passenger, Johnny, who was presumed dead, had managed to survive both the car wreck and gunshot from Paulie. This presented a major problem for the Salieri family. If word got out that men from their organization were responsible for the death of Billy Galante, that would drive his father into the arms of Morello, putting a powerful politician in Morello's pockets. In a scramble to conduct some damage control, Sam would be sent to assassinate Johnny, who would be attending his fallen friend's funeral, eliminating the sole person capable of identifying Paulie or Tommy as the men responsible for the death of Billy. Tommy would be sent to work as a distraction for Sam's assassination plot, and he'll do so by paying a little visit to a local brothel that was originally affiliated with Salieri, but just happened to switch sides and started working with Morello. As punishment, Tommy would be sent to kill the brothel's manager and blow the building up, with the added bonus of dealing with one of the women who had been sharing information on the Salieri family with people working with Morello. It's a plan that would see even more bloodshed on Tommy's part. It would also betray another side to Tommy's character that'll come back to haunt him much later.
Gotta hear me out on this. It's about the girl.
Michelle,
Right. You don't have to rub her out. Just make her disappear.
you know her?
Yeah. Here's 100. Give it to her. And make sure she gets far away.
Okay, sir.
As it turns out, Sam knows the woman who is sharing secrets with Morello's guys. He's the one talking to her and feels guilty she would pay with her life for him simply venting. He would ask Tommy as a friend to spare the woman, give her some cash, and allow her to escape. Tommy, being the dutiful friend that he is, would oblige. He would successfully assassinate the brothel's manager, hold Michelle at gunpoint, threatening her to never return to the city again, to take the money that Sam has supplied her with, and disappear. Tommy would blow up the office of the brothel and rendezvous with Sam in the church where the funeral service is being held. Johnny would make Tommy, resulting in a giant gunfight within the church. This would lead to Tommy and some of Morello's men filling the church hall with bodies and bullets. Johnny would be successfully killed by Sam, saving Tommy's life, and the pair would go on to pay the priest to stay quiet. There was no doubt about it now. Tommy was just as deep in this life as Sam was. For the next 6 to 8 months, the Salieri family would keep their heads down. After being involved with the terrorist attack on a brothel and shooting up a funeral session in broad daylight, they were eager to not draw any more attention from the police, who were making regular visits to the Salieri bar to let the family know that they were being watched. During this time of having nothing else to do, Tommy would become reckless, spending his money at bars or around town that'll potentially attract unwanted attention. Frank Coletti, the Don's consigliere, would take this opportunity to sit him down and warn him. If he continued to be so reckless with his spending, he'll get pinched, costing him his very bright future within the family, a future that he possibly never even seen for himself. Frank would go on to tell him that Paulie isn't smart enough to be in charge, while Sam lacks the proper vision to be a leader. Tommy is different from the both of them. If he stops being so reckless, he could run the Salieri family one day, or run the entire town. It's an unusually warm moment between the enforcer and the Don's advisor, albeit shared through a pretty cold analogy. It's advice Tommy would sit on and keep in mind.
We were still making good money, and with the Don worried about keeping the heat off, we didn't have much to do. Except drink, have a few laughs. Every time I went into Salieri's, there was Sarah.
1933 to 1934 would be both business as usual with the Salieri family, while Tommy went on to continue to develop and deepen his personal friendship with both Sam and Paulie and his love interest with Sarah. 1933 specifically would be a year where Morello would slowly move in on Salieri's businesses, while the Salieri family continued to keep their heads down, avoiding the attention of the law. Now, war between the two families would be off for another year or so, but Morello wasted no opportunity to further weaken Salieri, and he did so by moving quietly at first. A few trucks would randomly go missing, a top earner would suddenly disappear, a regular business would randomly close up shop and move across state. It wasn't until one specific night where Morello being responsible for all these unusual circumstances was brought to light. Tommy was sent along to help out Sam and Paulie to oversee a shipment of whiskey coming in from Canada. Sam was meant to deal with handling with the contact and meet with them just outside of town at some farm. Paulie was tasked with overseeing the shipment into the city, while Tommy was just simply an extra pair of eyes to help out Paulie.
That bastard is just 3 sheets, and I'm wrecking a new suit for nothing. I swear I'm gonna kill him. Here, just in case Frank was right.
Right from the moment they reached the point where the whiskey was meant to change hands from Sam's responsibility to Paulie, something wasn't right. Sam was nowhere in sight, and the pair weren't receiving any answer from their attempts to get his attention. Worried something may have happened, they would get out of their vehicles to go investigate. Tommy would eventually stumble onto a truck that was standing idly in the middle of the road. When he goes up to get the attention of whoever's inside, he quickly discovers the man behind the wheel is part of the Canadian crew meant to meet up with Sam, and he's also dead. Before Tommy can even think of what to do next, he's ambushed at gunpoint by 2 men. Without hesitation, Tommy would deal with both of these men. Interestingly enough, when he discovers a few moments later that the men that caught him off guard were police officers that are crooked and working for Morello, Tommy got visibly nervous, commenting how they didn't inform him that they were officers or how they made no other attempt to let Tommy do anything besides open fire at them.
They must be in Morello's pocket. This bastard. He can't even let us have this one racket. Forget about it, Tom. We gotta find Sam and get out of here.
At first glance, it seems like somewhat of an adequate response. He just killed police officers, and the United States doesn't exactly have a history of going light on anybody that deals with someone working for the badge. But when you take into account that he nervously rubs his neck, unsure of what he's just done, and he stares at the bodies even more, now he's developing a little bit of a pattern. He did the same thing with the exception of rubbing his neck when he was staring at the body of Billy Gelati the year before. It appears Tommy has no reservations at dealing with anybody that's in the same criminal life as him, but when he's dealing with someone seemingly on their own, regardless of how much of a monster they are, regardless of how crooked they are, it's not so black and white all of a sudden. Paulie and Tommy would continue to venture deeper into the farm to look for Sam, who was holding off a number of more of Morello's crooked police officers. Paulie and Tommy end up making their way over to Sam, who's been shot and critically injured. The two of them successfully end up taking Sam all the way back to town to the house of a doctor that's on the Salieri payroll, allowing an emergency surgery to be performed to save Sam's life. Now this is important to note, this technically will be the third time Tommy has saved Sam's life. He did so the first time they met each other, where Sam and Paulie hopped into his cab, and he promptly made sure that they made it to safety at Salieri's bar. He did so again when Sam was locked inside the motel that was taken over by Morello's men, and he was beaten for information. And now he did so one last time on the farm where Sam, without a doubt, was critically injured, facing multiple of armed men. It's a testament to his loyalty to his friends, those he deems family. Right after this close call, with so much death and uncertainty of this life he's caught in the middle of, Tommy would go home to Sarah and ask her to marry him.
You're late. Dinner's cold.
Work. Marry me.
Okay.
This entire scene is quite somber. Upon his arrival, Sarah is upset that he's late to their planned dinner. He distantly replies by just saying work. He's visibly shaken, to which Sarah removes his coat and finds it's completely drenched in blood. He almost lost his partner, he almost lost a buddy tonight, and now he's getting closer to those most important to him, as Sarah says she will marry him. While Tommy strengthens his relationship with his fellow enforcers, a friend that arguably saved his life in an entirely different way would be caught within his crosshairs. One day, Tommy is suddenly called to a park to meet with the Don, who claims there's a mole within the family. He spent all night thinking about who it could be and why, so he went to find the books since Frank wasn't around. The Don discovered not only the books, but Frank was missing. He wasn't returning any of the Don's phone calls, and Frank, his wife, and his kid weren't at home. It appears Frank has betrayed them. The man the Don knew for more than 50 years. The same man who took the time to set Tommy straight, to think and do what's best for him within this life, was running, and he had all the evidence to put the entire Salieri family and its associates behind bars within the books that he took. Refusing to stand for any type of disobedience, let alone taking such a crucial part of the Salieri family, the Don will send Tommy as a hitman. His job is to retrieve those books that Frank has stolen, and once those books are within his possession, to then kill Frank. It's a difficult request, as Tommy's still in disbelief at Frank's apparent betrayal. Tommy would then go around and ask some local rackets within Salieri's territory if they've heard or seen anything unusual. As it turns out, the FBI's in town. There's a rumored deal that has been brokered between the FBI and Morello by Counselor Gelati, and there's someone of interest being protected at a safe house in the area of town known as Oak Hill. Tommy would quickly head there to find Frank and his family have been in protective custody here and are on their way to the airport to leave the country. Tommy would tail them, manage to successfully sneak into the airport and catch Frank by surprise before he boards the plane. Frank would tell Tommy why he had betrayed the Don. He'd hand over the key to a lockbox at the bank downtown, and he accepted his fate. As someone who's been in this life for over 50 years, he knew what Tommy had to do. But Tommy, sympathetic for Frank's wife and daughter, spared his friend. Nothing here was as black and white. Frank was tired of living this way, constantly looking over his shoulder, checking underneath his car to see if a bomb has been strapped to it, Morello came to him with a deal. Give him the Don's books, and his entire family would be spared and allowed to leave the country.
Christ, Frank. Why didn't you ask us for help?
I guess I just wanted out. One way or the other. I'm tired, Tommy. Tired of lying to my wife. Tired of checking under my car every time I take a Sunday drive. And tired of waiting for the Don to put two in my temple.
Tommy would glance over at Frank's cowering wife and daughter, and he would allow Frank to get on the plane. To really sell the idea that Frank was killed, Tommy would go on to burn down Frank's house. He returned to the Don with the books, who wouldn't ask any questions. A funeral would be held for Frank, and according to Tommy, the Don would never speak of Frank ever again. Tommy would be praised as a hero for saving the books, and he would go on to marry Sarah sometime in 1934. Around this time, the two would also have a daughter. Tommy's family was expanding, but he'd never forget the wise words of Frank or the close call of almost losing his brother Sam.
Tom, we kill Morello in public, in front of the city's creme de la creme. Then they'll all know who's in charge. And it doesn't matter if you have a badge or a gavel or a fat wad of cash in your pocket. If you cross Salieri and his boys, you're dead.
As they say, let he who wants peace prepare for war. After years of working in the shadows against each other, the war between Salieri and Morello would soon explode into the public's eye during the year of 1935, with Morello failing to successfully acquire Salieri's books despite the defection of the most loyal man to Salieri the year before. Morello would take the initiative, sending a group of armed men to kill Salieri while he's out having lunch in broad daylight, launching the war between the two families past the point of no return. As a retaliation for the failed hit, Tommy and Salieri, who narrowly escaped with their lives, would track down the Don's personal driver, who was responsible for Morello knowing exactly when and where Salieri would be the day the hit was greenlit. After a brutal personal beating at the hands of Salieri, he would then go on to send Tommy aboard a cruise ship to deal with the politician Galante that has been working with Morello since the death of his son. While it's worth at least highlighting, Tommy infiltrated the private party posing as a sailor, a testament of how successful Tommy has become as a hitman over the years, successfully killing the politician. Tommy's own personal struggle of what calls for him to be ruthless or remorseful will pop up again when it's time to deal with Morello's brother, Sergio. Sergio was a very vital asset. Besides being Don Morello's own flesh and blood, Sergio was his top earner. He controlled the unions and ran the docks of Lost Heaven. Any goods being imported into the city went through Sergio. This man was also coined as a quote-unquote lucky bastard, as he has successfully escaped multiple assassination attempts on his life. But it was Tommy that was going to end this streak and rip the rabbit's foot that's hiding deep within Sergio's pockets. Tommy was also going to do this in the most dramatic way possible. He was going to plant a car bomb very snugly underneath the underboss's car. He actually held no reservations about this. His one question was, is it safe to carry the bomb around?
It's safe to carry.
Hey, just don't drop it. Shake it, smoke near it. Yeah, it's safe. Boom!
Tommy would make it to Sergio's house. He would manage to successfully plant the bomb underneath the car, but in one final show of pure luck, it wasn't Sergio that was killed by the bomb, but his wife. As Tommy waited in anticipation for his target to be claimed by the present he had waiting underneath his car, he surveyed Sergio's house from a phone booth across the street. He talked to his wife Sarah of plans for the weekend, seemingly having no care in the world, until he noticed a woman leaving Sergio's house making her way over to the vehicle. Initially piquing his curiosity, as she inched closer to the car, Tommy was becoming more and more fixated on the woman. This wasn't excitement, this was pure panic. As she got closer, Tommy would make a desperate attempt to get her attention any way he could, damn near completely giving himself away altogether. He tried to spare the woman who never even noticed him, a level of oblivion that unfortunately would result in her going up in smoke. Tommy, in a pure panic, would call Vinny, the man who gave him the bomb. Vinny would completely disregard Tommy's panic, telling him accidents happen. Whatever happened, happened, don't worry about it, but Sergio has been found. Sam and Polly are going to catch him at a diner on the other side of town, and if Tommy hurries, he can join and help him out. Tommy acknowledges this, but that fixated stare, eating at him of what he just did, makes its appearance yet again.
You need to get over there fast.
Okay.
When Tommy eventually arrives at the diner, he is still clearly shaken up by the whole ordeal. His conscience is eating at him. He killed an innocent woman, a bystander of a war that she probably had nothing to do with. Whether if she did or she didn't, that still wasn't the target. He wanted to talk, but Sam and Paulie told him snap out of it. They handed him a Tommy gun and said now's the time where they gotta deal with Sergio. As they make their way into the diner, Paulie would announce the famous Salieri sends his regards, getting ready to kill not only Sergio, but a waitress that he's using as a human shield. Tommy would briefly snap out of the denial that he's in and stop Paulie from opening fire, saving the woman. He sacrificed a quick and easy job in order to spare an innocent bystander. Whether if he did manage to kill Sergio's wife or not, and if that bomb job did go sideways the way that it did, I don't think is really relevant. Just him willing to get in the way and stop Paulie from opening fire shows that he's not as callous or as cold-blooded. He never really was on the same caliber as Sam and Paulie were. Sure, he's gotten more and more involved, invested in this lifestyle, becoming a much more efficient hitman, but he still has somewhat of a moral compass. Taking out a very high priority target of the rival family is not so important to him that just anybody can be killed, even if it came at the cost of one single life. Considering as the war started to heat up, Salieri became more and more consumed with the idea of killing Morello and taking over his businesses. Had Sergio escaped because of this particular action of Tommy, it would have been interesting to see if anything would have happened to him. If nothing, just the verbal reprimanding that would have been headed his way. Regardless, the action of saving the woman only bought Sergio a certain amount of time, albeit not much. Tommy does eventually manage to hunt him down and corner him inside of his own warehouse back at the docks. Tommy showed mercy and regret when it comes to people outside of this life. Sergio, on the other hand, was handed no such mercy. Tommy will pull out his lighter, have one final exchange between him and Sergio, and throw the open flame at him, who was surrounded by gasoline and flammable barrels.
What did I tell you? No one can touch me.
You ain't that lucky, bastard.
Wait. No!
It's a high level of ruthlessness that is later repeated with his brother Morello. With Sergio gone, and Morello being squeezed into a tighter and tighter box, he went into hiding. As he went into hiding, Salieri's men continued to take over more and more of his rackets. The town was slowly falling into Salieri's control, with every property being brutally fought over and being ripped out from the cold, dying grip of Morello's influence, with the final blow being handed to Morello himself. Salieri would catch wind Morello's getting out of hiding to host a charity party. Paulie, Sam, and Tommy would be positioned outside the venue with Tommy guns fully loaded and ready to go. The plan was for them to open fire upon Morello as soon as his identity is confirmed. It's a pretty straightforward plan with the intention of broadcasting to the city's elite, who would undoubtedly be present, that Morello's time is long gone. Now this is Salieri's city. As Morello is making his way out of the party, he notices Salieri's goons headed towards him. He quickly climbs into his own vehicle, resulting in a car chase that led all the way to the city's airport, where Morello had an airplane fueled and ready to escape the country. Realizing this would be their one and only opportunity to end the rivalry here and now, the engines to Morello's plane would be shot out by the trio, resulting in Morello's plane crashing. The trio would come upon Morello, who barely made it out of the plane crash, if you can even call it that, but he's quickly dying. Tommy puts a fully loaded magazine in his Thompson and unloads the entire mag into the body of Morello, an action that even leaves Paulie speechless.
Bastard's daddy doesn't even know it yet.
He knows it now.
Yeah, pal. That'll do it.
And with that, the war between the families officially ended.
What good was all of Morello's money if it couldn't protect him from a regular Joe like me? Cabbie, for Christ's sake. It only got him one thing. A great big bullseye in his fucking forehead.
With Morello gone, Salieri would consolidate his power within the city. No longer having any rivalry to even consider as he made his moves, Salieri would do whatever he saw completely fit, and he would do so unchecked. This was a power that left Tommy with a feeling of uneasiness. He was the man that pulled the trigger on the infamous Don Morello. Morello was the man who had the entire city in his pockets, and all that power, all that money, could do nothing to stop a simple cab driver from getting to him. This criminal life, the lives taken by Tommy, both deserving and regretfully, have all started to take a toll on him. Morello's power did nothing but get a giant bullseye on him. Tommy tried to convince himself he was smarter than Morello, and he wouldn't find Paulie or Sam turning on him, destroying their friendship to get ahead the same way Salieri and Morello did the previous years. Far from ready to give up the good life of being inside Salieri's good graces, he would just push his uncertainty to the wayside and continue to do his boss's bidding. The year would start off with Salieri looking back towards the politics of the city. A local politician by the name of Turnbull has made pledges to crack down on organized crime within the city. Salieri deeming this man as a hypocrite and someone that can't be trusted, since while he's making promises to crack down on illegal activities, he secretly has an affinity for prostitutes and illegal brothels. Salieri would enlist the help of Tommy to silence this hypocrite once and for all. Turnbull's holding a press conference on an island, and it would be difficult to personally get to him. However, there's an old abandoned prison that could be easily used to oversee the entire event. Tommy would be placed up in the perch of the old abandoned tower and take one precise shot at Turnbull, silencing him completely. This would be one of two major events throughout 1938, leading to Tommy no longer being a part of the Salieri crime family. The action of assassinating Turnbull did a number of things. On the surface, it just goes to display just how efficient Tommy's really become as a hitman. He's placed as the one to take down Turnbull because Salieri says he's the best shooter that he has. A far cry from just a few years ago when he'd only fired small revolvers at fairs. Now he's made it really big time to the point of being able to launch full-on assassinations of political figures. This assassination initially was also a move that Tommy held no reservations against. He saw Turnbull as corrupt. However, when it's revealed to him by Sarah that Turnbull was more than a corrupt politician, while he may have had his demons and he may have been a hypocrite, he was still vital in pushing forward the 19th Amendment, putting his entire career on the line to give his wife and his 6 daughters the right to vote. The same right that Tommy's wife and daughter are now able to enjoy. It's another blow to Tommy's blood-soaked hands and heavy conscience. Turnbull, aside from his political career and vices, was a father and a husband at the end of the day. The same thing Tommy was when he walked right back through the front door of his home. I think Sarah puts it best here.
He gave me the right to vote, Tom. Gave it to his wife and 6 daughters, too. Guess nobody's just one thing, are they?
Guess not. I gotta go to work.
She strikes a chord that has already been quietly playing in Tommy's conscience.
The cigars are just a cover for a shipment of hot ice. The smuggled diamonds have been hidden in some of the boxes. The feds haven't found them yet.
We're stealing diamonds from the feds?
Don't worry about it. I've already discussed all the details with Sam here. He'll fill you in.
This job to bring back some smuggled diamonds will be the end to everything. The entire thing is suspicious from the start. Salieri sets up a job for Sam, Paulie, and Tommy to retrieve a shipment of cigars that are being guarded by the feds. Tommy would make it known that smuggling in a cigar shipment seemed a little bit beneath them. They are running the entire city completely unopposed after all. To which Salieri comments he always knew Tommy was intelligent and reveals the real job is to grab some diamonds that'll be hidden inside of the cigar boxes. The cigars themselves are just a front. He gives the main orders of grabbing the diamonds but leaves the finer details to Sam to inform the other two on. For anyone that knows the outcome of the story in hindsight, it would feel as if this would be the moment Sam separates from his former friends, as Tommy was visibly shocked that Sam had already discussed this job with Salieri without anybody else knowing. Nonetheless, as the trio make their way over to retrieve the customs truck and paperwork that'll allow them to get inside of the warehouse to find what they're looking for, Paulie expresses his discontent with this life. He wants out. He's tired of living like this. He's getting older, and he has nothing to show for anything that he's done as part of the Salieri family. He's been casing a bank downtown and he plans to hit it. It'll give him the right amount of money to leave behind the family and open up his own honest pizzeria. Sam and Tommy are both quick to express their opposition to the plan. A bank hit would never be approved by the Don, and doing so behind his back would only result in all of them getting killed. Paulie, just as determined, says the Don won't care of his betrayal so long as he gets his cut after the job has already been done. Tommy, equally feeling the pressure of the life, is unsure, while Sam is quick to announce he wants no part of any of this, but he promises he won't say anything to the Don no matter what the decision is. Whether if they go through with the bank job or not, he will stay quiet. It's a heavy conversation and a thought that has to be continued later, as now it's time to do what the Don has sent them to do. Tommy would successfully locate the cigar boxes. The trio would load them up, and as soon as they begin to leave, the alarm is sounded, resulting in them being chased through the city. They do manage to escape, but a couple of the cigar boxes are broken up. Fearing the diamonds may have been lost during the car chase, they'd open up the box to discover it wasn't diamonds smuggled in the crates, but drugs. The very thing Salieri's promised years ago he'd never peddle to his own people. The Don lied to the three of them. It was the ultimate betrayal. Before they went out, Tommy voiced his concerns of being caught doing anything against the feds would result in a life sentence. Finding out it was all for drugs, a type of poison Salieri promised to never get involved in, it was a perfect way for Paulie and Tommy to lose all faith in the Don. It would be the very move that'll push them to go ahead with the bank job, which they successfully pulled off. The money that they managed to get away with would be kept at Paulie's. In the meantime, the two of them would lay low. Tommy would go home like usual, and the following day he would wake up early in the morning. He would tell Sarah he's planning a vacation, that he's coming to a little bit of money, and he wants to enjoy it. He tells her to pack her bags. He's gonna go over to Paulie's and he'll be right back. Sarah, being astute as always, points out it's a little odd that him and Paulie are all of a sudden flush with cash, and now he wants to leave town for a few days. He's not going on a vacation, he's running.
What's the point of making a buck if we can't spend it?
That ain't it. You're moving, even when you're standing still. Yeah, you're nervous about something. Probably you don't even know why yet.
Well, that must be it.
He knows as long as Salieri may potentially find out what he and Paulie did, neither one of them are safe in the city. He heads over to Paulie's to gather his take, and both of them split town, but sadly, it's too late. The Don had already discovered what the two of them had done. Paulie had already been killed. Sam would call Paulie's phone as Tommy's still inside, pretending to warn him before anything happens, but while he may be too late to warn Paulie, he can at least save Tommy. Sam and Tommy agreed to meet at the city gallery, where Sam would promise to give Tommy a little bit of money to help him, his wife, and his daughter disappear. Upon arrival, Tommy would discover it was all a setup. When Tommy walks in the city's gallery, he's held at gunpoint and disarmed by Salieri's men. Sam appears and tells Tommy that Don knows more than just the bank job. Salieri knows Tommy let Frank live all those years ago. He knows that he spared Michelle, the woman from the brothel Sam had asked to be spared, and he knows that Tommy helped Paulie hit the bank. Sam admits to being responsible for killing Paulie and even rejects the responsibility of Michelle being allowed to walk. He said he may have asked Tommy as a friend, but Tommy made the decision to let her live. This business of theirs has rules. Tommy has to deal with the consequences. As Sam begins to walk away, he gives one of the best lines in the entire Mafia series.
Goodbye. Don't let him suffer, boys. He's my buddy.
Against all odds, Tommy would kill all of Salieri's men, including Sam, who begs for his life, promising in exchange he'll tell Salieri Tommy's dead. As a way to tug at Tommy's heartstrings, Sam begins to reminisce about the good old days. He tries to tell a story about them two and Paulie, but as soon as he says Paulie's name, Tommy kills him, symbolically putting two in his head the way Salieri instructed them to do if they wanted a job done right.
We sure had some laughs, right? Remember that time? Me, you, and Paulie.
Tommy would go on the run with his wife and daughter. As his money began to run low and he became exhausted from constantly looking over his shoulder, he'd contact a detective, Norman, the man in charge of solving the death of Morello, a case that's gone cold without any potential leads for 3 years now. Tommy would meet him in a diner and begin to share his involvement with the Salieri crime family, including how he's the one that killed Morello. Detective Norman would have made his career right there, but there was no evidence for anything to stick, or so it seemed. As it turns out, Tommy has Salieri's books, the ones Frank took back in 1933, 5 years ago, the same ones that has everything they'll need to put Salieri and his associates behind bars. And Tommy would gladly give them to Detective Norman in exchange for the safety of his wife and daughter. It's a deal that succeeds. Salieri, along with everyone else Tommy has ever had a close relationship with or worked with, from Vinny to Ralphie, the family's head of armory and the man in charge of their fleet of vehicles, would all be put away. Tommy himself would be forced to do 8 years alone. Finally released from prison in 1946, he's relocated to the city of Empire Bay in a new house with a new identity, just as his wife and daughter had. Tommy would be given the pleasure to walk his daughter down the aisle and give a touching speech on family, how he's returned from a life of fear and death, how he did the right thing and made it out of the other side and survived. But the haunting words of Sam would return. This life has rules. What you put out into the world will come back to haunt you.
That keeps us from falling over. When we're too tired to take another step.
Mr. Angelo.
Yes.
Mr. Salieri sends his regards.
From a cabbie to a mob enforcer seemingly overnight, life in the Salieri family gave Tommy the chance to meet Sarah, to have opportunities and a sense of power otherwise he would have never known. He killed for the family. He betrayed for his family. He was ruthless and he was remorseful. In the end, Sarah and his daughter was safe. He got to see his daughter grow old and walk her down the aisle, and he accepted his fate so they wouldn't be a target anymore. In the end, no matter how you look at it, we're never just one thing.
There's a couple of suites and conference rooms up there, and guards.
So how are we gonna get up there?
Round the back, through the laundry room.
Why, you wanna wash your shorts before we do this?
Wise ass.
There's nothing like a badass sidekick, someone who's loyal, helpful, and when push comes to shove is more than willing to get their hands dirty. I think we get the perfect quote-unquote sidekick in John Donovan. I've previously covered the invaluable amounts of help he was in Lincoln Clay's war in New Bordeaux. Of course, that's just scratching the surface on the relationship and friendship between the pair, so if you want to check that video or Lincoln Clay's dedicated video, I encourage you to do so. However, today, we're discussing a side character that's often referred to as the main character of Mafia 2, the larger-than-life personality that is Joe Barbaro. Joe is loyal, cares deeply for those closest to him. Possibly most importantly is he's ambitious. Frankly, if it wasn't for him, many of the opportunities Vito Scaletta found himself having would not have been available, or would have taken him much longer to see. Joe is the one who introduced Vito to the earliest taste of the criminal underworld, beginning with working with the Clemente crime family once he returned home from serving in the US military, to then opening the door with working with the Falcone crime family as soon as Vito returned home from prison. Any opportunity that came knocking on Joe's door, he made sure to look out for Vito. And as he was rising up the ranks with the Falcone, he began to look out for Marty Santorelli, his younger childhood neighbor that always looked up to him. Joe made sure the kid was paid, well taken care of, and despite introducing him into dangerous situations, he still wanted the kid to be outside of the dangerous mob life. Well-meaning, as much as he may have always been, Joe's aspirations didn't always pay off with the most positive outcomes. This resulted in Vito's mom in particular viewing Joe as a bad influence and the reason behind all of, if not most, of Vito's trouble, attributing Vito's sentence to the military largely due to Joe's bad influence on his lifelong friend. Today we're going to be diving into the rich and complex character of Joe Barbaro, from his early days first meeting a young Vito Scaletta to how he managed to establish the many contacts that later helped to get Vito out of the rest of his military service and working to pay off the crippling debt his father left their family in. From Vito's own account at the beginning of Mafia 2, he met Joe at a very young age. Both boys were immigrants living in the same impoverished neighborhood of Empire Bay that frankly most Italians coming from Italy found themselves settling in. Vito was forced to learn English, and because of that was sent to school where he first ran into Joe, who at the time was described as the neighborhood bully, running his own miniature gang of thieves and hoodlums. Instead of backing down in front of Joe, who was a much larger kid that would later keep his frame as he got older, Vito offered to fight Joe in exchange for a place within his gang. From the start, Joe was impressed by Vito's heart, and from that moment forward, the foundation of their friendship was set. Joe's charisma and devil-may-care attitude contrasted with Vito's cautious and serious demeanor. The two balanced each other out quite perfectly. Over time, they became inseparable, bonding over shared experiences of hardship and their mutual ambition to rise above their circumstances. As teenagers, their friendship deepened when they started engaging in petty crimes together. Joe would introduce Vito to the world of hustling, small-time theft, and mischief, which would help Vito support his struggling family while helping Joe's own aspirations of having something much larger and powerful for himself. Joe's knack for getting into trouble was matched by Vito's loyalty. Well, vice versa. That again made them quite a formidable duo. They looked out for each other, developed a brotherly bond that would endure into adulthood and set the stage for their later involvement in the criminal underworld. In the year of 1943 sounds like the first time they would have a quote-unquote hiccup. While breaking into a jewelry store, Vito and Joe were caught and chased down by a police officer. Joe would manage to escape, while Vito unfortunately would be arrested and offered the deal of either being sent to prison or joining the United States Army that was actively recruiting for individuals that could speak fluent Italian in preparation for the invasion of Italy. It was the first time Vito had ever gotten into any serious trouble, so he opted to join the military, where he would serve for the next 2 years. Joe, on the other hand, managed to get away with the merchandise they lifted from the jewelry store. Now, it's not exactly a big detail, but it is worth bringing up that before Vito got shipped off to take part in the war effort, him and Joe did see each other when they got the chance to. The last time of which being at the funeral of Vito's father, where the pair shared a drink and wished a safe journey ahead for the both of them. Vito, who was going to see active combat in Sicily, and Joe, who was, well, getting ready to sink his teeth into the bigger crime families of Empire Bay. As Vito navigated the dangerous battlefields in a foreign land, back home Joe would navigate serious dangers of his own, albeit of an entirely different nature, establishing a name for himself as someone who was effective, resourceful, and a bit of a character. Joe would establish the early connections that'll later be quite useful for Vito when he did return home from the military. Names such as Giuseppe Palminteri, Mike Bruschi, Derek Papalardo, and eventually Henry Tomasino would all come to be familiar with the boisterous young man, with all of them coming to respect Joe. By the time Vito was back in Empire Bay on a momentary leave due to being shot in 1945, Joe leveraged each one of these contacts in order to properly take care of his best friend. Through Giuseppe, he was able to forge official legal documents claiming Vito was unfit to return to military service. Giuseppe would also help with teaching Vito how to break a lock. Mike Bruschi, on account of Joe vouching for Vito, would agree to work with him, provide him as much work as he was willing to take on for spare vehicles. And Derek Papalardo, a man that initially offered Vito a backhanded $10 for backbreaking work, would turn around and be much more generous, saying nobody that works for Joe should be carrying crates for $10. He instantly got bumped up in the hierarchy, after being vetted out by Derek, of course. But he'd receive higher pay for less backbreaking work. Even though it wasn't any more glamorous working as a muscle to keep Derek's workers in line, it was still much better than what Vito described as slave labor, and at the end of the day, he was easily getting paid 5 times more the amount. While Joe sent that groundwork, it certainly took him time to reach the big money. Yes, he had his own furnished apartment, nice coats, and a brand new car from what Vito saw. And that was a far cry from Vito's own position, having a mere $20 from his name given to him by the military and having no place to stay, crashing on Joe's couch. But most of Joe's nice stuff was all earned in the last 3 months, with more barriers for him to break down, starting with aligning himself with the Clemente crime family. In February of 1945, Vito and Joe were introduced to Henry Tomasino, a made man in the Clemente crime family, and the chance for them to start making serious money. Henry offered the pair work, starting with Vito sent to steal some gas stamps from the Office of Price Administration. Vito would do so successfully, with the problem of discovering that they would expire the next day, forcing Vito to sell the stamps to local gas stations in the area before midnight. It was a small hiccup, but all things considered, it was still quite a success. With that success, they'd open the door of the next job, robbing a jewelry store. The owner was late on paying back money owed to the Clemente crime family. So in order to get all of that money in jewels, Luca Guarino, capo of the Clemente family, greenlit Joe and Vito to rob the store. How was completely left up to them, with Joe doing most of, if not all of the planning. He procured phone company uniforms so they could pretend to fix something in the event anyone noticed them, and there was no security for the jewel store late at night, so it should have all been a cakewalk. The only reason it wasn't was due to Brian O'Neill, head of the O'Neill gang, having the bright idea of robbing the jewelry store as well. A standoff between the gang and the pair only broke off thanks to police intervention. In the end, O'Neill and his associates would be arrested, with Joe and Vito making off with the jewels. Fresh off the success of a jewelry heist, the Clemente family upped the stakes, offering Vito and Joe a chance at becoming made men, as long as they successfully pull off a hit and put up the fee of $5,000 each for their initiation. Considering Joe never objected or said anything apart from that being a fortune, it's clear he still had quite a lot to learn on how the life he was trying to enter worked. The hit was Henry's job, so it was more so Joe and Vito helping him rather than the other way around. Despite Henry preparing as much as he could, renting out an apartment to catch his target off guard, and buying an MG-42 to gun down everyone in the street, his hit would manage to escape inside a nearby building, resulting in more bullets being spent and more blood being spilled in an effort to catch this man. They would eventually managed to corner him, but instead of it being quick and clean, the cornered man would end up shooting Henry in the leg, resulting in Joe and Vito angrily lighting him up. Despite Henry being a casualty, the hit was a success in more ways than one. Joe, Vito, and Henry established a better understanding of each other before the shooting ever started, creating not just a level of mutual respect all around, but the groundwork of some kind of friendship between the trio. Henry would also never forget what Vito and Joe did for him here, not only helping with the hit, but chauffeuring him directly to be patched up by Greco the painter.
Get me to El Greco. The fucking painter? No, the fucking doctor, you idiot.
Take it easy.
It's a favor that would later come into play when Henry directly saves Joe's life. 6 days after the hit, and getting Henry to Greco the doctor, Vito is arrested outside Joe's apartment, an event Joe witnesses from his apartment window. He'd immediately call Freddy's Bar, a popular spot owned by the Clemente crime family that serves as a front for their criminal activities, and while he was initially looking for Henry, he wasn't present, but Luca Guarino was. And he would share with Joe that Vito was busted for the gasoline stamps Henry had him steal a week earlier. A gas station attendant decided to rat him out, and since the man was in Joe's neighborhood and he felt so passionately about his friend being busted, it was up to Joe to send him a message. However, he is not allowed to kill the man. He can break his legs, he can break his arms, he can end up in a wheelchair, do whatever it takes, but he cannot die, and there must not be enough heat drawn to anybody for whatever Joe does. So kicks off the DLC of Joe's adventures. It began as a form of vengeance, but much of the DLC highlights Joe's loyalty and level of caring for Vito. To be fair, kind of not just for Vito, I'd say Joe easily blows his top whenever anyone he cares for gets hurt or screwed over. We see it here with Vito being busted, as well as Henry and Marty's death in the main game. He does have a very strong capacity for caring for those closest to him, which is so intense it causes more trouble for him. Trouble aside, he can also be terrifyingly cold-blooded. Two prime examples being him loading an entire magazine of bullets into Alberto Clemente's driver and Alberto Clemente's body himself in the wake of Marty's death, smacking, threatening, and ultimately killing Mr. Wong after witnessing the brutal killing of Henry in a public park, no less. Those are deaths in contrast to Vito just being arrested, but it still highlights the passion and care for Joe. But focusing back on Luca Guarino and Vito being arrested, Guarino points Joe in the direction of the gas attendant that snitched, and then goes to send Joe to deal with a man by the name of Richie Mazzio, a former soldado within the Clemente crime family that has decided to flip on the organization, and he began working with the authorities. It's because of him that the rest of the Clemente crime family organization and overall operation could be threatened. The man is currently within Empire-based protective custody, but it's up to Joe to make sure he doesn't reach the stand. While Guarino's priorities is clearly focused on the overall organization and operations, which is a fair concern, all things considered, Joe meanwhile continues to ask about Vito. Has anyone heard from Vito? What's going on with him? Knowing if his best friend is okay is his first priority. Never mind if the whole Clemente family is busted. That is a secondary objective. If it wasn't for the calmness in his voice whenever asking, you could say his concern was borderline panicking. After killing Richie Mazzio and making sure the gas attendant never returns to Empire Bay, Joe immediately heads to Freddy's Bar, where he continues to ask Luca about Vito. It's not until Luca comforts him by saying he's getting Vito the best lawyer in town, and should be out in no time, that is Joe finally calmed down. It was only for a brief moment though. Joe personally attended Vito's trial, and would angrily walk out of the courtroom as soon as he heard the verdict. Vito was being sentenced 10 years in a federal penitentiary. From the courtroom, Joe would immediately head to Freddy's Bar and instantly confront Luca Guarino on the bold-faced lie of making sure Vito would be out in no time. The two would get into a public argument here in Freddy's Bar that ultimately pissed off Luca, who took offense from a no-name man like Joe to openly confront him like that. As a result, Luca would add Joe's name to a hit list. In less than 24 hours, Joe Barbaro would be dead, and it would have been so if it wasn't for the intervention of Henry Tomasino. Catching wind that Luca added Joe's name to a hit list, and remembering that Joe not only saved his life back at the distillery when he was shot, but he also stood with him overnight at El Greco's house. So to repay the favor, Henry would call Joe and inform him that in less than 5 minutes, Luca's hitmen would be entering Joe's building. Now initially, Joe couldn't care less. He told him, let them come. But Henry reminded him, Joe has no protection. He might be able to deal with this hit squad, but then they'll just come tomorrow, and then the next day, with more men and more firepower increasing with each visit. Eventually, Joe will cave under that weight. Facing no other options, Joe would see the logic here and heed Henry's warning, deciding it was the wise choice to skip town. In his absence, he organized a friend to look out for his place, a man by the name of Antonio Balsamo, otherwise known as Tony Balls. Vito would later recall after 3 days in prison, he got word from Joe to look for Leo Galante to help him improve his stay in Hartman Penitentiary. Vito would learn from Leo directly that Leo had no love or connections with the Clemente family, and as it turns out, by that time Joe did neither, but Vito had no idea of that. As a footnote, pointing Vito to Leo Galante may have been an idea brought up by Tony Balls, considering Joe's own lack of knowledge on how the families worked, again citing the lack of objecting to Luca mentioning a quote-unquote initiation fee. Tony, on the other hand, has been around for some time. He originally worked for Tommaso Moretti, Don of the Moretti crime family, and during those years he was Moretti's personal driver. The Moretti crime family went to war against the Vinci crime family, and it wasn't until 1933 when that war was brought to a swift end, when Carlo Falcone, another capo inside the Moretti crime family, with the help of Leo Galante, planted a bomb underneath Tommaso Moretti's vehicle. Tommaso was instantly killed, and Tony Balls was seriously injured. And so it stands to reason that Tony Balls is well aware of the Vinci as well as the Clemente crime family, and now he's a part of the newly formed, well, relatively speaking, newly formed Falcone crime family. It's an interesting idea that Joe, while exiled, managed to get that message to Vito, still looking out for his best friend. Joe would be gone from Empire Bay for 5 years, returning to the city in 1950, roughly a year before Vito's sentence was cut short thanks to the help of Leo Galante. In that year, Joe did his best to quickly make up for lost time. He'd go on working for Giuseppe, Mike Bruschi, and Derek Papalardo yet again. He'd help Marty get out of trouble, and most importantly, take jobs given by Tony Balls. Jobs that directly helped with the interests of the Falcone crime family. After successfully completing several jobs for Tony, Joe's defining moment arrived when the two orchestrated a daring heist, stealing military-grade equipment that was being smuggled through the docks without paying tribute to Derek, the man who controlled them. After eliminating the guards and making off with the valuable cargo, Tony and Joe celebrated their triumph at the Garden of Eden, a notorious cat house. It was there that Joe was first introduced to Eddie Scarpa, a respected capo in the Falcone crime family. Eddie, having heard nothing but praise about Joe, was impressed by his work on the shipment. He acknowledged Joe's potential, telling him that as long as he continued to deliver on his jobs and kept his nose clean, Eddie would consider pulling some strings to lift the hit Lucas still had on him, which was still active. After his meeting with Eddie Scarpa, Joe began taking on jobs directly for him, eliminating a district attorney who refused a bribe, roughing up a man who got too handsy with the girls at the Garden of Eden, and running guns for the family are just a few jobs he would take on to further cement his help to the Falcone crime family. But the job that truly cemented his standing, securing both Eddie's favor and the Falcone family's protection, was a high-stakes supermarket heist he and Tony pulled off. The job was more than just a payday. It was a trial by fire. As Joe and Tony battled through waves of heavily armed police officers, Joe proved he wasn't just another street thug. He could hold his own in a firefight, even under intense pressure. The score was quite lucrative, but more importantly, it earned Joe a formal introduction to Rocco, an underboss in the Falcone crime family. Unlike Eddie, Rocco had greater autonomy, running his own crew and overseeing various rackets, but beneath his power and influence lay a dangerous ambition. Like Eddie before him, Rocco began handing jobs out to Joe. But while Eddie focused on expanding the Falcone family's influence and revenue streams, Rocco's priorities lay elsewhere. His operations were turned inward, rooting out supposed traitors within the family. He ordered hits on men he claimed were skimming from Falcone. Others he accused of plotting against him. At first, Joe followed orders without question, but as the jobs piled up, he began to grow suspicious. The accusations seemed much too convenient and far too calculated. Sensing something was off, he confronted Rocco and Eddie at the Garden of Eden, demanding answers. And that's when Rocco's true intentions came to light. He wasn't protecting the family, he was positioning himself to overthrow Falcone, and his coup was set to begin right there, with the deaths of both Eddie and Joe. Blasting their way out of the cat house, Eddie and Joe fought their way through the chaos and pursued Rocco to the Mincehouse construction site, where he regrouped with the last of his men. As they arrived, Eddie remained outside waiting in his car, while Joe ventured in alone, ready to finish off what Rocco had set in motion back at the cat house. The site instantly became a war zone. In a brutal, drawn-out firefight, Joe cut down Rocco's men one by one, tearing through the skeletal remains of the unfinished building. At last, he cornered Rocco on the rooftop. Desperate, Rocco tried to warn Joe about Falcone, but his words fell on deaf ears. Without hesitation, Joe hurled him from the rooftop, sending him plummeting to the street below, where his body crashed onto the hood of Eddie's car. Startled and still drunk, Eddie could only stare in shock as the bloody remnants of Rocco's failed coup lay before him. Rocco's death and Joe's role in solidifying Carlo Falcone's position as Don marked a turning point. Luca's hit was officially wiped away. From that moment on, despite not yet being a made man, Joe was untouchable. Eddie personally negotiated the finer details with Alberto Clemente, while Falcone himself met with Luca to settle the matter directly. In the end, both families reached an understanding. Joe Barbaro was no longer a dead man walking. And if anybody in the Clemente crime family had eyes on him or aspirations to take him out, well, they had the bigger matter of the entire Falcone family to deal with. By 1951, Joe was in a much better position than he ever was, and that was thanks to his time and efforts with the Falcone crime family the year prior. Vito, on the other hand, was being released from prison, and both men had connections within the Falcone and Vinci crime families thanks to Vito's new friendship with Leo Galante, Frank Vinci's own consigliere. Now, even though Joe was not yet a made man, the work he put in for Tony Balls, Eddie Scarpa, and Carlo Falcone personally by taking care of Rocco put him in a very good position with them, while he and Vito already had their own bones to pick with Luca Guarino personally. Luca, in an odd twist, would actually be dealt with by Tony Balls. Tony and two other associates of Carlo Falcone were kidnapped by Luca in an attempt to torture information out of them, particularly Harvey Epstein, who was Falcone's personal accountant. The kidnapping and torture of Falcone's men meant war could be justified by the commission, which led directly to Joe and Vito being sent to the Royal Hotel to kill Alberto Clemente and his entire top brass of men with a bomb planted in a conference room. The hit would succeed in killing everyone but Clemente himself, resulting in Joe and Vito shooting their way back to the parking garage where Joe would discover the lifeless body of Marty. He was only meant to be a getaway driver. His involvement was completely Joe's fault, and it was even a point of contention between him and Vito at the start of the job. Vito was well aware of the dangers a job like this can be inviting, and he even questioned what Joe was even thinking by considering Marty's involvement. Again, Joe just wanted to look out for those underneath him. While he was well-meaning, it was ignorant of him to think this wasn't a possibility. Joe's distraught over Marty's death would begin with a quiet, angry outburst directed at Clemente. Then over the next few days, he would drink himself numb, masking the pain of costing the young boy his life, accidentally killing a bartender while being drunkenly depressed, and then disappearing altogether for a few days, not even picking up payment for killing Clemente. Despite all the killing that Joe has no problem with, the death of Marty made it evident that he's not entirely cold-blooded, he's not conscience-free. And there's very few characters that get hit by such a hard reality check as Joe did with Marty. From an early age, it was evident Joe was ambitious. He craved something greater for himself, but was never selfish about it. He looked out for Vito every step of the way. Whenever Vito reluctantly asked for help or looked to Joe for any type of help, Joe never hesitated. He always extended his hand and was there to bust his friend's balls whenever the chance arose. When Joe was winning, the people he cared for most were winning as well. And when those he loved so dearly lost, well, someone was paying the price. I've talked in detail in many videos before on Henry's death and the impact Joe's reaction had on the relations of the triads and the Italian families. I think particularly the killing of Mr. Wong was one of the more defining moments where Joe and Vito weren't exactly on the same page. Their contrasting personalities and mentalities really stood out there. Joe was a bit more brash in reacting and just killing Mr. Wong, whereas Vito was a little bit more level-headed, mentioning how they could have got more information out of him. Or even the initial decision to venture into the Chinese restaurant and figure out where their money went to begin with. The plan was to enter low-key, figure out where Mr. Wong went and where their money's at, but instead, as soon as they walked in, Joe shot the two men in front.
Sorry, gentlemen, this place for member only.
Here's your fucking membership.
God damn it, Joe. Can't you listen to me for once?
No, I can't. You seen what they done to Henry.
In the end, Vito was exiled to New Bordeaux, striking a deal with Leo Galante and the Commission, agreeing to kill Carlo Falcone in exchange for being spared a death penalty, for vouching for a rat, and initiating a war. Thanks to the events of Joe's Adventures DLC, it makes a bit more sense as to why Joe would even entertain a deal with Carlo Falcone to begin with, guaranteeing him as a capo with his own crew in exchange for Vito's life. I mean, thanks to that DLC, we see that Joe had a longer, more complicated history with Falcone. And while Vito and Joe worked together to kill him, Leo Galante's decision to separate the two was for the best. The pair were far too dangerous to be together. I think Leo's decision to make it seem to at least Vito that Joe was killed and he wasn't part of the deal they struck was a very intelligent move. Leo was extremely intelligent and cunning throughout his entire career. He could have easily seen both men's worth. And Joe was quite useful. If one or both believed the other was dead, it stopped the incentive of looking for the other, and eliminate the possibility of their attempt of finding the other violating any agreements or deals Leo had struck, which might have been fragile at best. If Joe wanted to be in this life and Vito wanted to just be alive, with the Commission also not wanting Vito in Empire Bay, I mean, between him and Joe, they both did kill Vinci and Falcone men, but it was Vito that arguably issued a bigger blow by killing Derek Pappalardo, who was a powerful capo in the Vinci family. He ran the entire dockyard, overwatching everything that came into the city via imports or that vital smuggling route. In the wake of Mafia 2, the criminal underworld of Empire Bay was drastically different, with both men having a hand in the how and why behind it all. Maybe all it really took was the one who loved Leo so much to break the rules of what was acceptable and what was punishable to save someone he cared about to be exiled, while the other was just cold-blooded enough to understand, love someone or not, rules are rules. If they do it to themselves, you're not allowed to intervene. And that was the one that could comfortably work as the personal chauffeur of Leo Galante, who would not only thrive, but be kept under a very close eye of the powerful Salieri.
My name is Leo Galante. You're gonna help us out, kid. In return, you'll be under my protection. And who knows, maybe you'll even learn a thing or two along the way.
I guess I can't say no to that offer, huh?
I don't remember asking.
Leo Galante. When Vito Scaletta first received instructions from his best friend Joe Barbaro to get in contact with Leo Galante inside Hartman Federal Penitentiary, Vito had no idea who he was attempting to seek out protection from during his 10-year prison sentence. All he knew was that, behind bars, he wasn't going to last on his own, and Galante was his only hope of surviving. Vito was under the impression he would just have to ask around, find the man he was looking for, and the significance of Luca Guarino and Alberto Clemente's name would guarantee an easier bid. Once his stint was up, then he can go back right where he started, offering to put in the work for the Clemente family, eventually raising the $5,000 asking price to be initiated into the family. Vito believed he was on the cusp of entering a world that he thought he had all figured out when Leo Galante entered the picture. From the start, it was evident Leo wasn't just some old man with powerful connections. Leo himself wielded immense power, especially inside of the prison. He was able to acquire a private audience with Vito while he was held in isolation. He was able to pull Vito from work detail for personal interests without any questions being asked, and he would eventually have Vito even moved directly into his own cell, which was a private suite filled with all sorts of creature comforts normally stripped away from prisoners. He had commodities such as his own kitchen, cooking supplies, a couch, a table. Such were the blessings of a consigliere behind bars. Now, for those that have already played Mafia 2, you know how important of a character Leo Galante is to Vito. Outside of prison, he continued to pull more strings for the young man. He cut off nearly 4 years of Vito's 10-year prison sentence. He orchestrated Vito getting inducted into the Falcone crime family at the same time Joe was being sworn in, a move that he openly admitted having some reservations about, preferring Vito to work with himself and the Vinci crime family, whom he was a consigliere of. But he saw how close Vito and Joe were, and he didn't want to split the pair up. Vito and Leo developed a close relationship that began with Leo taking a mentor role that slowly became a genuine friendship, with what I would say Vito even finding a bit of a father figure in the old man. Considering Vito never had anything respectable or affectionate to say about his father, who left his family in debt, Leo, by contrast, actively looking out for the young man and bringing him up to speed on the rules of the life that he wanted to get into, while it may not have been a straight and narrow path, it was still much more guidance and mutual respect than Vito ever had before. While there could possibly be a whole video dedicated to their relationship, this video is centered squarely on Leo Galante, Frank Vinci's right-hand man. What we know on the origins of their organization, how Leo found himself in prison, and covering the wake of Mafia 2, discussing how Galante was able to transition his power into becoming an influential figure within the commission. Hailed as the most successful crime family in the history of Empire Bay, their legacy is a monument to the calculated brilliance of Leo Galante and the quiet but unrelenting power of Frank Vinci. The pair arrived in Empire Bay in 1908. No different than most, they were immigrants with a vision far grander than the modest opportunities offered to most. What set them apart, though, was they didn't just seek to survive in the new world or get comfortable in the rat-infested shacks most of these immigrants found themselves adjusting to, but instead, the pair aimed to rule it. Frank Vinci, upon his arrival, wasted no time embedding himself within the Italian immigrant community. With a sharp eye for opportunity and a steely resolve, he established a web of extortion and smuggling rackets that quickly became the foundation of their growing operation. Leo Galante, on the other hand, worked diligently behind the scenes, constantly devising strategies to expand and perfect their endeavors. Every move was methodical, every decision was deliberate. It was a masterclass in ambition and control. Originally starting off with a more strong-armed approach, as time went on, their power grew. Their vision went beyond the borders of their own community, and with it came adjustments in planning and execution. By the early 1920s, little more than a decade after their arrival, the duo made their first significant play, probably their most significant play, and that was seizing control of the Southport docks. This strategic acquisition was more than just a business coup. It was a declaration of power. The docks became the nerve center of their operations, transforming smuggling into a seamless enterprise, and their timing couldn't have been any better. As they gained control of this vital artery into the city, the United States was plunged into the Prohibition era. Their control of the region's most vital trade routes became the cornerstone of their ascension. Liquor flowed as freely as money into their coffers, catapulting the Vinci name into infamy. Despite the growing scale of his empire, Frank Vinci chose a path of discretion. The era of bare-knuckle brawls and smashed storefronts was a distant memory. Frank Vinci understood that power, like respect, could no longer be earned through brute force alone. The age of the fair and respectable Don had now arrived, and he embraced it fully, adapting to the times with quiet cunning and an unparalleled foresight. His low profile wasn't a retreat from influence, but a masterpiece of subtlety. While others sought out the limelight, Frank operated in the shadows, weaving alliances that fortified the Vinci family's empire. Politicians, law enforcement, and power brokers became silent partners in his rise. These relationships didn't just protect the family, they elevated it, placing them above reproach and beyond the reach of rivals. But as are the rules of this life, no matter how powerful or untouchable you may seem, there's always competition. For Frank Vinci, that competition came in the form of the Moretti crime family. Established by Tommaso Moretti in 1913, the Morettis quickly made a name for themselves in Empire Bay, building their wealth on the smuggling and distribution of alcohol during Prohibition. For years, the two families coexisted with a tense but workable peace, each carving out their own piece of the underworld. Frank's vision and Leo's careful guidance allowed them to not rely so heavily on the singular income, no matter how massive it was at the time. With an early head start in rebuilding and expansion, Leo Galante's sharp instincts gravitated towards sports and horse racing. As the Prohibition neared its end, the visionary Salieri foresaw the rise of a new empire within an empire. They began laying the groundwork for rackets so lucrative they would one day overshadow even the heights of their Prohibition-era success. But Leo's ambitions were still in their infancy, a vision not yet fully realized. Those plans wouldn't come to fruition until the mid to late 1930s, after an unavoidable storm came to pass, and that was the looming conflict with the Moretti family, who, in contrast to the Vinci crime family, Moretti's fortunes were tied too tightly to Prohibition. When illegal alcohol sales began to plummet in the early 1930s, the Moretti family's revenue dried up almost overnight. Desperation set in, and Tommaso's organization turned its sights toward the Vinci family's more stable and lucrative ventures. The inevitable clash, fueled by Vinci's unrelenting quest for supremacy and Moretti's desperate fight for survival, became one of the most brutal chapters in Empire Bay's history. For 2 grueling years, the Vinci-Moretti War raged on, leaving both families battered. Manpower was lost, resources depleted, finances strained, and prestige tarnished. But it wasn't just the violence that defined this conflict. It was a war tainted by a conclusion steeped in betrayal and envy, a battle of ambition and desperation that left scars far beyond this conflict's conclusion. And yet, here we are, recounting the rise of the Vinci family Mafia 2, celebrating its legendary Don and his enduring legacy. The Moretti family and its underdog story has all but faded into obscurity. Why? That answer lies in a plan, a masterstroke of cunning hatched by none other than Leo Galante. Now, the details of how it all came together remain lost to time, known only to those directly involved. Who made the first move or how trust was forged between enemies is a secret buried with the men who played their parts. What is known, however, is that Leo Galante struck some sort of alliance with a Moretti capo, an ambitious and discontented figure who saw opportunity in betrayal. Together they plotted the assassination of Don Tommaso Moretti. The plan to do so was as ruthless as it was effective. A bomb was placed beneath Tommaso's vehicle, ensuring his death in a spectacular and public fashion. Officially, the assailants were never named, and no arrests were made, but behind closed doors, the truth was undeniable. Carlo Falcone, a Moretti capo, had conspired with Leo Galante to end his boss's reign, and his reward for his betrayal? The remnants of Moretti's empire, headless and weakened, but still somewhat intact enough for him to claim. Falcone emerged as the head of his own family. His rapid rise was no coincidence. With Moretti dead and the war abruptly ended, the Vinci family, however, emerged as the unchallenged rulers. Their dominance was now absolute, the rivals reduced to a mere footnote in the city's history. And Falcone, while he just established his smaller, weaker family, personally was still obliged by a favor to Leo Galante. In the aftermath of the Vinci-Moretti War, as the families worked to recover from its losses, Leo Galante once again set his sights on expansion. Now, Leo's passion had always been rooted in sports, particularly boxing and horse racing. These were 2 arenas where competition, strategy, and a risk intersected perfectly with the man's ambitions. Leo's own story even began in the ring. He was a former bare-knuckle fighter that eventually turned prize fighter. He built a reputation not just with his fists, but as he got older, working alongside Frank Vinci, his reputation evolved to develop an image sharp of body and sharp of mind for opportunity. The raw instinct that carried him to achieve victory in the ring and oversee the successful years of the Vinci crime family would continue to thrive inside him, helping him rise to oversee Empire Bay's largest bookmaking operation, running it successfully for over 2 decades. But even the sharpest players can get caught in the game. And in 1943, Leo was arrested for bookmaking and fixing fights. He was sentenced to 5 years in Hartman Federal Penitentiary. It seemed like the end of the road, and for most this would have been the sign to slow down or relent to some degree. Some people might have just rolled over and gave up, but for Leo Galante, prison was just another stage, another opportunity to adapt, survive, and thrive. Thanks to his status and deep connections, Leo's life behind bars, as I said at the beginning of the video, was far from ordinary. His cell was a private suite, complete with cooking facilities and every amenity a man of his stature could ever desire. He didn't just command respect, he commanded the prison itself practically, able to instruct guards to run errands and carrying out his bidding. Even in confinement, Leo's eye for business and power was unstoppable. Within the walls of Hartman, he orchestrated an underground fighting ring that wasn't just a way to pass the time, but became the place where grudges were settled, alliances were forged, and fortunes were made. The inception and perfect execution of such an event to settle broader, more diplomatic issues that expanded into racial and gang affiliations could be seen as another talent the man had, an ability to broker peace or navigate difficult situations diplomatically, something he would later successfully pull off for Vito Scaletta in the wake of both Don Vinci and the Chinese triads wanting him dead for accidentally protecting a police informant and initiating a war in the process. But I'm getting slightly ahead of myself. Through this fighting ring, Leo would not forget those most valuable and loyal to him. Apart from Vito, there was another man Leo rewarded handsomely once he was out of prison, and that man was Pepe Costa. Pepe was initially Frank Vinci's bodyguard, but inside the prison, he became Leo's most prized fighter and elevated to the position of Leo's personal bodyguard. Once he was freed from prison, Leo continued to take care of him, appearing to give Pepe a permanent position as his personal bodyguard and chauffeur, strengthening that bond from the early days of Hartman. From Hartman Federal Penitentiary to freedom, Leo remained a steady presence, embodying the principles of loyalty, respect, and tradition that defined the Vinci family and the old guard of Empire Bay. True to his word, Leo Galante honored his promises and rewarded loyalty, seamlessly returning to his role as consigliere to Frank Vinci. For a few months, it seemed like business as usual, until the inevitable happened. Leo, a prominent and powerful figure in the oldest and most respected crime family, became the target of a hit, a plan that might have succeeded if not for Vito's timely discovery and intervention. Vito's warning came just in time, allowing the seasoned consigliere to act. Employing his years of experience in such a dangerous business, Leo brokered a deal with the would-be assassin, sparing his life but forcing him into exile. He would quietly disappear to the city of Lost Heaven, with vague plans to head further south. Now beyond that, his whereabouts and activities during his exile remain a mystery, left to speculation and rumor. But what mattered most wasn't where Leo went, but what he remembered. Vito's act of courage, or stupidity. Saving the old man despite the risk to himself left a lasting impression. It was a decision that, although complicated the fragile balance between the Vinci and Falcone crime families, it forged a stronger bond between Leo and Vito. For Leo, it was a debt of gratitude he would not forget and would actually come to return the favor much later, sparing Vito's life by getting Frank Vinci and the Chinese triads to pardon Vito as long as he killed Don Falcone for them and subjected himself to his own permanent exile from the city of Empire Bay down to the southern United States in the city of New Bordeaux. While exiled, something that's often overlooked is that Vito actually continued to correspond with Leo from down in New Bordeaux. There's a handful of coded messages written on the back of postcards that he sent to his friend that saved his life, keeping him up to date on everything going on in his life. Considering Vito was under Sal Marcano, a man who hated him as much as he hated working for him, it can also speak volumes for just how lonely and isolated the made man really was, which was also a situation Leo settled between the Commission and Sal Marcano, establishing a deal where if Marcano agreed to accept Vito, along with anyone else they threw his way, in return the Commission would be lenient on Sal and how he ran New Bordeaux, allowing him to effectively do whatever he saw fit, requiring that he only provide a generous 20% kickback of all of his proceeds, long loosening the initial strict rules against drugs that was held so passionately by Frank Vinci that he was ready to go to war with Carlo Falcone over it. This brings us to how Leo Galante even found himself in such a powerful position as speaking on behalf of the entire commission. Truth be told, there's nothing setting the how or why in stone. meaning there's a little bit of speculation and piecing together here. To my understanding, the original writers behind Mafia 2 were not the same writers behind Mafia 3's story, which leads to this becoming a question answered by just chalking it up to fan service. However, considering Galante is an experienced old man that has been in the business for over 40 years by the time Mafia 3's story rolls around and has proven more than capable at handling massive, complicated, extremely delicate situations, such as war with factions even outside of the Commission. I mean, Vinci was losing men to the Chinese triads who believed they were attacked by Vinci initially when it was just the doing of two men, Joe and Vito. Speaking of Joe, if Leo was able to spare Vito, why would he not be able to do the same for Joe? It's all but officially confirmed in writing that Leo's chauffeur at the end of Mafia 3 is Joe Barbaro. He was a made man similar to Vito, and if Vito was spared, why wouldn't Joe be? Leo's history has also shown him to be a visionary and quite good at reading people and opportunities. Joe wanted this type of life more than Vito did. He was even offered the position as a capo for Falcone if he offed his friend. A man who wants this life, is passionate and capable, but a liability with his best friend would cause problems. Vito showed he can cause a mess for a friend. His loyalty to Leo, saving him from his hit, was the prime example of that. So the trouble he was in at the end of Mafia 2 would grant the opportunity for Leo to repay the favor while getting Vito to believe Joe was killed. A cunning way to repurpose a useful man while silently repaying his friend, who really always looked towards him for how the rules of this life worked. Leo has always been cunning, diplomatic, highly intelligent, and extremely efficient. It would make sense for him to be appointed as the head of the commission.
Only black folk allowed in there to help.
Now, they may not like it, but they're not gonna say no to Sal Marcano.
Sal Marcano, head of the Marcano crime family. When we're first introduced to Sal Marcano is in the year of 1968 through the eyes of Lincoln Clay, a Vietnam War veteran who was planning to only come home for a few short days in order to give his final goodbyes to Sammy and Alice Robinson. They had taken him in as an orphan kid, so they were the closest thing he had to a family. After Lincoln's tour in Vietnam, he intended to stay in the city of New Bordeaux to just say his goodbyes. Then he planned to head over to California and establish a new life for himself, far from the ghosts, painful memories, or danger that he may get sucked into due to his adopted father Sammy Robinson's position as head of the Black Mob in the Delray Hollow district of the city. Though this video is not meant to be centered around Lincoln Clay, or the full destruction of the Marcano crime family. We've already covered that before in great detail. So today, just as before with the Salieri and Morello crime families, we'll be going into the early days of what we know about the Marcano crime family, how Sal and his two brothers took out the head of the family who previously reigned over the city of New Bordeaux, and how their subsequent power moves were expertly executed to tighten their control over each district of the city and its politicians. How Sal and his brothers eventually commanded the city, making sure nothing came in or exited without Sal's knowledge and approval, all the way to the moment Sal began to shift into going legitimate, fearful of the dangers of this life, eventually claiming his son just as it had his brother, only to make selfish and life-changing mistakes along the way, giving ammunition to previous associates of his to rally, band together, and strip away Sal's empire and family one by one, until Sal was finally killed himself. Before Marcano was a widely known name, the name that lingered in the back of everyone's mind was Carrillo, Giuseppe Carrillo, Don of the Carrillo crime family. The man was described as the most powerful mobster of his time, establishing rackets all over the city of New Bordeaux, organizing a payroll filled with the names of political figures, police officers, and eventually going on to commanding a heavy influence over citywide operations. By the time Valerio Marcano, father of the eventual Don Sal Marcano, joined the Carrillo crime family as a foot soldier in 1914, the Carrillo family was effectively ruling the city of New Bordeaux with an iron fist. As time went on, Valerio served as a typical enforcer for the family. Characteristically, he was unremarkable. The man came to be known as a heavy drinker and habitual gambler, eating into all the money he's ever earned and racking up more money than he could ever hope to pay back Don Carrillo. In 1926, Valerio's then teenage sons Sal, Lucho, and Lou would arrive in New Bordeaux to live with their father, who was calling a rundown wooden shack on the edge of the River Road district his home. Now, timelines and stories become a little muddled from this point forward, but what is known is each of Valerio's sons were far more ambitious than he ever was. All three of them would find various ways to earn some kind of money. Lou, the oldest, would get his money by slinging dope. Sal, meanwhile, went on a streak of breaking and entering all around the French Ward district. Lucho, the youngest of the trio, did seem to take a little more after his father than his brothers. Now, he pretty much got into the same amount of trouble as them, as he would go on to serve time inside the state penitentiary at Cordoba, just as Sal and Lou, sharing in his brother's ambitions to an extent. However, he was like his father in terms of being unremarkable. Lou was considered to be the brawn, Sal was the brain, and Lucho was deemed just a follower. Perhaps there was still some power in being able to obey orders without asking questions, but for the most part, the other two had a much more commanding presence. Regardless, at some point, all three of them did serve time at Cordoba, with the most crucial which being during Sal's prison sentence. Sal would not only meet Don Carrillo and become close friends with his father's boss during his prison stint, but he would even save the Don's life when someone attempted to kill him with a shank. Grateful, Don Carrillo would induct Sal into the Carrillo crime family when they were both released from prison. After this, there isn't much information on whether if all three brothers worked under the Carrillo crime family or really what the time was like for Sal as an enforcer, but considering at the age of 17, almost immediately after coming to the city of New Bordeaux, Sal and Lou were already looking for opportunities to get some kind of money together. One can only imagine how well it was really going for Sal. Now, as Sal turned out to be a great addition to the Carrillo crime family, Valerio, on the other hand, was becoming a bigger problem by the day. His debt and his drinking was no longer excusable. Now, out of courtesy, instead of outright killing Valerio, Don Carrillo instead decided to go to Sal and offer a deal. The Don owed Sal for saving his life in prison, and he was willing to pardon Valerio's debts in order to square things with him and Sal. All Sal had to do was accept. But surprisingly, Sal refused to accept, knowing the rejection of this offer will seal the fate of his father. And it did. Don Carrillo would order the murder of Valerio Marcano, and Sal saw that as a perfect opportunity to fracture and dethrone Carrillo. Using his father's death, Sal would portray Valerio's murder as a betrayal by Carrillo. He would rally his brothers to avenge their father and take the city of New Bordeaux as their own. Sal would be successful at persuading his brothers to declare war against the Carrillo crime family, but he didn't stop just there. Sal would also go on to sign a deal with Enzo Conti. Enzo was now a lieutenant in the Carrillo crime family, but that wasn't always the case. Enzo started his early days in New Bordeaux, hitting many businesses owned by Carrillo, particularly his extremely lucrative bootlegging operation out in the bayou. Eventually, Don Carrillo's enforcers caught up to him. Don Carrillo would see potential in Enzo due to the amount of losses in men, money, and merchandise that the man inflicted on his businesses, so he offered him somewhat of a deal. A chance to either be shot in the head and dumped in a shallow grave or work with the Carrillo crime family. Enzo chose the latter and has been with the family since. But now he was allied with the Marcanos. It was a combined effort to take this Don down, an incredible feat that was achieved in less than a year. It was said the Marcanos declared their war against the Carrillo crime family in 1934. 1934 is the same year Giuseppe Carrillo would be killed in an infamous hit the city forever remembered as the All Saints' Day Massacre. Publicly, it was an expertly carried out hit. Newspapers as late as 33 years after the event described as 6 men armed to the teeth exiting a vehicle, standing at the entrance of an upscale Italian restaurant in the French Ward district, and opening fire on all of the occupants inside. Accounts claim the gunfire was timed perfectly, while fireworks were going on outside, visually and audibly distracting and dazzling onlookers. The gunmen opened fire, killing Don Carrillo and 18 of his closest men who were with him. The 6 gunmen then left as soon as they arrived. There were never any persons of interest, motives, or suspects. The who and why were anybody's guess. Despite most looking at the Marcanos as being responsible, nothing was ever actually set in stone. Behind closed doors, though, was an entirely different case. 3 of the gunmen were actually Sal, Lucio, and Lou. They knew that was Giuseppe's favorite restaurant, and the French Ward District was Lou's den of sorts since he had got out of prison. He had established himself as a pimp and opened up shops intended to continue his earlier work with drugs, mixing the two into a perfect blend of getting high while indulging in promiscuous activity. And considering the French Ward District was the prime location for the city entertainment, bars, clubs, and it held where Mardi Gras was, it was a perfect way to make money in the best spot of the city to do it in. It was an extremely clever move. And then in hindsight, that district has to hold a symbolic place for the brothers. All of them sunk their teeth into some kind of trouble here. They killed the previous Don here, and Lou would continue to implement his brothels and drug operations to great effect, holding power over the city's highest officials when the Marcanos would eventually run the city. But in these early days, preparing the hit on the Don, one can only imagine how many spies that were planted or people that were bought off to look the other way or spill some type of information to the brothers to be able to successfully execute the hit and do it as cleanly as they did. The death of Giuseppe Carrillo meant the end of the Carrillo crime family, and with that came the era of the Marcano crime family. New Bordeaux's criminal activity would be launched to new heights like never before. Sal took the helm as the Don, and he established his brothers as capos within his newly founded empire. From the beginning, the organization was tightly controlled and rewarded for loyalty. Enzo Conti, as an example, was gratefully placed in charge of the Barclay Mills district of the city, overlooking the rail yards and waste disposal of the city. Where others saw boring trains and piles of shit, Enzo saw a gold mine. Carrillo and Sal were wise to see potential in him. Conti would keep the district running like a well-oiled machine. He was loyal, and he enjoyed the position. Lou Marcano, on the other hand, was placed in charge of the French Ward District, where he continued businesses like before, but now he was completely free to do whatever he so pleased. In fact, Lou became in charge of grooming politicians and the city's elite. He would go on to establish ties to various influential figures within New Bordeaux, including politicians, lawyers, bankers, and merchants, using his accountant Tony D'Orazio to bribe corrupt city government officials. As a side note, Tony D'Orazio was a peculiar man who seemed a bit off. A cold-blooded psychopath that rarely left his private suite in the downtown district of the city. Despite his oddities, he quickly became one of Sal's favorite lieutenants, as no one could handle the complex personalities in City Hall like D'Orazio could, and no one had the genius levels as he did. D'Orazio was so talented with numbers, all of the organization's rackets ran through him, laundering every single penny of Marcano's so thoroughly that even the federal government believed every single penny was legitimate. D'Orazio was a useful tool in Lou's venture to have every politician in his pocket. On top of that, Lou was careful to craft an Uncle Lou persona. His face became synonymous with any kind of entertainment and tourism in New Bordeaux. Lou would even go to voice a video promoting traveling to New Bordeaux and all the city has to offer in historical significance, cuisine, or relaxing vacation opportunities. He would go on to build all of his rackets in the French Ward District for the VIP and special clientele privileges, offering more quote-unquote exotic choices to anyone that was willing to pay the right amount of cash. Lou expanded into legitimate businesses such as bars, restaurants, and becoming the face of the district itself while behind closed doors promoting all this illegal activity and working very closely with his brother Lucio. Lucio was placed in charge of the Frisco Fields district. After the killing of Don Carrillo, Lucio helped Lou organize prostitution rackets all around the city, building up some high-class and rich clientele specifically in Frisco Fields. It was during this process of him and his brother consolidating their power and weeding into every corner of the city that Lucio would end up meeting and dating a woman by the name of Olivia Grady. Olivia was a young, rich Irish-Italian woman, and despite her parents despising Lucio due to his very apparent obvious position as being a pimp and pusher, taking a much more straightforward look than his older brother Lou, the two of them would marry in 1949. Following their marriage, Lucio would continue to get Olivia more and more involved in the Marcano family businesses and would often take her with him to businesses involving fast cars, automatic weapons, as well as drugs. Olivia herself would become quite fascinated with this lifestyle. She had her own money. She would just fall in love with the thrill of danger, later describing it all as having a tinge of romanticism tied to it. With the seemingly most important and lucrative districts of the city under their firm control, Sal made an intelligent move to incorporate the rest of the city. Instead of launching a hostile takeover in the other districts of the city, risking wars, putting more lives at risk, or even inspiring racially motivated moves against one another, as that is a deep-seated issue here within the city, Sal opted to cooperate with the other criminal organizations to an extent, particularly the poorer districts. Del Rey Hollow was placed under the control of the Black Mob. The population in that district was predominantly African American or Haitian. Anyone deemed white or light-skinned would automatically be distrusted. So it made more sense to just have everything run much smoothly under the Black Mob, and they'll just provide kickback to Sal Marcano. While the district was still under the heel of some type of powerful criminal organization, at least there was no racial divide behind that. And the leader of the Black Mob was Sammy Robinson, whom Sal Marcano had known for decades. In a situation not entirely different from the Del Rey Hollow district and the Black Mob, save for the volatile nature of race, Sal would have the district of Point Verdun run by Thomas Burke. Thomas was a moonshiner whose operation eventually caught the eye of Sal Marcano. Thomas was also head of the Irish Mob, so it made sense for Sal to let the district be overseen by Thomas and the Irish Mob in exchange for a small kickback of their revenue. At this point in time, Thomas was a loyal soldier to Sal, just as Sammy Robinson and Enzo Conti were. So even if they were weaker gangs operating their territories at their own discretion, they still equally aimed to please Sal. It also granted Sal the opportunity to do something no one else has ever been able to do before. That was seize total control of New Bordeaux's ports and all the rackets tied to it. Since the city was a major port located in the southeastern coast of the United States, it was a vital smuggling route from the Caribbean and Latin America into the United States. Pirates, bootleggers, and smugglers have been fighting over the turf over the years with no official dominant force claiming ultimate authority. That was until the era of the Marcano crime family. Gaining total control of the port while establishing his brothers as capos running major rackets, installing loyal and well-paid lieutenants in charge of secondary rackets, all helped Sal starve out any potential competition and prevented any newcomers from gaining a foothold within what is now effectively Sal City. I want to quickly take this opportunity to mention the youngest and last Marcano brother, Tommy. While Lucho, Lou, and Sal were getting into trouble in New Bordeaux, Tommy was repeated in the 6th grade for his own disobedient behavior. By the time Sal had New Bordeaux in the palm of his hands, Tommy was finishing up high school, and his brother Sal initially wanted him to have no part in this dangerous life that he, Lou, and Lucho lived. Sal pushed Tommy to get into law school, craft himself an education, and do something worth being proud of. He would even offer to foot the bill for all of Tommy's school fees. Tommy, however, rejected the offer, and he wanted to be a part of ruling New Bordeaux, which is effectively a family business at this point. And so the brothers would come to some type of compromise. At some point in time, Sal would begin to look beyond the city of New Bordeaux and establish casinos down in Cuba. And it's when he opens these casinos, in Havana specifically in the late 1940s, that Sal would place Tommy in charge of them. Down in Cuba, Tommy would excel at running the casino businesses. The money would be rolling in like never before, and in a way repeating what his brothers did in New Bordeaux, Tommy would even manage to keep the local police completely pacified, placing the police chief on his payroll. Thanks to his brother's guidance and Tommy's own drive to prove himself, the Marcanos would have another solid stream of revenue and another experienced capo here within the organization. Tommy would stay down in Cuba until the Cuban Revolution forced him out of the country, shutting down the mob, ran casinos in the process, and Tommy eventually ending up in New Bordeaux, running the South Downs district, where he continued to thrive. Tommy was described as having an entrepreneurial vision, and he would utilize that to help diversify the gambling and black market rackets that were already established there. Tommy revitalized, restructured, and eventually created new ones. All of this was done so efficiently by the man that a process was created in of itself. Tommy could build, establish, and structure the new rackets to a point where they could be left effectively ran by other people while he took a back seat. As the Marcanos' rackets grew, revenue increased, and power became boundless. Unfortunately for Sal, this newfound money and power would cause new problems and an eventual erosion of his own nerves and stomach for this lifestyle. To begin, due to the immense amount of revenue and New Bordeaux having a true central power in the criminal underworld for once, the commission would begin to take notice. and they wanted a slice of the pie. For those unaware, to put it plainly, the commission serves as a governing body of the Mafia families. It's meant to settle disputes and oversee all of the families. By the time the Marcanos are in power, the commission has changed quite a bit, and luckily, or rather unluckily for Sal, an event had recently transpired in the city of Empire Bay, providing the commission with a very delicate dilemma and a unique opportunity for both the commission and Sal Marcano. A man by the name of Vito Scaletta is meant to be exiled from Empire Bay. He damn near launched a war single-handedly by ignoring what his superiors told him to do and what friends warned him not to do. In the end, Vito was a made man and he ended up killing Don Falcone for the commission, so they spared him. But they still needed a place to send him to. New Bordeaux seemed like a distant world away from Empire Bay, so acting on behalf of the commission, Leo Galante, consigliere of the Vinci crime family, would broker a deal with Sal Marcano. If Sal agreed to take Vito into his organization along with anyone else they sent to him, and Sal provided the commission a 20% kickback of all revenue that he generated, then Sal would never hear from the commission, and he would be allowed to continue to run New Bordeaux however he saw fit. Dealing with an entity far more powerful than him, Sal saw no other option than to accept. Now 20% is quite a lot of cash, adding pressure onto the powerful Don, but it was made all the more unbearable by having to deal with Vito. Sal didn't like the guy, and he believed the commission put him here to just keep an eye on him and report back to the commission if Sal got out of line or did anything the commission would have deemed unacceptable. Since Vito was a made man, there was nothing Sal can do about him until Vito screwed up or Sal found a perfect way to get him to screw up, giving Sal an opportunity to, in essence, get the commission's blessing to kill Vito. It was a balancing act Sal almost immediately got to work doing by placing Vito in charge of what is considered to be the poorest and most rundown district in the whole city, River Row. The same district Sal once lived out of a rundown shack with his brothers and alcoholic father. Now this took place in 1953, beginning a very long run of Sal slowly making it harder and harder for Vito to come up with the right amount of revenue to make sure Sal doesn't achieve getting rid of him. As if that wasn't bad enough, a couple years later in 1957, Sal would suffer a personal loss. That was the year his wife passed away. Now it's not really said much anywhere in the game, but it's worth mentioning because with the death of his wife, Sal became closer to his one and only son, Georgie. Now initially during this time, he would also begin to mold Georgie as his protege and underboss, preparing him for the life that he essentially lives. At this point in time, if everything goes according to Sal's plans, Georgie would become the next Don of the Marcano crime family, inheriting everything his father has built, and maybe even building it to heights like never before, similar to what his father did when he took over the remains of Carrillo crime family. And that's the trajectory Sal and Georgie were headed in until 1962. In 1962, Lucio Marcano would be killed by having his throat slit. Lucio's wife, Olivia, would go on to claim Lucio's throat was slit by one of his disgruntled prostitutes. However, Sal and many others would believe Olivia was behind Lucio's assassination, whether by thrill of taking a life, wanting to take control of Frisco Fields herself, or both. Lucio's death would see Olivia take over his duties. As business continued, as usual with her in the district, Sal, on the other hand, would later admit that he had nightmares for a month after Lucio's death. They were recurring, varying in terms of his own death and helplessness. But the one that popped up every 3 to 4 days was his son, Georgie's funeral. Sal would describe the dream where Georgie was quote-unquote laid in that shitty little casket, net cut same as Lucio's. And whenever that dream came up, he wouldn't be able to sleep for the next 3 to 4 days, when the dream would occur again. Watching his son grow up inside his shadow, beginning to deal with the commission, Vito Scaletta, and starting to suffer horrible nightmares, over time Sal would begin to acknowledge that he hasn't had a decent night's rest in some 40-odd years. And so he would make the decision of exiting this life and going legitimate, driven by the determination to make sure Georgie would not end up being a victim of the mob lifestyle. Sal made the decision to screw over his many loyal associates in an effort to avoid his son ending up just like his brother. At some point between 1962 and 1968, Sal decided enough was enough. He began to ramp up his rackets and continuously look for new sources of revenue to buy his freedom. The man desperately wanted to get out from under the Commission's control and stop looking over his shoulders or worry about his son's fate. Sal would come to believe the way to go legitimate was by building a casino, a vision that brought a variety of new problems. For one, the Commission was meant to be kept in the dark about Sal's intentions to go legitimate. The construction of the casino had to be kept a secret because if the Commission caught wind of it, they would want a peace, and hence destroying a vital component of why Sal wanted to build the casino to begin with. The secrecy of the casino's construction meant Sal required unity, loyalty, and efficiency. Gambling in the state of Louisiana was illegal, meaning Sal would have to not only pay an incredibly high price for the land, building material, and permits, but he would also have to pay for more bribes and senators, city officials, judges, and many other politicians on top of the payroll he already had. And then provide the 20% kickback he owed to the Commission, hoping there was never any dip or inconsistencies in what he was paying them to alert them of Sal's plans or what was going on in New Bordeaux. This would explain why Sal would eventually turn on Sammy Robinson, Thomas Burke, and Vito Scaletta. The Marcano's organization was ballooning in revenue and in cost, with Sal becoming punitive and more desperate as prices and cost of everything continued to mount. Mistakes became unforgivable in Sal's eyes. As an example, Thomas Burke had a falling out with Sal in 1966, when Thomas was ordered to illegally import foreign car parts to evade American tariffs. Burke would botch the smuggling job, causing expensive items to be destroyed in the process. In response to this, Sal took over the entire district of Point Verdun, handed it over to his most infamous hitman at the time, Roman the Butcher Barbieri. Barbieri and Thomas had a long history of not being able to stand each other, so in addition to taking over the district from him, Barbieri would also break Burke's leg, permanently crippling the man. Vito Scaletta, on the other hand, was already seen as a mole for the Commission, so Sal bided his time, dealing with Vito the same time he would take care of Sammy Robinson and the entire leadership of the Black Mob. And Sal would do it in one fell swoop, even securing the equipment needed to literally be able to print money for himself. The Delray Hollow District was struggling to pay Sal's kickback due to a growing Haitian population targeting rackets of the Black Mob, affecting the money they would owe Sal, who was relying on every single penny for all of his own responsibilities. While he might have been lenient, the Black Mob would go 2 months without paying Sal a single dime, but they would be excused no longer, regardless of Sammy Robinson's friendship with Sal Marcano. And so, we arrive in the year of 1968. Sal Marcano would plan to hit the Federal Reserve, and all these moving parts would finally come into play perfectly for him. For the Federal Reserve job, he would get Vito to front the money, which would leave Vito in a vulnerable position, unable to pay Sal, who would then quickly place his nephew Michael Greco in Rivarol, further hindering Vito's revenue potential, which in turn would provide Sal the proper justification to the Commission to finally kill Vito. The Black Mob was meant to send some muscle to help with the heist, under the belief that if the robbery is successful, it would pay off their debts and make them squared with Sal. At least that's how it was meant to work until Lincoln Clay arrived. Within a day or two of Lincoln arriving in the city of New Bordeaux, he effectively dealt with the Haitian problem. And Sal Marcano saw Lincoln as someone who was quite useful, so he would provide the Black Mob a second chance without them even knowing. Upon meeting Lincoln Clay, Sal Marcano would offer him a deal. He wanted Lincoln to run the Delray Hollow District, replacing Sammy Robinson and running the district for Sal Marcano. Lincoln would reject this offer out of love, respect, and loyalty to Sammy, unknowingly sealing the fate of the entire Black Mob from Sammy Robinson, Ellis Robinson, Lincoln himself, and Danny Burke, son of Thomas Burke. Thomas and Danny Burke had a part to play in the Federal Reserve heist as well, although it was a very ill-advised decision. Thomas Burke offered his services and put his son up in hopes that with the successful hit of the Federal Reserve, Sal Marcano would be grateful and place Point Verdun back under the control of Thomas Burke. However, all it did was place his son inside the bar of Sammy Robinson when Sal and Georgie Marcano decided to kill everyone inside, burn the bar down, and take the $6 million cash stolen from the Federal Reserve for themselves. And so begins the entire story of Mafia 3 and the downfall of the Marcano crime family. For those that played The game, no. Lincoln Clay survived the gunshot to the head and torching of Sammy's bar. He would recuperate from his wounds, recruit John Donovan, fetch Vito Scaletta out of a freezer, sign a deal with the Haitian mob, and give Thomas Burke a chance to avenge his son. On top of that, provide Enzo Conti an opportunity to escape. The killing and betrayal of Sammy Robinson was a pivotal decision that effectively made it loud and clear to everyone that was paying attention that Sal was burning all his bridges and believed once his casino was built, the money, power, and bribes he had established in New Bordeaux made him untouchable. It gave him and Georgie the freedom to get out of this life that haunted him every single night that his son would one day be killed. The problem was, in an unrelenting drive to make sure that never came to fruition, he actually made it a reality, getting Lou and Tommy killed in the process, as no one believed for a second Lincoln Clay had survived.
This wasn't how I imagined it when we were starting out. I dreamed of money, cars, women, respect, freedom. I guess I ended up getting all that, more or less. But along with it came prison, living in constant fear, and the blood of my friends. I ducked it as long as I could, but it was finally catching up with me. It was all just a matter of time.
Vito Scaletta's early years were marked by hardship, poverty, and a disillusionment with honest work. Vito was born in the year of 1925 in Sicily, Italy, but as Benito Mussolini's influence began to grow in the country, his parents decided it was best to immigrate to the United States, where they would settle in the city of Empire Bay and find a dirty, dingy little apartment in the neighborhood of Little Italy. Vito's father, Antonio Scaletta, made the move to provide a better life for his family while avoiding the troubles brought with the country's new outlook and its complicated politics. In the grand scheme of things, it seemed like the best move, but it would still raise many new hurdles, not just for the family but the small boy Vito. Here in Empire Bay, Vito was captivated by the city's sights and sounds. It was unlike anything he had witnessed or experienced in Sicily. However, his new apartment and neighborhood they settled in were far from ideal. It was dirty, disgusting, and infested with rats. It wasn't the American dream, but it did offer a fresh start and some promising opportunities for the family. Vito would attend school to learn English, where he befriended Joe Barbaro, who would become his lifelong friend. And it looked as if everything was getting along quite well in the new country. Learning his new language and understanding the culture was something he would do fairly well at. But as with many people when they begin to grow up, Vito would really see the trouble his family was in. He began to realize his father, who quickly found work at the docks through the man who facilitated their immigration to the United States, was earning meager wages there. He struggled to make the simplest of ends meet, and any spare money he did manage to scrape together went toward his increasing dependence on alcohol. It was during this time Vito would begin to look at his father as a good-for-nothing drunk, a man who did just enough to say he took care of his family, when all that meant was tossing his wife and 2 children a few extra pennies. As Vito matured, he would look for jobs to help his family, but opportunities for honest work were slim to none in the poor neighborhood he was in. There was nothing, if anything at all, for boys his age from his neighborhood to get into in order to help their families out. So together with Joe Barbaro, they would venture into small-scale petty crime to earn just a little bit of cash. One night, while attempting to rob a jewelry store, they were confronted by a police officer, leading to a chase. Joe would manage to escape, but Vito was apprehended.
Throw me to bed! Stop! I'm gonna shoot!
Shit.
Okay, you bastard. Spread your legs and put your hands on the fence.
I'm sorry, Vito.
The year was 1943. The world was caught in the grips of World War II, and the United States was actively recruiting for military service. Here at just 18 years old and fluent in Italian, Vito was the perfect candidate. Since this was his first time running into any sort of trouble with the law, he was given an offer: serve jail time or serve his new country. He would opt for the latter and would soon find himself serving under Operation Husky, the invasion of Italy. Vito's time in the service would be quite transformative, to say the least, especially his time in Italy, where he witnessed the power of the Mafia firsthand. After being briefly knocked unconscious from a tank shell, Vito would awaken to Italian soldiers executing survivors from both the United States Army and the Italian resistance. As one of these soldiers walks up to him and is about to kill him, the soldier stopped and called over to see an American tank with the head of the Sicilian Mafia, Don Carlo, hanging out of the tank's hatch, and he's calling for the entire Italian army to put down their arms. To Vito's amazement, they would listen to him. An entire garrison of men who numerically held a decisive advantage willingly and completely surrendered, all because Don Carlos simply told them to. For Vito, a man who was coincidentally saved from death by the power of this man, and of course having his own hated background of being poor and in a position of being incapable of helping others, this would all reinforce his own personal drive to not be like his father, to be a burden, not only to himself, but the ones he loved and are supposed to be taken care of by him. This isn't a memory called up on again past the game's introduction, but it is one that will definitely stick with him upon his return home from the military. And it's a memory that his best friend Joe would immediately begin to remind him of, pushing him down a path of doing anything and everything he could to avoid being poor again.
A few years later, the Nazis put a bullet in me. I was in the hospital for a bit, then I got a month's leave so I could go home. At least for a little while.
A few years later, in 1945, Vito's allowed to return home from the military on a temporary medical leave. Vito had gotten shot in Europe and was allowed to return home for some time, with a plan originally being to see his mom and sister, then head back to the service with hopes of permanently returning home once the war in Europe is officially concluded. Plans would somewhat change when Joe unexpectedly surprises Vito at the train station. It's a touching reunion. The two haven't seen each other in years, yet it's clear their friendship hasn't faded in the slightest. Joe would invite Vito out to the bar as a way for the two of them to catch up before Vito heads home, and Vito would accept the offer. It's important to talk about Joe's time in Empire Bay here while Vito was off serving in the military, as his connections will become vital in what Vito decides to do in terms of making money. Joe had his own negative view on honest work. During the time Vito was gone, Joe would come in contact with men like Giuseppe, an arms dealer, master safe cracker, and counterfeiter, or men like Derek Papalardo, the man who ran the docks and had his own connections to Empire Bay's crime families. And then there was Henry Tomasino, a loyal soldier and respected hitman for the Clemente crime family. Joe would call in a favor to Giuseppe to help secure some forged discharge papers for Vito, allowing him to permanently stay home, while the name Joe has earned for himself working for the petty crime scene would help Vito secure a better job with Derek or Mr. Papalardo, who was initially going to have Vito working the same backbreaking honest work his father was doing, something Vito would begrudgingly give a 5-minute shot at due to his mother's behest, who didn't want to see Vito get into more trouble, especially tied to Joe, who, as far as she was concerned, was responsible for Vito getting in trouble with the law to begin with. But here, thanks to Joe vouching for Vito, Derek would offer him a position strong-arming the local workers into paying a fee for the barber, whether if they needed to have a haircut or not. All these connections his best friend Joe had created wouldn't just give Vito an opportunity, an open line to some powerful men and lucrative opportunities, it would also breed some envy and a little bit of an out for a desperate situation. Joe was living comfortably in his own fully furnished apartment with his own telephone, while Vito was expected to live on a measly $20 a week government allowance, living in his mother's crammed apartment. Not only was Vito in a bad position himself, but his mother and sister were worse than he knew. His father, who is now deceased, had created a debt of $2,000, or roughly 30 grand in today's money. With Antonio Scaletta dead, his debt was to be assumed by his wife and daughter, who were expected to pay before the week's over, or else the debt would go up again. Hating the position he's in now, envious of what Joe has, and reminded of the bad his good-for-nothing father did, Vito would begin to utilize the help Joe would provide. Aside from Giuseppe and leveraging Joe's name at the docks with Derek, Vito would be introduced to Mike Brewski, a man who owns a scrap yard and is always willing to pay for stolen vehicles. And then there was Henry Tomasino, who worked directly for the Clemente crime family. The Clemente crime family was one of 3 that runs Empire Bay, with Henry being Vito and Joe's connection with them. Now, to make sure Vito and Joe were up to this proper line of work, Henry would task Vito with stealing some gasoline stamps that were locked up in a safe inside the federal building of the Office of Price Administration. Thanks to the shortage on gasoline from the war effort, these stamps were to be worth a fortune, and this could be Vito's perfect opportunity to show to the crime family that he could in fact be useful to them. Vito would manage to secure the gas cards, no problem, but the issue here was they would expire at midnight. Henry instructs Vito to sell them before midnight or else he gets nothing. Vito, yet again proving his worth, would manage to get them off his hands, which in turn secures him a follow-up job. This time, Henry informs both Joe and Vito that a man has opened up a jewelry store with the funding provided by the Clemente crime family, who has yet to receive any form of payment from him. Henry instructs Vito and Joe to secure the money owed to them by robbing the jewelry store of its gems. And of course, they would be paid very handsomely on top of it. The pair would set out, successfully pick the locks to the front door, get inside the store, and begin lifting some jewels, but as they were starting to do so, they would get interrupted when a car ran straight through the store's window. Brian O'Neill, leader of the O'Neill gang, apparently had the same idea of robbing this jewelry store. It's evident he and Joe had some sort of history as words are exchanged between the two of them, but the tension between the two is short-lived as police quickly arrive on the scene. Both Vito and Joe would manage to escape successfully, occasionally engaging in some minor gunfire between the police, but they will get the gems back to the Clemente family, while O'Neill and his accomplices were taken into custody. Yet another job well done, a job that was only going to get ramped up from here, with Vito securing the money from the stolen gasoline stamps and escaping the police from a jewelry store heist with the gems in hand. The next move was now to conduct a hit. Here they'd be officially introduced to Luca Guarino, a capo in the Clemente crime family. He'd congratulate the pair on their good work and tell them the next step is to deal with someone that's causing the family issues. If they can successfully kill this man and pay the small initiation fee of $5,000 each, they just might be able to be inducted into the family. Guarino would then slyly tell them being a made man was never cheap, but the cost is far outweighed by the benefits. He leaves the details for Henry to share with the two of them. Henry would inform the pair that the target is a crooked businessman formerly working with the Clemente family named Sidney Penn. Henry has already rented out an apartment across from his business. They're going to wait on the second floor with an MG42, and when Sidney shows up, they'll gun down every one of them from their elevated position. Vito is tasked with picking up the MG42 from the black market weapons dealer named Harry, and is meant to meet the other two at the apartment. It's here, while the trio wait for Sidney to show up, that they get to know Henry a little better. Similar to Vito's own personal story, Henry is from Sicily. He came to the States after Mussolini came to power though, and he claims his father sent him and landed him a job for Clemente in an attempt to avoid him being drafted into the Italian army. Sadly, his father wouldn't be able to make the trip to the United States. Henry would claim that he was arrested by Mussolini and would die in a jail cell in Italy. Vito would then ask how Henry's English is so good if all of this is the case, but is quickly interrupted by Sidney's arrival. Here, all of Sidney's men would be gunned down, but he would escape inside, forcing the trio to hunt him down. A chaotic gunfight would ensue inside Sidney's distillery, until he's finally cornered by Henry. Henry would give the famous line of Don Clemente sends his regards when he's shot by Sidney, and this gives us one of the coldest execution scenes in this game, with Joe and Vito lighting Sidney up.
Don Clemente sends his regards. Oh! Fuck! Fuck you, sorry you...
The intensity is also lifted a little bit with Joe being a smartass and Henry yelling at him. Henry would be taken to El Greco to be patched up, but before he's left into the doctor's custody, he pays Vito $2,000 for another job well done. Vito would quickly head over to his mother's apartment and hand his sister all the money he's earned to pay back the loan shark that has been bothering his mother and sister since the death of his father. His sister naturally is a little worried where he managed to get all this money from. This entire time, both his mother and sister were very wary to tell him any information about the bad position they were in, concerned that he would do things that he would regret, returning to a life of crime or doing anything illegal, the very thing that got him sent off to the military to begin with. And that's not to mention his mother still thought he was working honestly for Derek down at the docks, who was also covering for Vito at this time, claiming Vito was his own personal assistant. Nonetheless, Vito would give his sister a kiss goodbye and reassure her not to worry. Everything is fine. Give the loan shark the money and leave it as it was. Don't ask any more questions. Everything is okay. He would return home later that night, excited about the future. He's been home for less than a full week at this point and has already made enough money to clear his father's debt. Sure, he was personally broke yet again, and in some ways he's back at square one, but at least he had contacts such as Derek, Luca Guarino, and Henry Tomasino, and he showed all of these men that he can be quite useful to every single one of them. As far as he saw it from this point forward, he can only go up. But unfortunately for him, in under a week, everything would come crumbling down. One of the gas station attendants he sold the gasoline stamps to would end up ratting him out. The police would head to Vito's mother's house, demanding she tell them where he was, and eventually she would give in to the pressure, telling the police Vito was staying at his friend Joe's. Vito would be taken into custody, walking outside of Joe's apartment, but the police didn't understand the full picture. All they knew was Vito had stolen some ration cards, ignorant to the fact Vito did it for the Clemente family. Regardless, Vito wasn't going to snitch or give the police any sort of information. Besides that not being within his character, he still held out hope that he could in fact be inducted into the Clemente family, so it was in his best interest to just not share any bit of information. So he would face the criminal charges brought up against him, with Henry scraping together a lawyer that would be provided courtesy of his boss Alberto Clemente. Sadly, it appears even the lawyer couldn't do anything. It was all in vain. 3 months later, after Vito's initial arrest, he would be sent to a 10-year prison sentence that he was going to be serving in Hartman Penitentiary. Vito was home for under a month. In that time, he quickly made a name for himself. He helped his family get out of a very bad situation and was making moves to ensure they were better off than they ever were. Getting wrapped in trouble would cause him to be sent away from his family for yet a very long period of time, but in prison, it's here where he would really learn how the families worked and how they operated, splitting up the entire city of Empire Bay. He would come out as more experienced, better informed, better connected to the crime family's dealings, which he would use immediately upon his release from prison.
I can't believe that cocksucker Guarino's still breathing.
What was your deal with him?
Well, you know, we did a couple jobs for him, and, Luca said he'd bring us into the family for, $5,000.
What? Typical fucking Alberto. He's always been a crooked bastard.
So what is that, like more than usual?
Yeah, like $5,000 more than usual.
You don't gotta pay to get in, Vito. You're brought into the family once you prove that you're loyal, a good earner, and you can handle, well, you know, the life. In any case, this is an interesting piece of news.
Vito was locked away for around 6 to 7 out of the 10 years he was handed. He wouldn't be released until the year of 1951. It's an entirely different world he was released into. Cars were different, fashion was different, his own personal family was different. While Vito was incarcerated serving his time in prison, he would learn his sister was getting married, and his mother was very sick. Vito would tell his sister to get the rest of his money from Joe, who was holding on to it for him, to buy the best doctor money could afford for their mother, and then use whatever was left over for a wedding gift for her. It wasn't exactly much, but it was the most he can do. It was still the best heartfelt gesture he can extend to his sister, while also doing whatever it took to ensure his mother got better while he was locked away. Sadly, these good intentions were all in vain, as their mom would pass away, with all of Vito's money going to the funeral and her burial, leaving nothing for his sister's wedding. When Vito would eventually get released in 1951, despite being broke, having lost his mother and technically his sister, who is now living the marital life, there was still the opportunity and connections he formed in prison. You see, during his stint, Vito would become a fighter and under the protection of Leo Galante. Galante was a consigliere of Frank Vinci, the head of one of the other crime families running Empire Bay. Leo and Vito would develop a father-son-like relationship, and that's something that will stay with Vito for the rest of his life. Leo essentially took care of him. Of course, it wasn't for free. Vito did prove his worth by holding his own, winning multiple fights, essentially getting Leo rich in prison, and he would also kill Brian O'Neill. As luck would have it, after he got arrested, the night he attempted to rob the jewelry store, he was sent here to Hartman Penitentiary, and he was the prime fighter that was giving Leo Galante's fighters trouble. He wasn't Vito's to take care of. He was Leo's main fighter, Pepe, to deal with until Pepe was beat up by Irish prisoners and they broke his arm. So Vito would have to step in and fight O'Neill. During the fight, O'Neill would pull out a shank on Vito, who would in turn use the knife back and kill Brian O'Neill, officially ending him as any sort of problem. Proving his effectiveness to Leo time after time, and now showing he has the capacity to kill, Leo would promise Vito a spot in the Vinci crime family, along with a time adjustment to his sentence once Leo's free within these coming months. Leo would also be the one to explain to Vito just how the families work, and that the $5,000 buy-in fee Luca Guarino told him and Joe about was all a bold-faced lie, and the lawyer Clemente supposedly hired to keep Vito out of prison was most likely just there to make sure Vito never snitched. Whatever the case, Leo saw the worth Vito had and would provide that time adjustment that he promised, almost knocking off a full 4 years off of Vito's sentence. However, that position of working with the Vinci crime family never came to fruition, because at the end of the day, Vito and Joe were still looking out for each other. They were still best friends. Leo was aware of their friendship, and he was also aware that Joe had stopped working for the Clemente crime family and had fell in with the Falcone crime family instead, the last of the three running Empire Bay. Leo was well known and respected across all three families, so he had the pull to endorse that Vito get inducted into the Falcone crime family the same time Joe did. It was a favor he would do as part of their friendship that they had formed in prison. Joe and Vito would be accepted into the Falcone family as made men, but first, there was a series of small jobs they would have to do. First, they would have to help Eddie Scarpa, the underboss of Carlo Falcone, bury a body that he had rotting away in his trunk for 2 days, and now he was too drunk to take care of it himself. A few days later, the pair would be tasked with offloading some stolen cigarettes, dealing with some local greasers that would end up burning their entire supply of stolen merchandise, and finally, Carlo Falcone would personally meet with Vito and inform him that he believes the Clemente crime family is making moves against them. He questions Vito's feelings on Luca Guarino and Alberto Clemente, which Vito says after being left to rot in prison and of course them trying to steal $5 grand from him, he has no love for either one of them. With war looming on the horizon between the two families, that's precisely what Carlo wanted to hear. He leaves Eddie to fill him in on the details of trailing Luca, who is believed to have kidnapped 3 of Falcone's men who are missing. One of these men missing is Carlo's personal accountant. If the details of Falcone's family's dealings were leaked, they'd all be screwed. Vito would trail Luca to a slaughterhouse, confirm Falcone's missing men were in fact taken by Luca, and confront him. A firefight would erupt between Vito and Luca's men, with it all ending in the death of Luca Guarino.
I'm gonna have a little fun with Luca before I grind him up. Wanna join me?
Thanks for the invitation, but I think I'll
Hate
pass.
to say blood, huh?
No, just hate the sight of Luca.
I hear you, but you're missing out. I think I'm gonna try out that cattle prod he was yapping about.
Vito managed to save Falcone's accountant and the secrets kept within the books while putting down a rival family's underboss. Carlo, Vito, and Joe would celebrate later that night with the 2 men being initiated into the Falcone crime family. It was an initiation that was made even more special with the presence of Don Frank Vinci and the man who made this all possible for Vito, Leo Galante. For the next few weeks, Vito and Joe would thrive in their new positions as made men. Vito would buy his own house in the neighborhood he had always wanted to move into, finally getting out of a shitty apartment or couch surfing at Joe's apartment. He'd be able to buy his own car, and it looked as if everything was going great for him. Long gone were the days of being poor or struggling to figure out where he's going to sleep, how he's going to eat, or where he's going to get clean clothes from. While he and Joe were enjoying their newfound fortune, behind the scenes, the two families were beginning to prepare for war. About a month after the death of Luca Guarino, Alberto Clemente has called a meeting with all of his top men up in the Arms Hotel. Since Vito had proof of Luca kidnapping, torturing, and killing at least one of Carlo's men, Falcone can justify any action he takes openly against the Clemente family to all the other crime families. Alberto knows this, so it's just a matter of who's going to strike who first, and this is where Vito and Joe come in. Carlo wants the 2 of them to take Alberto out once and for all, and they're gonna do it at this meeting that he's called at the Arms Hotel. Apparently Joe has worked out all the finer details. Joe's plan is to plant a bomb inside the room Alberto's in while he and Vito overwatch the meeting from a window washing platform. When the time is right, the 2 of them can blow it from there. How they're going to get inside the hotel was also taken care of. Joe secured a contact that works at the hotel that'll let them in through the laundry room, where they can also secure some janitor uniforms to get past all of the armed security. Oh, and for an added layer of protecting their identities so that way they're not made later on, he has Vito wear a fake mustache.
Vito, one more thing. Here, put this on.
Are you fucking serious?
So nobody recognizes us. Just put it on.
Great.
This is something Henry would later comment about as he does pass by Vito and Joe on their way inside the hotel, completely disregarding that the two of them are probably there to kill his boss and everyone else inside. In order to cover their escape route, or just in case a chase would end up bleeding over into the main streets, Joe also recruited the help of a friend by the name of Marty. Marty was a kid that Joe has been more or less looking out for. He helped take care of the greasers who had burned up the cigarette supply some time before, but he wasn't expected to really be in danger here, nor was he a part of any particular crime family. He was simply being brought along because he was a good driver and Joe wanted to see the kid be taken care of. Throughout the crap Vito and Joe would give each other as they make their way through the hotel, for the most part, Joe's plan would succeed. Joe would fasten the bomb underneath the table inside the room Clemente's meeting was taking place, so the janitor's uniforms definitely worked, which would also allow them to pretend to wash windows without arousing suspicion while they kept a close eye on what was going on inside of the room, picking the perfect time to blow the bomb. Really, everything was going well. The only issue this time was the wire for the bomb was too short. When it came time to detonate the bomb from a safe distance to safety on the rooftop, the wire was just too short, and as the platform began to ascend, it would prematurely detonate the bomb. This would kill everyone in the room except for Alberto Clemente, who happened to be in the restroom.
What the?
Shit.
Christ, I almost pissed on my fucking shoes in
What
here.
a fucking mess.
Felt like a fucking earth. What the fuck? Oh, shit.
Lucky bastard.
You assholes! You're gonna die for this! Get away! Come on, Vito!
He was just as surprised to see Joe and Vito as they were to see him. Clemente would begin to flee, and now it was time for the pair to chase him down. They would kill every one of Clemente's men, chasing him all the way to the hotel's parking structure where Marty was supposed to be waiting with the car running. To Joe's horror, Marty was found out and he was killed. Joe would be deeply affected by Marty's passing. When Vito eventually catches up to Clemente's car, Joe would vengefully unleash an entire magazine from his Tommy gun into Clemente and his driver's body.
This is for Marty. Now it's over. Let's go to my place.
It doesn't end here though. For the next few days, we would see Vito being placed in a very trying situation, testing his loyalty, what he values most, and what he believes in as a person. Not only does he have to help out Joe, who's struggling to come to terms with the death of Marty, which led to him blowing up at both Vito and Eddie, going to a bar and accidentally killing the bar's owner. It's a murder that Vito would have to basically cover up for his best friend, but the following day, Henry would pay Vito a visit at his house. Since Alberto's now gone, Henry's out of work. He comes to Vito as a friend, asking he put in a good word for both Eddie and Carlo so he can come work for the Falcone family. Despite not really even having any sort of contact with Henry since the days of Vito and Joe working for Alberto Clemente and Luca Guarino, who left Vito out to dry, Henry in Vito and Joe's eyes was a good guy. He knew the ins and outs of this business, he was a professional hitman, and at the end of the day, he was still considered to be a valued friend by both Vito and Joe. Vito never really seen Henry having any hand in Vito getting arrested or him and Joe being tricked out of $5 grand. So as a favor for a friend, Vito would in fact go to Eddie Scarpa and put in a good word for Henry. Vito's proved his value and loyalty to the Falcone crime family, and his best friend Joe has as well, so their word was solid. Eddie would invite Vito to introduce him to Henry, which for both Henry and for Eddie, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. As it turns out, Falcone has his own suspicions that Frank Vinci, head of the Vinci crime family, is now also making moves against Falcone. There's no concrete evidence to really justify the suspicion, but what has been turning up is enough to warrant a genuine cause for concern. Falcone does expect being hit by Vinci, the question is just when and where. Since Henry has worked directly under the Clemente crime family, Eddie would ask him if he knew any information about Clemente trying his best to convince Vinci to make moves against Falcone. Henry would disclose that he was in fact with Luca Guarino one time at Leo Galante's house, where Luca would claim that Falcone was selling dope, and Clemente and Vinci should do something about it before it gets out of hand. Everyone in the city knows that there's many opportunities in the criminal world to make money. Frank has one rule when it comes to making money, and that is do not get involved with selling drugs. He's passionately against that. With the claim of Falcone selling drugs being brought up to Frank, that would in turn motivate him to turn against Falcone. With this revelation, Eddie now knew what had to be done. Frank Vinci's right-hand man had to be taken out. Without his consigliere, he'd be lost and stuck in the water. And if Henry wanted to join the Falcone crime family, he already got his blessing by Vito, he just had to prove his worth. It's his job to take out Vinci's consigliere. If he can do that, he's inducted into the family. When it comes to Eddie, it's actually a win-win situation. There's no proof Henry's working for Falcone. If he fails, then it just looks like a failed random hit. There's no concrete evidence Falcone sent him to do his dirty work. If he succeeds, then it's a massive blow to the Vinci family, and Henry's now a made man yet again. The problem here is the consigliere of the Vinci family is Leo Galante, who Vito still has a very high amount of love and respect for. Eddie understood this. He'd asked Vito to tag along with Henry to make sure it all went smoothly, but if he can't, Eddie understands. In place of Vito, Henry can take some guys he trusts for the extra help, and Vito could head home. Not one to stand aside and forget all Leo's done for him, Vito would directly go against the family he's working for, drive to Leo's house, and warn him a hitman is coming. At first, Leo would be completely unfazed, almost as if he's seen this all coming. Leo would share Carlo is in fact in the drug business, everyone knows that. The reason why he and Clemente basically went to war was because Clemente was muscling his way into the business, and now, with him taken out, Carlo set his sights on Vinci before he made moves against Carlo. Regardless, why leave with Vito when the two of them can just take care of the hitmen themselves? They have the element of surprise after all. Vito would reject this plan. He would much rather help Leo escape than to turn around and kill his friend who he basically got the job to kill Leo. Ultimately, none of it really matters because Henry would discover Vito here with Leo. The three of them will basically sit down and discuss the position they were all in. Henry can't let Leo go. If he does, it'll look like he let him escape, painting him as a failure and possibly costing the one chance he has at being a made man again. Leo admits he's an old man, and while he admires Vito sticking his neck out for him, it was a very stupid move for him to jeopardize everything just to buy an old man a few extra years, if that. Leo would accept his fate as the nature of the business, and both he and Henry would apologize to Vito, who opts to wait outside the door while Henry completes his contract.
You owe me big for this one, pal.
What? Hey, kid. Leo, you want a drink?
In a twist of events, while Vito's outside the door mourning the death of the man who served as his only respected father figure, Henry would come out from the room and tell Vito he owes him big. Henry and Leo had actually settled a deal after all. The deal was Leo would disappear, take a train to Lost Heaven, and leave all this business behind. Henry, on the other hand, would never share Vito was ever at Leo's and would still be inducted into the Falcone family despite it being known Leo wasn't actually killed. While these events do play a hand in the bigger picture much later in the game, I find everything Vito has done here is a testament to his character. He risked everything, the money, the power, the respect, the protection of the Falcone family, all that he worked for his entire life. He was more than willing to throw away to save the person who, in his own eyes, made it possible for him to even be in the position that he was in. Leo was unlike anybody else Vito had ever come to have in his life. The thought of losing him was massive. Vito was visibly shaking, nervously smoking on a cigarette, knowing that on the other side of that door, the only father figure he ever had would be killed, and despite everything he's obtained for himself, he was in a hopeless position. Financially, he was sound, but physically, his hands were ultimately tied. In the end, Leo would be taken to the train station by Vito, who was much more content with watching him leave, not really knowing what happens to him after, rather than knowing he was killed, especially by someone who he basically helped get that contract. With Leo gone, the crisis of Vito's family being attacked at every angle isn't exactly over just yet. Vito would return to his house to find his sister Francesca crying at his front door. Vito hasn't seen his sister in some time, as she's been living with her husband, who, as it turns out, has been cheating on her and even been putting his hands on her. Vito understandably would become enraged at this revelation. He would track down her husband at a party while he was filling up on some random woman. Vito would angrily attack him and threaten him if he ever touches his little sister again, he'll personally finish him off himself. He then demands that he returns home to his sister and walks a straight and narrow path. He better become the most faithful person to walk planet Earth. It's an action I think many people would do the same if they ever find themselves in a similar position. Even if they don't, it's hard to argue against Vito's case, but to his sister, seeing her husband beaten and seeing the quote-unquote monster Vito has become, this action would lead to her directly cutting him off, effectively limiting his family to just Joe now.
My house burned to the ground, along with almost every penny I had. There was even some trouble with the cops, but Eddie took care of that. And since I didn't have any insurance, I had to live in this shithole of an apartment till I could get back on my feet. At least I managed to save Leo. He disappeared without a trace. I doubt Frank Vinci even knew where he went.
Vito's misfortunes wouldn't end with his sister though. What remained of the Irish gang, formerly led by Brian O'Neill, is now ran by his cousin, Mickey Desmond. Mickey's trying to solidify his position as head of the Irish gang, and he would do this by attempting to kill Vito by burning his house down while he slept. This would just backfire, with Vito and Joe turning up at the gang's new hideout, killing everyone there, and finally ending the Irish presence within the city. With Vito's house burned down, all his money and clothes gone, he was right back at square one though. Losing everything he had, Joe would allow him to stay at Marty's dirty apartment while he did his best to sell it off for Marty's mom. Being poor, just as he was many times before, only now feeling so much worse since he's still technically a made man, he felt, as he put it, like a poor wharf rat, just like his old man. Luckily for him, or perhaps unfortunately for him, an opportunity would come up in just a few days. And I say it's unfortunate because this is one of the major decisions that would be a massive mistake for Joe and Vito. It would be one of the major factors that would contribute to Vito basically being branded as a dead man walking.
Listen, I've been doing some research into Carlo's business. So? So, the only reason he had Clemente killed was because he was selling dope too, and he was stealing his customers.
Where'd you get all this?
I talked to a few people I trust. Okay, so what does this have to do with us? 'Cause if he can do it, why can't we?
Henry now wanted to get into the dope game. He meets up with Vito and Joe, where he confirms what Leo had shared with Vito earlier, that Carlo Falcone was indeed selling drugs. Alberto Clemente was stealing his customers, and that's what actually triggered the war between the two of them. Clemente's gone, Falcone is focused on dealing with Vinci, who's the one person keeping him from being the city's one and only drug supplier. So Henry figures that while Falcone is focused on Vinci, he, Vito, and Joe could establish their own connections within the drug trade. He sees it as quick and extremely lucrative money for just moving a few shipments from point A to point B. Henry puts out this entire plan, trying to convince both of them that he's basically did all the legwork and all the calculations. He secured drugs from the Chinese triads, who are too threatening or foreign for many people in the city to deal with, so the trio would be the middleman between the triads and local buyers. Henry's already talked to the Chinese, who are willing to give him 10 kilos of heroin to start off with. Henry, Vito, and Joe would just need $35,000 to buy the 10 kilos, which Henry says can then turn around and be sold for a profit of $110,000. It's all well and good, but the trio don't have 35 grand to pull together, especially with Vito's current situation, so Henry proposes the idea of heading to a loan shark named Bruno that he knows would be willing to loan him the money. Bruno would agree to give the trio 35 grand in $20 bills, but they have to pay him back a promised 55 grand by Friday. For every week the debt isn't fully paid, it goes up an additional $10,000. The three of them would agree, take the cash to the Chinese triads, and buy the agreed 10 kilos of heroin. As they were walking out with the drugs in hand, some men pretending to be police officers would stop them and ask if they had something for them. Henry, having a keen eye for how these men were particularly dressed, he would point out that they aren't real cops, resulting in a gunfight. The Chinese factory would ultimately be destroyed as a result of the firefight between the illegitimate cops, Vito, Joe, and Henry. And they would of course leave a trail of bodies behind, but the three of them would then continue with the original plan, selling the dope to a few various buyers around the city. They'd buy some new suits, grab some girls, and celebrate a job well done. It's a premature celebration though. Just a few days after the initial deal with the Chinese would go down, Carlo Falcone would find out about their venture into the drug trade. Now, Henry originally told Joe and Vito that if Carlo found out, that he would just demand a cut and would leave them alone, which is all Carlo wanted. He would send Eddie to Henry to collect his cut of $60,000. It's an amount that was way too steep and way too abrupt, since they don't even have the money to pay back the loan shark Bruno his $55,000 to begin with, let alone an additional $60,000 on top of that to kick Falcone his cut. Henry would tell Vito and Joe to meet him at the park where they can figure out what to do next. The entire drive there, Vito and Joe are completely unsure on what to do. This was really Henry's venture after all. He was the plan maker, and from the sounds of it, he was the one that had all the money still. Vito and Joe were completely in the dark. They had no idea if Carlo was aware they were partnered with Henry, what they were going to do next, how they were going to manage to get the money for Bruno. It was just all pushed to the side until they can meet up with Henry at the park, and hopefully he can be the one to pull some type of plan or has some idea of what to do next. Unfortunately for the both of them though, their situation would only go from bad to worse.
Henry's different these days. The guy's got a real...
What the fuck's going on?
Shit, that's Henry! What the fuck are they hitting him with?
Joe and Vito would catch the Chinese taking whatever money Henry had come to the park with, and they were in the middle of assassinating him. Enraged by this betrayal, the pair would immediately take out any Chinese triads here within the park. Vito would catch a glimpse of Mr. Wong leaving the park in a vehicle. Mr. Wong was the one to originally sell them the heroin, and it was no accident that he was here in broad daylight overwatching Henry be butchered to death. He would have some explaining to do, along with repaying them with the money he stole from Henry. Vito and Joe would trail his car, leading them to the Red Dragon restaurant in Chinatown. They were deep inside enemy territory. This was the triad's turf. Joe was in no mood to negotiate or have any exchange of words with the people responsible for the death of his friend. They all deserved to die. Vito, on the other hand, was thinking much more logically. While he did agree with Joe, it was better to not go guns blazing, bringing everyone down on top of them, at least not immediately. As they walk into the restaurant, all logic and reason immediately went out the window as soon as Joe opened fire, though. The two would proceed to kill every single person in their path as vengeance for their friend. After putting down scores of men, they'd find Mr. Wong in his office, who, after being interrogated by them, would inform the two of them that the Chinese informant inside the Federal Bureau of Narcotics informed them that Henry Tomasino was a government informant, and he had passed information about their drug deal to the feds. Henry was a rat, and he died the way that he did for being a snitch. Vito and Joe denied their friend would ever do such a thing. They would then demand where the money is that they took from Henry, as they still needed to pay off both Bruno and Carlo, but Mr. Wong refuses to cooperate, so Joe just angrily kills him.
So where's our money? It's not here anymore.
What?
Where the hell is it then? I cannot tell you.
If you don't tell us, I'm gonna splatter your yellow brains all over this fucking room.
If I told you, I'd be dead anyway.
Fine, your choice.
Are you crazy?
What you want to do, let him go or something?
We could have gotten more out of him.
Fuck that, he wouldn't have said nothing. These bastards are tough.
With Henry dead, no money to pay back Bruno or Carlo, who they still aren't even entirely sure was aware they were working with Henry, and now all the men that they slaughtered in Chinatown potentially looking as if it was an attack blessed by Carlo Falcone himself, they were up shit's creek without a paddle. Their circle was rapidly closing with no way out. They only had each other to trust. Finally having a small moment to rest, they would decide paying back the money they owe Bruno would be their main priority. Luckily for them, Eddie Scarpa would hand them a hit job as a favor for another Mafia family in a nearby city. The hit was worth a few grand, and all they had to do was kill someone who ratted on their own family back in the city of Lost Heaven. They've been looking for this guy who's been in protective custody for years, but now they finally found him, and it was time to pay him back. For those that had played the first game, this hit was on Thomas Angelo, who snitched on the entire Salieri crime family in order to save his wife, daughter, and of course his own skin. It's interesting how in the context of Tommy's story, it's a conclusion to how you never really escape your past. The life you lived, the things you've done, especially as a made man, to then turn your back on it all, it doesn't end in a glamorous way. Or with you disappearing into the sunset, there is no happy ending here. It all catches up to you. In the context of Vito's story, he's taking out someone who betrayed the code. He's a snitch. There's no love lost for his kind, nor does Vito have the luxury to even feel for him. He desperately needs the money. He's created a mountain of problems for himself. His decision to get into the dope game can easily be perceived as a traitorous move to Falcone. Meanwhile, he's struggling to do his best to not end up just as his father was, digging himself deeper and deeper into a level of debt that he could never hope to pull himself out of. It's an easy job, quick money, and a desperate position. Once the hit is done, Joe and Vito would then split up, looking for various jobs to come up with in order to scrape together their own split of the money they owe Bruno. Vito's way of attempting to gather his own cash would be to head down to the docks, pay his father's owed employer Derek a visit, and see what's going on. Luckily for Vito, Derek does actually have the perfect job for him, and it's quite simple. He offers Vito $1,000 to just help him passively aggressively coerce the dock workers to shut up and get back to work. They're threatening to hold a strike over someone that Derek had just recently fired. He's not expected to do anything other than just stand there and look menacing. Simple enough and straight to the point, until Derek says Vito's name.
You're Scaletta's boy, ain't ya? Your dad used to talk about you all the time. You look just like him. But what are you doing working for this bastard? After what he did to your old man?
Shut your fucking mouth right now. Don't listen to him, Vito. He's full of shit. Come on, let's go.
Full of shit, huh? That bastard killed your father, Vito.
What? They're just trying to get under your skin.
Derek?
Hey, stop pointing that gun at
Why
me.
don't you ask him how your dad drowned that night?
As it turns out, Derek and his assistant Steve were responsible for the death of Antonio Scaletta. Vito's been unknowingly friendly and at times even working for his father's killer. Vito now turned his sights on Derek and Steve, eventually killing them and raising complete hell at the docks while doing so. For Vito, killing Derek and Steve was great in many ways. It wasn't just about avenging his father, it was more so payback for the hell his mother went through as a result of the abhorrent financial situation Antonio was put in, forced to work a backbreaking job for pennies on the dollar while then being killed with an open debt for his wife to assume. It was just problem after problem that was placed on his mother's shoulders to deal with. Sure, his father might have been irresponsible, but at its core it could be argued many of his problems stemmed from Derek. Regardless, with Derek and Steve killed, Vito would raid Derek's office and would come up with almost $30,000 to repay Bruno's debt. Immediately coming up with this half of the money and finding out his father was actually murdered by someone at one point in time he would consider a friend, it was definitely an intense afternoon for Vito, but now with his half of the owed $55,000 in hand, Vito would head to Joe's place to see how his friend has fared in getting his half of the money together. Vito would wait for hours outside of Joe's apartment with no sign of Joe around. With it getting late, Vito was starting to fear the worst, so he would begin to go out and look for his best friend. He'd start with Eddie, who claims he hasn't seen Joe, but he does share Henry was killed by the Chinese. Henry has gotten into the drug trade in the triads, something he knew was expressly forbidden, but Eddie does share with Vito that Henry was given a pass by Carlo, so long as he paid Carlo a small fee. Evidently, things went south as now Henry's dead, but Eddie mentions that clearly Henry wasn't working alone. Whoever he was partnered with attacked the Chinese, leaving dozens of bodies all over Chinatown. The Chinese are already beginning to threaten both the Vinci and Falcone crime families, with war brewing. Tension is building all across the city and fast, and there seems to be no logical reason behind who or what exactly is going on. Eddie would question Vito's knowledge on the situation, to which Vito would just plead ignorance. He and Joe have been together hanging out for the past few days, doing their own thing. Yes, Henry did invite Vito as part of some type of business venture, but Vito says that he passed on it and that was it. If Vito and Joe feared what Carlo would do if he knew about their involvement in Henry's plan to begin with, now with Vito lying directly to Eddie's face and tensions continuing to rise all across the city between the Italian and Chinese gangs, Vito's fate was essentially sealed here. From here, Vito would then head to Giuseppe's to see if Joe had come by the old man's workshop and looked for work. Giuseppe would confirm that he did in fact see Joe, and the two of them were ironing out some details for a job that Joe could complete for him, but their conversation was cut short when some of Frank Vinci's men came and took Joe. According to Giuseppe, Vinci's men said that Don Vinci himself wanted to have a word with Joe, so they took him. He has no idea where exactly they went, but he can start at Vinci's bar named the Mona Lisa. On the one hand, it's great that Vito was finally able to make some sort of progress in tracking his best friend down. However, Joe and Vito were not in Vinci's good graces, especially since Vinci is still very angry over the whole Leo business. He essentially lost his advisor and best friend. Now he's being threatened by the Chinese, and Carlo's making moves against him, and he's stuck in the middle between what appears to be a very quickly growing two-front war, and so he would take Joe as a way to find some sort of answer to what the hell's going on. Joe would be beaten, tied up, shot, anything Frank could do to get the information out of him that he wanted. Joe would play dumb just as Vito would, who came to rescue his friend but would just end up in the same spot Joe was, tied up to a pipe. Frank Vinci would appear and question both of his captives, who would just only upset him as they refused to share any information Frank knows they are in possession of, as there's no way in hell he can lose a grip on the city so rapidly as he seems to have. No matter, Frank would leave them tied up on the roof of the bar under the supervision of his men. After being knocked out, Vito would eventually come to a few hours later, where he and Joe would break free and repeat the same thing they did at Chinatown and massacre every one of Frank's men. They would then secure a car where Vito would take Joe to El Greco to get patched up. While Joe was tending to his wounds, Vito would then take the full $55,000 they had and deliver it to Bruno. This would give them at least one of the many problems they have off of their back. In typical fashion, Bruno would toy with Vito and Henry being dead, or how their venture must have been a success, as Vito did deliver on the $55,000, but he does find it odd that everyone is coincidentally at each other's throats, around the same time that Henry asked for the loan. Just as before, Vito would play ignorant on what Bruno was talking about, the loan is completely separate and has no ties to the current state of the city. Vito would begin to leave when Bruno would ask him what his name was.
Scaletta. I knew a Scaletta once. But I must say, you're much better at paying back your debts than he was. His poor wife had to do it for him.
So it was you who lent my father the money?
Your father? Ah, like father, like son. I see you don't approve. But I didn't make him borrow the money, now did I? Just like I didn't make you. If you ever need a loan, you know where to find me.
Just as Derek was his father's killer, Bruno was the loan shark responsible for his father's debt. I think this highlights that no matter what your intentions are or how much better you believe yourself to be than the person who failed miserably before you, you never really know exactly who you're dealing with. Had Vito never shared his full name here, he'd never know Bruno had such a major impact on his family. You never really know who you're dealing with or just how ignorant your loved ones, let alone you, can be when it comes to a life you thought would bring you all the things you could ever want. Almost from the start, Vito was just a kid who loathed being poor so much, hated the failure that his father was, that he saw an out, but he didn't realize the people that controlled and managed that out were the same ones that helped his father fall into the pitfalls that he did. Vito would return home that night and reflect on everything. His father, his mother, his upbringing, how everything could have gone so horribly wrong. He wanted power, influence, money, girls, success. Well, he did taste it very briefly. It's a life he couldn't control. He broke the rules warning Leo. He broke the rules by getting into the drug business and then lying about it. He and Joe basically started a war between the two Italian families and the Chinese. And he also made a major mistake that'll guarantee him being marked for death by Carlo Falcone, Frank Vinci, and the rest of the commission. Everything would come crumbling down on him the next day.
Yeah, hello.
Vito. Yeah, it's Eddie. Listen, I need you to...
Let me guess. You need me to come by right away, and I should bring a gun.
For once I don't. Carlo wants to see you over at the planetarium.
Did he say what it was about?
Nope. Better head over there now, though. Don't want to keep the man waiting. Yeah, see you, Vito.
Carlo wanted a word with Vito. He didn't need a gun, and he was allegedly waiting at the planetarium for Vito. The latter would be a blatant lie. Carlo wanted Vito dead. He found out the truth. Everyone did. As Vito was preparing to go meet with Carlo at the planetarium, Vito would be forced into a vehicle outside of his house. Leo was inside. He returned to Empire Bay after some time hiding, but it wasn't good news. Inside the car with Leo was Mr. Chu, leader of the Chinese. Leo shares half of Vinci's men are dead, half of Mr. Chu's men are dead. They know Vito and Joe are responsible for both sides losing so much men. The two of them started a war, and to top it off, Vito vouched for Henry to be inducted into the Falcone crime family. Henry was confirmed to indeed be a rat. Mr. Chu's men killed Henry because he was a snitch, and Vito responded by killing his men. Now that Henry was killed, who was a government informant, the feds are cracking down on Carlo and everyone else involved. Vito is to be blamed for it all. Frank, Mr. Chu, Carlo, and the whole commission want Vito dead. He's causing too much trouble for them, and he vouched for a rat. Leo says that he would have been taken care of a long time ago. The only reason he's still breathing is thanks to the love and respect that Leo has from everyone. Leo came up with an option that somewhat satisfied all parties involved. Carlo is a problem. The feds are prioritizing him. If Vito can step in and kill Carlo, the commission won't exactly forgive Vito, but they will spare him death. Vito has no choice. He has to take care of Carlo here and now, who's actually held up at his observatory. He knows that Frank Vinci and Mr. Chu is going to make some type of move. He just doesn't know who's coming or when they're coming. Vito is to be the one to take care of it all. If he refuses, he dies. Not really having any sort of choice, Vito would do as he's told. He'd make his way over to the observatory, where some of Carlo's men would stop Vito at the front, saying they need to take his weapons before he speaks with the boss, who is still expecting him. Vito would respond by opening fire. He would then proceed to kill every single one of Carlo's men until he eventually finds Carlo at the heart of the observatory. Carlo would laugh at the insult Vinci and Chu gave him by sending Vito alone to do their dirty work. He says Vito has no sense of honor or loyalty. He vouched for a rat and will die because of that. And it's Joe's job to take him out.
But your buddy Joe understands, don't you, Joe?
What the fuck is this?
I could ask you the same question.
Loyalty's a funny thing, huh, Vito? No such thing as friendship in this business. Didn't your old pal Leo teach you that while you're sucking his cock back in the can?
It's interesting to think that Carlo decided to spare Joe and forgive his involvement in the whole drug move on top of helping Vito start a war with the Chinese in defense of Henry. I guess since Joe wasn't a part of vouching for Henry to begin with, everything else was forgiven, and he was even offered a reward. If he managed to kill Vito for Carlo, Joe would be made a capo within the Falcone crime family. He'd be given his own crew and truly achieve the heights of power he always wanted. All he has to do is take out his former best friend. Carlo would try his hardest to try to get Joe to turn on Vito, but in the end, the two of them would put their former boss down.
You know something, Carlo? For the last 10 years, all I done was kill. I killed for my country. I killed for my family. I killed anybody that got in my way. But this one's for me. Fuck you. Fucking prick.
They'd exit the observatory together, where Leo was waiting with a bunch of armed men. Vito would confirm Carlo Falcone is in fact dead, and Leo would respond with the celebration at a cat house, asking Vito to ride with him so they can continue to talk business and what the next move between the two of them would be. Joe would ride in a separate car. This would be the last time Vito would ever see his best friend. The car Joe is in would take an unexpected turn, with Leo telling Vito Joe is never part of their deal. Vito had no time to worry about his friend, whose fate would end up largely unknown to him for what seems like the rest of his life. But for now, he has to answer to the commission for the punishment of killing the triads. As part of the deal Leo Galante has worked out with the commission, Vito Scaletta would be spared death, but he's exiled from Empire Bay. He'd be sent south to the city of New Bordeaux. Luckily for him, he'd still be considered a made man working for the Marcano crime family. Eventually, there would be trouble between Sal Marcano and Vito, as the two of them never actually seen eye to eye, and Sal only accepted Vito as a lieutenant under his watch out of the respect that he too had for Leo Galante. But he would still eventually try to get rid of Vito when Lincoln Clay would step in and save Vito's life.
Looks like I got here just in time, Vito.
Lincoln? How's this possible? I thought you were dead.
Bullet was deflected by my skull. Came out the back.
Talk about some goddamn luck.
Worst place to shoot a fella's in the forehead. Skull's harder than you think. Come on, we need to have a talk.
There's no official canon on whether if Vito is officially killed by Lincoln or if he becomes the one to rule New Bordeaux. After the death of Sal Marcano and the Marcano crime family is officially deposed within the city. What is known is through it all, Vito lost every bit of family he ever had. Joe's fate is largely a mystery to him, although he believes he was killed. Leo left him down in New Bordeaux, even though he did spare him a meeting with the Grim Reaper, and his sister disowned him, terrified of what he became. Vito made a vow to himself as a kid he would never be broke or poor ever again. And while he technically still did obtain that, he lost all the family he ever had in the process.
Please state your name for the record.
Donovan. John. Look. Enough with the dog and pony. What's your real question?
Did you help Lincoln Clay murder Sal Marcano and all prominent members of his crime family?
You're goddamn right I did.
Had it not been for the efforts and contributions of John Donovan and Lincoln Clay's pursuit of vengeance against the Marcano crime family, the landscape and criminal history behind the city of New Bordeaux may very well be entirely different. Everything Lincoln did tactically and strategically were all taught and refined by his CIA handler turned close friend John Donovan. Donovan taught him all he knew in psychological warfare, utilizing it initially against the locals and enemy forces during their time in Vietnam, to then come home in the 1960s and employ the same tactics in the war against the Marcano crime family. Hoisting Richie Doucette by his neck atop the Ferris wheel for all to see, followed by throwing Tony DeRazio from its penthouse suite window, or pinning the mutilated deceased body of Uncle Lou Marcano in the same district of the city that he held dominion over for over a decade. Where Lincoln was the immovable force, it was Donovan's training that made him into the boogeyman Sal came to be tormented by. Not to mention, Donovan immediately came to the city of New Bordeaux following Sal's failed murder attempt on Lincoln. He watched over Lincoln, stole equipment from the local FBI station, set up a command center here within the city, and wasted no time going about surveilling and watching everyone that were either potential targets or personalities that could be used for allies. Donovan's work and research on every one of Sal's capos, lieutenants, and former members was the bedrock of Lincoln's plan. In many ways, the dynamic between the two of them still rang very true to how Donovan described Lincoln during his trial in front of the U.S. Senate Select Committee. That Lincoln was a man who you just pointed in the right direction and got the fuck out of his way. And Donovan sure as hell made sure Lincoln was headed in the right direction. He was so vital to Lincoln's entire campaign of death and destruction that if you somehow managed to get Donovan killed at any point, there's a rare cutscene of Jonathan McGuire stating after the death of Donovan, Lincoln was quickly killed after.
With the death of John Donovan, Lincoln was unable to wage his war against Sal Marcano. Lincoln was killed a short time later.
From his educational background and early recruitment into the CIA to meeting and training Lincoln during the Vietnam War, all the way to 1971 when he found himself on trial for the events that transpired in 1968 New Bordeaux and the Marcano crime family. Today we're going to be taking a look at the rich and complex background of John Donovan, the CIA operative that was a silent hand behind the destruction of more than just one empire. Now, the earliest information we have on Donovan's formal education begins in the year of 1953, during which Donovan graduated from Princeton University, giving him a prestigious and rich education that should not be underestimated. The man is nothing if not extremely clever. Upon his graduation, he was immediately recruited into the CIA. Now, by his own account, in 1954, around a year after completing his formal education, he found himself stationed in Guatemala, right at the tail end of the Guatemalan Revolution. His primary task was to depose the then current president, Jacobo Arbenz, working alongside a man by the name of Connor Aldridge. The two men would initiate the death blow to the Arbenz regime and set the groundwork for what lay ahead. While the task of deposing a president was monumental in of itself, especially for someone just seeking their teeth into covert operations, this is far from the only noteworthy event during his time here in Guatemala. It was a great achievement for his career, marking him as someone who was extremely efficient and reliable with a bright future ahead, although the achievement would later be overshadowed by an intense sense of doubt at best. And this was due to his connections made at the time. Donovan's introduction and subsequent friendship with his fellow CIA operative Connor Aldridge would later be brought up during his hearing in front of the U.S. Select Committee. The pair's friendship would be a point of interest based off Connor Aldridge's defection in 1963. We'll talk more about that later, but before Aldridge's change and loyalty split their friendship, Donovan thought very highly of the man. He even admired him, going so far as describing Aldridge as everything America personified. He was the walking embodiment of king and country fighting for the American dream, the American values. While their work concluded in Guatemala, the pair would split up going wherever they were assigned to. with Donovan being sent to Vietnam in August of 1961. After arriving in the country, he spent a few months in Saigon, was transferred to a military base in Laos that was operated by the Special Activities Division, otherwise known as the SAC. This was the branch of the CIA responsible for covert and paramilitary operations. Once deployed here, he aided in training and equipping the Hmong to fight against the North Vietnamese. Now, this is often referred to as the Secret War or the U.S. Secret Army. That is its own unique chapter within the Vietnam War. But to summarize the participation of the Hmong militants, they aided in three primary goals: slowing the flow of supplies over the Ho Chi Minh Trail from the North to South Vietnam, guiding U.S. bombing missions, and rescuing downed U.S. pilots. The fighting force initially started off at 7,000 men strong, but eventually ballooned to roughly 30,000 fighters. Donovan explicitly stated he had a hand in training these men, and that could very well have given some insight into what he had done less than a decade before in Guatemala, training and equipping fighters to tip the balance of a conflict in their favor, particularly waging guerrilla warfare. While continuing his work as a paramilitary operations officer with the Hmong, Donovan would cross paths with Connor Aldridge for the second time here in Vietnam. Aldridge's task was an extension of the covert operations the CIA were already involved in, with Aldridge specifically assigned to infiltrate the North Vietnamese army in order to cultivate contacts and double agents within their ranks. For the next 2 years, it appeared both men settled into the positions nicely, with Donovan happy to work alongside the man he admired so much. The pair would become fluent in the language of the natives that they worked alongside with, and were gearing up to expand their operations when in 1963, Donovan caught wind of Aldridge becoming a double agent himself, feeding valuable information to the North Vietnamese and the Soviets. Taking the initiative, driven out of a strong feeling of betrayal and possibly feeling guilty and ashamed for admiring Aldridge, whom he had so wronged, Donovan would intercept his main North Vietnamese contact, a man simply known as Trong. Once in his custody, Donovan wasted no time employing the tactics of interrogation and torture. He'd later teach Lincoln on how to properly weed information out of captives. Thanks to his refined expertise, honed through years of experience in torture and interrogation, Donovan successfully extracted the predetermined location where Trong was scheduled to meet Aldridge. This rendezvous was meant for exchanging crucial information between the two of them, but with Trong neutralized and Aldridge unaware of the breach, the meeting proceeded as planned, at least from Aldridge's perspective. Yet to his astonishment, it wasn't Trong who arrived, but Donovan. Donovan, holding the man he once admired deeply, a close confidant, at gunpoint, delivered the devastating news. The entire operation has been unraveled. Everyone within Aldridge's inner circle has been compromised and was either captured or in the process of being apprehended. Aldridge himself was the final and most significant target, one Donovan had reserved with the grim satisfaction of personally bringing justice to, explicitly saying that he hopes he can personally see Aldridge hang, or, at the very least, suffer the fate of a firing squad. Now, unfortunately, the arrest attempt did not unfold as planned. Aldridge resisted fiercely, managing to escape, though not without consequences for both men. During the initial struggle, Donovan fired his pistol, the bullet grazing Aldridge's cheek, leaving behind a permanent scar branding him as the traitor he had become, while Donovan in turn suffered a deep cut to his right hand, narrowly escaping death when military police, alerted by the lone gunshot, arrived just in time to save him. For the next 4 years, Aldridge became the ghost that haunted Donovan, a constant reminder of betrayal and unfinished business. The friend who had turned against him and his country had left more than a physical scar, though. He had etched himself into Donovan's mind, a searing emblem of failure, a torment that lingered with every glance at his wounded hand. It's shown in a few select cutscenes that his right hand later became a subconscious outlet for his unease, something he would fidget with or strain against during moments of stress or worry, rare as those instances were for a man known to maintain his composure. It is worth mentioning, though, this nervous habit is most evident during the events of the Stones Unturned DLC. It suggests that the gesture might be a physical manifestation of the haunting memories tied specifically to Aldridge and their fateful encounter, but it's still something that is quite out of character for Donovan and predates ever meeting Lincoln Clay. It wasn't until the following year in 1964 that Lincoln Clay joined the United States Army. Now, he was still 2 years away from officially meeting John Donovan. That time would officially come in April of 1966. Introduced to him as part of a joint DoD-CIA task force. From the outset, Lincoln captured Donovan's attention. Even if their partnership hadn't developed the camaraderie it eventually did, it's clear their meeting left a profound impact on Donovan, ensuring Lincoln was always someone Donovan would respect. During an operation in April of 1966, Donovan witnessed the remarkable valor of a young Corporal Lincoln Clay, who distinguished himself on the battlefield against overwhelming odds. Despite his own injuries, Lincoln took command of the chaotic situation on a battlefield, rescuing 2 fallen soldiers. For this action, Donovan would later highlight Lincoln's battlefield prowess, honoring his remarkable achievements, including 2 Purple Hearts, a Bronze Star, and the Distinguished Service Cross. Impressed by the enormous amount of potential within Lincoln, Donovan took him under his wing, mentoring him and integrating him into what would become the infamous Phoenix program. The program centered on 2 key components: Provincial Reconnaissance Units, or PRUs, and Regional Interrogation Centers. PRUs were tasked with the capture or elimination of suspected Viet Cong operatives and civilians believed to hold valuable intelligence. Those captured were often subjected to brutal interrogation methods, with the extracted information fueling further missions of capture and assassination. Historically, the program's grim metric for success was the number of Viet Cong quote-unquote neutralized, which was a term that encompassed imprisonment, defection, or even death. Within a year, Lincoln had become proficient enough to lead his own PRU, a testament to both his adaptability and the harsh tutelage of the Phoenix program. By this time, a close bond had formed between Donovan and Lincoln, forged in the crucible of war, where blood and iron were the currency of survival and loyalty. During his time in the Phoenix program, Lincoln Clay honed the psychological tactics he would later employ in New Bordeaux, most notably the chilling practice of publicly displaying bodies as a warning to those aligned with Marcanos. While both Donovan and Lincoln found measurable success within the program, with Donovan excelling as a trainer and strategist, neither emerged unscathed. In fact, Donovan's time in Vietnam left deep scars, both visible and invisible. During his hearing in 1971, he recounted a harrowing and deeply unsettling moment. In a desperate effort to extract intelligence from an NVA officer, Donovan resorted to sawing into the man's elderly mother to break his silence. This revelation, and the admittance of being haunted by such memories, was a grim reminder that even in victory, the Phoenix program demanded a toll, one measured not just in lives, but in the erosion of morality and humanity. And Donovan was all too willing to pay that price. Lamenting over the horror of cutting into the poor elderly woman, he at least found comfort in knowing what he did rewarded him with information that saved the lives of 42 U.S. soldiers, a platoon worth of men able to fight another day, or at the very least given the chance to potentially return home safely. And that was well worth the peace of mind, well worth the piece of humanity that continually died inside him, while U.S. soldiers and United States personnel continued to lay down their lives in the face of battle. I've already covered Lincoln's own story and Donovan's incredible amount of dedication to his cause in a previous video, so I don't plan on going into every single detail of what transpired in 1968, but it is worth mentioning a few things. The roughly 2 years or so of knowing Donovan from their time in Vietnam together really built a strong friendship between the two. Remember, after Lincoln's gunshot to the head, he drifted into unconsciousness for quite some time, with only but a brief moment to come to in order to request Father James to call Donovan before he was out for good. He was the first person Lincoln ever thought of. Father James once speculated that Lincoln Clay's decision to join the military stemmed from his deep longing to belong, an unrelenting search for purpose and identity. That same desire for connection may explain why Lincoln developed such a profound bond with John Donovan. It speaks volumes about the trust and love Lincoln had for him, perhaps even finding the sense of belonging he craved through their shared experiences. The horrors of war, losing friends, facing humanity's darkest moments can be quite unbearable, but having someone who truly understands, someone who shares that unspoken connection through traumatic, damaging, and lifelonging memories makes that burden a little lighter. The brotherhood forged in the military is unbreakable, and Lincoln's respect for Donovan ran just as deep as Donovan's loyalty to him. When Lincoln set his sights on avenging the man who had stolen everything from him, Donovan didn't hesitate. He arrived in New Bordeaux ready to act. seamlessly falling into step with Lincoln's unspoken plan. Few knew Lincoln better than Donovan, and fewer still understood exactly what it would take to dismantle the empire of Sal Marcano. As Lincoln carved his way toward dethroning the Marcanos and claiming the title of New Bordeaux's kingpin, Donovan was right there beside him, ensuring every step brought Lincoln closer to taking that title from Sal Marcano's cold, dead hands. Amid their war against the Marcano crime family, Lincoln and Donovan were forced to shift their focus when Connor Aldridge, a specter from Donovan's past, resurfaced in New Bordeaux. Aldridge targeted a CIA safe house, stealing classified information to further his treacherous mission of aiding enemies of the United States, and it was thanks to Donovan's uncharacteristically erratic behavior during this time that gave Lincoln only the barest hints about why Aldridge was such a critical focus for his normally composed handler. For a man rarely shaken by anyone or anything, Donovan's reaction spoke volumes. And while the stakes couldn't have been any higher during this time, with the specter of nuclear disaster looming on the horizon due to Aldridge uncovering vital intelligence about a crash site of a plane carrying a thermonuclear warhead, as well as the key individuals connected to it, but for Donovan, and really most of the tone of the entire DLC, the mission wasn't just about averting catastrophe, it was deeply personal. Pursuing Aldridge meant confronting the ghost that had haunted him for years, the betrayal of a man he had once trusted and admired. It wasn't merely about national security, it was about closing a wound that had festered for far too long and finally destroyed the false image of a friend who had turned against everything Donovan believed in. A crusade that Lincoln aided with at every step of the way, but when it came to the finishing blow, he left that up to Donovan. Yet another sign of love and respect. With Connor Aldridge finally killed and New Bordeaux recovering from the shift in power in the wake of Sal Marcano's death, John Donovan returned to work at the CIA as usual. He stood there for roughly a year, officially leaving the CIA in 1969 after over a decade in service. Now, there isn't much information on where he went or what he got up to after leaving, but in August of 1971, he was called for a hearing before the U.S. Select Committee. Now, the purpose of the committee was to get to the bottom of the events that transpired in New Bordeaux of 1968, specifically the actions of the then missing or untouchable Lincoln Clay, which is based off the player's choice. Now, in front of the committee, Donovan openly shared his involvement. He held back none of his feelings towards any of the members of the Marcano crime family whom he helped get killed by aiding Lincoln Clay. They dove into all his training, military background, his time in Vietnam, his time in Guatemala. He was questioned on whether he did or didn't have contact with Connor Aldridge in New Bordeaux, and would even be asked specific questions on how Lincoln got certain information, entered specific buildings, or managed to escape at times. Escape seemed impossible. Donovan never held back his contempt towards the people he felt were worthy of the fate they got. In some cases, he even openly stated they deserved much worse, while equally sharing love and praise for his friend. The committee's information on the events was thorough and quite impressive, but not as thorough or as impressive as Donovan's information. As the hearings were winding down, Donovan would ask Senator Blake, who was the head of the committee, where he was when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. The senator would reply that he doesn't remember, but he believes he was home at the time. What I absolutely love is in response to this, Donovan knew exactly where he was. He was in a muddy hut cutting up the old woman in order to extract information out of an NVA officer. He'd go on to discuss all the horrible things that'll haunt him for the rest of his days for doing what he believed was in service to the nation he loved and believed in so much. So here he was, in a muddy hut far away from home, old woman body parts strewn about all around him. Imagine his disbelief when he hears the President of the United States has just been murdered. Right then and there, he made a personal vow. Whoever was responsible for such a heinous act of treachery would meet their end by his own hands. The same hands he was putting into service in Vietnam. While sitting at the table, he'd unveil a silenced pistol he snuck into the courtroom and wave it at the senator. Senator Blake would ask Donovan that he believes Sal Marcano and a group of conspirators murdered President Kennedy, rejecting it, claiming it's the most absurd thing he's ever heard. And almost anticipating that answer, Donovan aimed his pistol at the senator and would go on to tell him he doesn't hold anyone's ambitions against him. The senator was ambitious, he went to law school, became a district attorney, and then a United States senator. Donovan began to approach the senator, gun still pointed directly at him, and he began to explain that after Sal died, he went through all his files. And imagine the surprise and the sense of fulfillment that he felt when he saw Senator Blake's name over and over again, all over Sal Marcano's paperwork. The mob wanted President Kennedy dead, and Blake was more than willing to help, as the cameras were still rolling, and in front of all the witnesses. Donovan states that he wants everyone to know he isn't finishing with just Senator Blake here, he's starting with him. After publicly killing Senator Blake, Donovan turns towards the camera, waves his gun in front of the other members of the committee, saying they're next, and he laughs, excuses himself, and walks out of the room. That is the last we know of John Donovan. But if there's anything we can take away from his actions here within his hearing, or his actions taken against Connor Aldridge, or really his entire military career, CIA career specifically, is that loyalty, service, and duty to his country come first. He's highly intelligent, he's incredibly experienced and gifted at his job, and he's passionate. So regardless of whether we continue to hear anything about him or not in the future, you can bet your ass he's putting his time, energy, and effort into the devotion of the nation that he loves so much. The year is 2016. A documentary is released to the public, detailing the unknown history of New Bordeaux, a city run by the Marcano crime family. The events within the documentary follow what happened to the criminal family during the year of 1968. It was a year meant to be filled with hope and ambition for the family. Sal Marcano, the head of the family, was making moves to go legitimate. Tired of living under the heel of the commission, he no longer wanted to be governed by blood and drug money, or seeing his son and underboss Georgie endure the same sleepless night he's had to endure for the last 40 years. Sal has been investing in the construction of a new hotel and casino to legitimize his income sources. Naturally, this was a massive financial undertaking, one that was only made worse by the fact that gambling was still illegal. Desperate to get out of the mob life, Marcano would enlist politicians, judges, and political figures on his payroll to ensure the construction and legitimacy of the casino is complete. But this documentary isn't about the rise of some prestigious hotel or the unknown dealings of a powerful family that has some secret mafia beginnings. No, this documentary is about the man who single-handedly brought this powerful criminal enterprise down.
War on the streets of our fair city as a gunman stormed the Royal Hotel.
Public statement.
Jacobs was killed this evening in a fiery explosion aboard a riverboat. Local businessman Louis Marcano also lost his life
at a time.
Remy Duval was savagely murdered. Witnesses report he was bound to a cross and set on
John
fire.
Donovan and Lincoln Clay embarked on a campaign of urban destruction this country hadn't seen since the Civil War.
Lincoln's mother abandoned him in 1947, a couple of years after he was born. His mother, I heard she was Dominican. I always figured his father was white, maybe even Italian. Not that it mattered. Back then, if you look black, you black.
In order to properly follow the disintegration of the Marcano crime family, we must begin at the start with the testimony of Father James. He is an invaluable source. No one really knows what happened to Lincoln Clay, the full events of 1968, or Lincoln's upbringing. Much of it was all shrouded in a thick fog, only slightly illuminated by coincidences and educated guesses. Father James not only knew Lincoln as a child, but had direct contact with him during his reign of terror against the Marcanos. According to Father James, Lincoln was born in 1945. It's believed Lincoln's mother was Dominican with possibly a white or Italian father, which would have made Lincoln mixed. However, with the story taking place in the southern part of the United States during the 1960s, the perception on race inequality wasn't exactly in the young kid's favor. The poor boy had a path set with opposition and hardship predestined for him for simply the color of his skin. It was an injustice only made worse by Lincoln being abandoned by his mother around 1947. She would leave him at the St. Michel's orphanage in the French ward district of New Bordeaux. This is how Father James would first come to meet Lincoln.
After I was discharged, I wandered around for a couple, 3 months, did some odd jobs. I got arrested once or twice for fighting. But I always kind of knew I was going into seminary. It just took a little while for it to sink in, I suppose. Once I was done with seminary, Bishop Jenkins sent me to St. Michel's Home for Colored Boys.
Father James had previously served as a medic during World War II, and following his military service, he had a calling to balance the death and suffering he endured and inflicted on others during his war years. He would attend a seminary hosted by Bishop Jenkins, and upon his completion, Father James assisted with the children at the orphanage, teaching them right from wrong and how to turn the other cheek, to never lash out of anger or follow a path of vengeance and destruction. Core tenets he would later repeat to Lincoln as an adult many years later. Now, there isn't much else shared on what happened at the orphanage, considering nothing remarkable was ever noted, such as constant fights or bouts of anger or depression. The time here must have boded well for both Lincoln and the father, with them even developing a somewhat close bond. The trouble for Lincoln would come sometime later in the year of 1958, when the city made the decision to close down the orphanage. Now, since many of the children here had nowhere else to go, especially those that were looked down upon for the color of their skin, their options were severely limited. Because of this, Lincoln would quickly fall under the supervision of a man by the name of Sammy Robinson. Sammy was the head of the Black Mob, and he ran the Delray Hollow district for Sal Marcano, who had the entire city under his control. Lincoln would come to look to Sammy and his wife Perla like they were his own parents. He would even take a liking to Sammy's son Ellis, quickly developing a brother-like connection. As Father James points out, he didn't exactly like that Lincoln had fallen in with the Black Mob. He didn't have much of a choice, though. The orphanage was closed, and with Lincoln Clay being black, what other option did he really have? Now, while Lincoln might have had some sort of break in terms of how Sammy, Perla, and Ellis treated him, finally being loved and accepted by essentially being a part of a family that he never had, a strong bond as it is, but it was a bond that must have been cemented even more in some way due to the shared hardships handed to them based off their own skin color. But even with a slightly more comfortable time with the Robinsons, it was clear Lincoln possessed a void deep within him. Despite finally being accepted as part of some familial heritage, Lincoln looked to the military, possibly as a way to escape, a place to finally belong, or maybe a little bit of both. At this time, tensions between the United States and the Soviet-backed North Vietnam was beginning to explode into what is now known as the Vietnam War, a perfect opportunity for somebody such as Lincoln to rally behind a cause, to finally have a purpose and just maybe not be tied down by the shade of his skin color or haunted by his own personal pain, lingering questions of why his mother and father would just abandon him. It's during his time in Vietnam, Lincoln would receive more than just his basic military training. Lincoln would come to distinguish himself for his bravery and iron will. He would be rewarded with 2 Purple Hearts, a Bronze Star, and a Distinguished Service Cross. These are achievements that would make the greatest war heroes blush at the thought of having such a revered soldier as Lincoln Clay fighting by their side. It's these very achievements that will introduce Lincoln to what would soon be one of his closest friends, a man by the name of John Donovan.
Donovan? John?
Well, when did you meet Lincoln Clay?
1966. I was running Black Ops out of Laos on behalf of the CIA. He was loaned out to me via joint CIA-DOD task force.
Lincoln would first meet Donovan in 1966. At this time, John Donovan was running Black Ops operations out of Laos on behalf of the CIA. Lincoln was lent out to him on behalf of a joint CIA-DOD task force. Donovan and Lincoln would come to not only highly respect each other, but become very good friends. Lincoln would be trained in psychological warfare as part of his work with Donovan, and the two of them would become a massive force to be reckoned with. Donovan's training alone was more than enough to make sure someone like Lincoln, who, as he put it, was the type of person you point in the right direction and get the fuck out of their way, had the Viet Cong and NVA completely terrified. While Lincoln's reason for joining the military might have been to find a purpose, to finally know what it feels like to belong, to fight that feeling of wondering why you were just thrown away and abandoned as a child like he was, to be freed from his own personal pain and torrent of constant questions, all Lincoln was really met with was more anguish. He may have been someone who thrived as a soldier and excelled in times of conflict, but at his core, he would never really be the same. Father James, being a distinguished war hero himself, would enlighten us on the thoughts and feelings soldiers returning home would soon have to face, a reality that none of them are properly prepared for.
Imagine being trapped in a dark room and there's no way out. And every fear, every nightmare you ever had is in that room with you. And there's no escape from any of it. And then one day, a door opens and you're free to go. Just like that. The thing is, You made your peace with your terror and your fear of death. And now part of you is afraid to leave it behind. But what choice do you have? Every soldier has to walk through that door, one way or another.
The father's description of a soldier's own struggles returning home from wartime is but a small glimpse. It's a perspective that's broadened and further deepened by the horror stories of what Lincoln personally saw or had to deal with. Throughout the documentary and the game itself, there'd be accounts of Vietnamese women callously throwing their own children into a pond to secure a spot for herself and a pig on an American helicopter, explaining she can always make another baby but she can't find another pig, or stories of other women stepping into a GI bar and unexpectedly blowing soldiers up with a grenade. And then there's Donovan himself, explaining his own tactics of extracting valuable information out of NVA informants. Tactics Lincoln was undoubtedly well versed in, that was various methods of torture. While he left to find a purpose, he may have lost another part of him, and without even realizing it. At one point, Lincoln would even describe having a recurring nightmare returning home from Vietnam. In this dream that he describes, he's back sleeping in a foxhole in Vietnam. He's suddenly awakened to see many dark figures surrounding him. They come out of the shadows, and while he does his best to fight them off, they hold him down and tie him up. They stuff a muddy rag in his mouth to make sure he can't warn the men sleeping next to him. Then he's forced to listen as the men next to him that he couldn't warn die one by one. It's undeniable Lincoln is suffering from PTSD, as many soldiers would, especially those taking part in Black Ops operations, with the minuscule details we do know involving some forms of torture. But in 1968, just 2 years after meeting and working with John Donovan, Lincoln Clay would finally return home to New Bordeaux. Now, the plan was initially to just briefly visit so he could give his adopted family members, Sammy and Ellis Robinson, a proper goodbye. Lincoln had met a friend in the service who promised him a job at the Mare Island shipyard in California. New Bordeaux could have been nothing but painful memories and ghosts for Lincoln, so a fresh start to an honest life would have done him good, something positive to look forward to. Unfortunately, though, when Lincoln returned home, Sammy and Alice were in a bad spot. They've been dealing with some problems with the Haitians for quite some time. Initially starting off as a few robberies here and there within the Hollow, the Haitian activity has exploded into them going after the lottery, which in turn was affecting Sammy's ability to pay up to Sal Marcano. The Haitians were not only causing the Hollow to be seen as much more dangerous, but was putting Sammy and the Black Mob in a very dangerous position against the man who ran the whole city. Lincoln would decide to extend his stay. He would personally see to it these Haitians were dealt with, Sammy and Sal were settled, and once everything was much more calm and at ease, then he would officially give his adopted father and brother a heartfelt farewell. Seemed fair enough, but as Father James put it, Lincoln's decision to get involved with the Haitians and Sal Marcano on behalf of Sammy was quite possibly his biggest mistake. That would hold to deep ramifications for everyone felt in every corner of New Bordeaux.
I've spent the last 48 years pursuing Lincoln Clay because he's a criminal. It's horrible what happened to him, but you know something? I think that when Sammy, Ellis, and Danny Burke were killed, it revealed who Lincoln Clay really was. A monster.
There's no better time than now to introduce Jonathan McGuire. Lincoln Clay would come to be this man's bane of existence. Where Father James is valuable in providing insight to Lincoln Clay's upbringing and activities from a more sympathetic perspective, John Donovan is helpful by being a valuable source. He directly aided Lincoln in his quest to methodically dismantle the Marcano crime family, and his testimony that he provided during his hearing before the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence in August of 1971 would be invaluable in helping everyone establish a timeline for the actions of Lincoln Clay in 1968, as well as a fundamental understanding of how the Marcanos ran New Bordeaux. Nonetheless, Jonathan McGuire was recruited to the FBI straight out of college in 1966. His first assignment with the Bureau would place him in Chicago until he was sent down to New Bordeaux in 1968. Initially, McGuire's attention was actually caught by the Marcanos. A woman would share the night Sammy's bar burned down. She would notice Sal, his son Giorgi Marcano, and another unknown associate was seen fleeing the burning building. Interested in the source of why a powerful man such as Sal Marcano, also a white man, would be seen leaving and burning building in the region of New Bordeaux dominated by a population of black citizens. McGuire would prepare to bring up charges against Marcano when he's stonewalled by the corrupt Judge Holden, whom Sal Marcano had in his back pocket. This is of course information that was unknown to Jonathan McGuire at the time, but it's interesting to realize Lincoln Clay only caught McGuire's attention because they were essentially after the same guy. Just Lincoln was able to bring down the mob and reach Sal Marcano in a way no one else could or really be willing to. The actual how, when, and why, from Lincoln's perspective anyways, would come from John Donovan's testimony, supplemented by a few key details by Father James. According to the father, after Lincoln helped deal with the Haitians by killing what was believed to be their leader, a man by the name of Baca, when he returns to Sammy with the news things should return to normal in the Hollow, he's met with the news Sal Marcano wants to meet with him. Sal has a plan in mind that'll not only earn enough money to square things up between the black mob and the Italian mob, who haven't received a payment from the black mob in 3 months, but this job would earn more than enough money anybody involved could ever know what to do with. And it was a job that can only be achieved with the help of the black mob. So at the humble request of Sal Marcano, Lincoln would go and meet with him as a representative of the black mob. During this meeting, Lincoln would meet with one of the underbosses that would later help him retake the city from Sal Marcano. This man was none other than Vito Scaletta. Lincoln was straight out of the military, and he would share his achievements with Vito, who himself served in the military during World War II. While Vito was initially impressed with Lincoln's glorious military service, the tone of this meeting would be undermined by the rocky relationship between Sal and Vito. Following Vito's actions in Empire Bay, he was exiled by the Commission down to New Bordeaux, placed as a lieutenant of Sal Marcano's. Out of respect for Leo Galante, who arranged all of this, Sal would accept Vito and give him the River Road district of New Bordeaux. Despite accepting Vito as part of his organization, deep down Sal mistrusted Vito. He believed Vito was placed there as a mole for the Commission, since as a way to keep a close eye on Sal Marcano and report back to the Commission on any transgressions Sal may be committing against the Commission. Paranoid of Vito's intentions and describing the man as an asshole and pain in his ass since he was sent down from the Commission 15 years ago, there was nothing Sal could really do about Vito. Whether he liked it or not, Vito was a made man and cannot be touched. He's not allowed to be killed without due cause and approval from the Commission. Sal Marcano would, however, find the proper due cause with this very job he summoned Lincoln Clay for. This is the introduction to the heist on the Federal Reserve. Sal would share with Lincoln twice a year there's some amount of cash taken out of circulation. This cash shipment, intended to be destroyed, is sent to the Federal Reserve here in New Bordeaux, and it's expected to arrive within the next few days. The shipment itself is just a front though. Sal's real goal is to use this shipment as a front to gain access to the Federal Reserve's vault, and steal whatever isn't nailed down. According to their calculations, there's an estimated $6 to $7 million within, or a modern $54.3 or $63.3 million. Vito is going to front most of the cash and already provided the code to the vault. The black mob was already helping by one of Sammy's men grabbing the uniforms worn by Georgie and Lincoln Clay the day of the robbery, and another of Sammy's men, working as a janitor within the Federal Reserve, provided a rough layout of the building. Thomas Burke, leader of the Irish mob, would also lend a hand in this job. The history behind Thomas Burke and Sal Marcano could be described as once mutually beneficial. That was until Thomas Burke botched a smuggling job that costed Sal a lot of money. As punishment, Sal took the district of Port Verdun from Thomas and placed it under the control of Roman the Butcher Barbieri. Barbieri didn't exactly like Thomas Burke, so taking Point Verdun from him wasn't enough. He would break one of Thomas's legs, giving the man a permanent limp. Handicapped and ashamed of what happened, Thomas desperately wanted to return to Sal's good graces, hoping that if he partook in the robbery of the Federal Reserve, and if it was a success, then just maybe Sal Marcano would return Point Verdun to Thomas Burke. So, Thomas would offer his son Danny to aid in the robbery, and Danny's position would be to situate a powerful drill Thomas Burke engineered in order to create a hole in the floor of the Federal Reserve's vault where Lincoln and Georgie would throw the stolen money down into. At the bottom of said hole, Ellis and Danny would be catching the cash in a boat ready to make a swift getaway. Everything was planned and set. Something that made this job somewhat easier between everyone doing all the heavy lifting was They were all close friends. Alice, Danny, Georgie, and Lincoln all knew each other and spent much time together before Lincoln was shipped off to Vietnam. This is worth pointing out because everything that transpires later on only makes the betrayal that much more sinister. But with everything seemingly taken care of and Lincoln's acceptance of helping with this job, there was one more thing Sal had to address in this meeting. Sal has been growing increasingly dissatisfied with how Sammy has been running Delray Hollow. Approaching the topic very respectfully, aware of how deep Lincoln's love for the man that took him in is, Sal would propose, with the success of the Federal Reserve heist concluded, perhaps Lincoln would be willing to accept the position of running Delray Hollow, effectively replacing Sammy. In an effort to appease Lincoln's doubt, Sal would make it clear the Federal Reserve job would give Sammy more than enough to comfortably retire, and if Lincoln had any doubts beyond that, Sammy and Sal go way back, so Sammy would understand this decision. There would be no cause for concern for Lincoln.
I want you to run the holler. I can't do that. He took me in when I had nowhere else to go. Treated me like a son. I'm sorry, Mr. Marcano. I can't do that to him.
Well, shit, son.
Unaware of this rejection of Sal's offer would put Lincoln Clay, Sammy, and Ellis Robinson, the whole black mob, and Danny Burke on Sal Marcano's shit list right next to Vito Scaletta. No one denies what Sal Marcano wants, no matter. Everyone involved with this robbery all believe it's for the money inside the vault. In secrecy between Sal and Georgie, what they were really after was the money plates inside the Federal Reserve vaults. Once in Sal's possession, he could run a successful money counterfeit operation to fund his plans of building a casino and getting out of this criminal life. Lincoln's rejection to run the Hollow could have been seen as disrespectful or just leaving Delray Hollow in a position of uncertainty from Sal's position. Building the casino, he would have needed security and allegiance from all of his lieutenants, a risk he couldn't afford to take. He needed a level of loyalty and security that was extremely high because the commission would not have approved the casino he was building, plus gambling was illegal, so there was a lot Sal had to already deal with, let alone leave any loose ends up in the air. Sammy's inability to handle the Haitians, while Lincoln's rejection to take over out of the love and loyalty to Sammy meant a hostile takeover of Delray Hollow was in order. The day the heist took place, everything began smoothly. The uniforms and IDs worked out. The money Vito provided allowed Georgie and Lincoln to gain access to the burn room, which was right next to the vault, and the code for the vault Vito procured worked like a charm. The first of two problems arose when Georgie sent Lincoln out of the vault to gather up some cash from a neighboring room. While Lincoln was distracted, Georgie would open up the cage inside the vault that stored the money plates that he was after. It just so happened that cage was on a separate alarm system, resulting in the room being flooded by armed police. The pair would be able to defend themselves from the waves of guards, but with the alarm going off, it restricted their ability to leave out of the front door. So, Danny Burke would decide to plant some dynamite to blow a hole big enough in the vault's floor to both allow the money and men to escape that way. The plan didn't go as expected though. Instead of the hole getting bigger, it instead brought the entire vault down, which caused a huge chunk of cement to pin Danny's leg, effectively breaking it, making him unable to walk. Despite these hiccups, the robbery would be a success. Under the cover of Mardi Gras, the robbers were able to hide from pursuing police within the crowd and make their way all the way back to Sammy's bar. They did at one point get separated from Georgie, but he would end up showing back up at Sammy's bar with his father sometime later. Sal would bring an associate of his to collect his money, and this associate would be Richie Doucette. He's the unidentified man the woman who identified Sal and Georgie leaving Sammy's bar turns out to be. But as the group celebrates a robbery that would, in essence, change all of their lives, Richie Doucette began to pack up Sal's portion of the money. Sal would begin to exchange words with Sammy, lulling him into a false sense of security, and concluding the exchange with a hug, a predetermined signal for Georgie to understand the time to act is now. As Ellis goes to get liquor off the top shelf behind the bar, with his back turned to everyone else, Georgie would comment on how his friend, Lincoln Clay, is the baddest motherfucker he's ever laid his eyes on, but he shouldn't have said no. At which point he pulls a pistol out and fires point blank at Lincoln's head. The bullet wouldn't be fatal, at least not instantly. Lincoln would be knocked unconscious, and while dazed on the floor, he'd catch glimpses of his closest loved ones die. Sammy would be stabbed by Richie Doucette while Georgie's seen dealing with Danny. Lincoln blacks out again to see his adopted father crawling on the ground, already shot at least twice in the back. Sammy's bleeding, attempting to get away, while Sal's standing menacingly over him. He'd execute Sammy with 3 more gunshots to the back of his head. at which point Richie Doucette packs up all the cash and Georgie lights the bar on fire. Dazed and bleeding from the gunshot wound to his head, Lincoln would have been claimed by the fire, making his fate no different than Sammy, Ellis, and Danny. But his father James shares, by the chance of luck, divine providence, or a force even he couldn't explain, he was brought to Sammy's bar that night. He would venture into the burning building and upon seeing Lincoln moving around, would pull him out of the fire. Lincoln would be conscious just long enough to tell the father to contact John Donovan. It's a phone call the father would come to regret making for the rest of his life.
Sal Marcano deserves to die. I won't argue otherwise. Kill him. But let that be the end of it.
That's not enough!
It's enough if you say it's enough.
After being pulled out of the fire at Sammy's by the father, for the next few months, Lincoln would be nursed back to health by Father James, praying over him and making sure he returns from the brink of death. It's worth highlighting the magnitude of the time Lincoln spent in the father's care. Not only did months fly by with major events occurring in this new world that Lincoln was awakening to, but he would even gain consciousness from time to time to witness such events, watching the death of the civil rights leader Martin Luther King and the subsequent riots that transpired after his death that erupted all across the nation, or the assassination of U.S. politician Bobby Kennedy, were all things Lincoln would watch from the weakened state of his bed. As he slowly began to grow in strength, opening his eyes, being able to use his arms, and once ready begin the arduous task of learning how to walk again, the reality of this world he's really waking up to would begin to dawn on him. It's much darker, and he's more isolated than ever before. His closest loved ones, Sammy and Ellis Robinson, and both friends, Georgie Marcano and Danny Burke, were all gone. 3 of them were killed and callously left to burn down with the building Lincoln is referred to as home close to a decade at this point. Sadness and confusion would soon give way to a boundless rage. There was no more time for mourning his lost loved ones. Now was the time to reflect the feeling of losing everything on the people responsible. The father, seeing Lincoln seething with rage, would warn him this is a path of anger and vengeance that if he goes down you can never return from. Lincoln would respond by sharing words the father would admit he's been trying to prove Lincoln wrong all about for the next 40 years. That turning the other cheek and not fighting doesn't work. Not in the real world. No matter how much Father James wishes that wasn't how things were, what happened with Sal Marcano proved to Lincoln otherwise. With these words, his mind is made up. John Donovan would take Lincoln to the charred remains of Sammy's bar to retrieve his stuff. Now was the time for war. As he walked through the burned bar, more of what happened that night would come back to him. Lincoln felt responsible for all of this. He would relive the moment Ellis was stabbed, Danny was shot, and Sammy was crawling for his life. He'd go down to the basement where he would shave off his beard. Slowly and methodically, he would shave the sides of his head, highlighting the scar he was left with by the bullet Georgie fired at him. As his blade runs along the length of this painful memory, Lincoln would recall the conversation Sammy had with him before shipping out to Vietnam. Sammy would offer Lincoln a pocket watch he's had on him for many years. He wanted Lincoln to take it as a form of good luck charm. While wrapping it in the young Lincoln's hands, Sammy's words of Lincoln never being alone no matter how he felt would ring out.
I know you think you're alone in this world, Lincoln, but you're not. You never will be.
Ironic as a friend did this to him, and he must have felt a deep sense of remorse for the fate of his adopted family members. With a final deep breath and a look of determination, Lincoln set out to meet with Donovan. Donovan had been doing his homework on the entire city while Lincoln was recovering. He scraped together 3 prospects that could help prove to be of some use in their endeavor to dethrone Sal Marcano's empire. Lincoln's first concern was retaking the Del Rey Hollow from whoever assumed its head since the death of Sammy. With the collapse of the Black Mob following Sammy's killing, Del Rey Hollow had been placed under the control of the Dixie Mafia. Since they have taken over, the Hollow's been in the worst position it has ever been. The Dixie Mafia has been peddling heroin all around the district, trying to get as many people hooked on this stuff as they possibly could. Luckily, Lincoln just might be able to find an ally in the Haitians. Despite him killing their leader Baca, they never actually went away. They just laid low, and now they appeared to have a new leader, making some sort of resurgence and being a pain in the ass for the Dixie Mafia. The only problem is Donovan hasn't had any success in identifying who their new leader is. With him being white, the amount of progress he's been able to make in identifying their leader has come to a standstill, especially with the growing resentment between the local population and the Dixie Mafia, who Donovan could easily be mistaken as being a part of for just being white. So if you wanted to figure out who was in charge of the Haitians, Lincoln would have to do the remaining legwork. After interrogating a local foot soldier, Lincoln would discover their new leader was operating out of a local voodoo shop. Lincoln would break in and wait in the upstairs bedroom ready to speak with the Haitians' new leader. As it turns out, their leader isn't new, nor is it a person Lincoln has seen for the first time. Cassandra has been in charge of the Haitians since the days they were causing problems for Sammy. Baca was just a fall guy. The night Lincoln arrived to kill the Haitian leader, Cassandra hid in a cabinet, pretending to be held against her will as a prisoner of Baca, whom Lincoln believed was the leader of the Haitian mob. With her admittance to being in charge and surprised that Lincoln is in fact alive and well, the two of them would come to strike a deal. Cassandra would provide Lincoln full access to all of her resources, her men, connections, weapons, and a place to stay from time to time. Considering the only ones giving the Dixie Mafia any type of resistance within the Delray Hollow was in fact the Haitians, this was the best opportunity for Lincoln to take back the Hollow. In exchange for Cassandra's help, Lincoln would let her run Delray Hollow however she saw fit, no questions asked, as soon as the Dixie Mafia was taken care of. Now, admittedly, it was an agreement that was shaky, to say the least. Many of the Haitians were aware Lincoln was responsible for the death of Baca, and convincing them to work with, let alone be under the person who was actively attempting to kill all of them months ago, would not be easy. Many of them also still had a very negative perception of Sammy Robinson, whom they believed was a traitor, as there's racial reasons behind that. However, the start of winning over their help would begin through Cassandra. She would inform Lincoln the leader of the Dixie Mafia, Richie Doucette, the same man that had stabbed Ellis Robinson to death the night of Sal Marcano's betrayal, is responsible for the death of her sister as well. But Richie Doucette is no idiot. He knows the Delray Hollow isn't exactly safe for him, so he stays constantly on the move, making it difficult to pinpoint where he's at any given moment. But if Lincoln can take out the two rackets he's established within the Hollow, maybe they can draw him out. The first racket he would target is an old theater named Perlas. The theater was named after Sammy's wife, and since the Dixie Mafia took over it, they transformed it into a whorehouse. Their other racket was established in a community church, which would turn out to be the center of their heroin operation. If Lincoln could disrupt these rackets, Cassandra would send some of her men to overrun the location to ensure it didn't fall back into the Dixie Mafia's hands. Now, as for Lincoln, he wouldn't just successfully knock out both rackets, but with the help of John Donovan, would learn to tap phone lines. And he would do so eventually all across the city, but the origins of him doing this would begin here in the Delray Hollow. This would come into great effect as Lincoln ascends up the Marcano crime family hierarchy, as Donovan would continuously provide valuable confidential information on each target. Surprisingly though, the final piece of where Richie Doucette was hiding wouldn't come from Donovan. It would come from a captured foot soldier within the Dixie Mafia. Following Lincoln's disruption of the Dixie Mafia's rackets in the Hollow, the organization was severely handicapped in the capital it was earning, which in turn made them unable to pay Sal Marcano. A fallout between Georgie Marcano and Richie Doucette would happen, causing Richie to retreat to the old abandoned Baron Saturday's Fun Park, a defunct amusement park on the boundaries between the Bayou and Delray Hollow. He's held up here with as much men as he could gather and whatever remained of his heroin. Since Georgie promised to kill Richie, Richie hoped to skip town. That was until Lincoln Clay arrived and slaughtered every single one of his men, and would string Richie Doucette up by his neck at the top of the Ferris wheel.
I watched you stab Ellis in the gut. I couldn't do nothing about it then, but I sure as hell can now.
God damn it! None of that was my idea, you hear? It was all Georgie, him and his old man. They wanted y'all gone, not me. What was I supposed to do? Say no?
Either that or make sure that I was dead.
Oh, no. No, please. Please, listen. Just decent thing would be to let a man get in a prayer before you kill him.
You can pray on the way up.
From this point forward, every one of Sal Marcano's capos, lieutenants, and racket leaders were all at war against the Phantom. The very public hanging of Richie Doucette was a message, displayed loud and proud that all who served Sal Marcano would soon join Richie. As McGuire would later share, the death of Richie Doucette was suspicious from the start. The mob waged wars on each other all the time, with bloodshed being a typical currency you'd come to be familiar with. But they were all self-contained events. He didn't believe Richie's murder was a mob hit job. It would definitely catch his interest. However, Lincoln was believed to be dead. The FBI didn't have a file on him, and all of Lincoln's military training, especially the detailed information on his training in psychological warfare, was all unknown to McGuire, since Lincoln's records were all classified. And so, Lincoln had a distinct advantage where no one would ever expect him as the one responsible for Richie's death or a few more subsequent lieutenants. No matter. With the death of Richie Doucette, the Hollow was now Cassandra's to rule over. Lincoln, at this time, would add one more condition to her reign now. Going after Sal Marcano would not be a cheap fare. He's essentially launching a war and expects a portion of everything Cassandra makes within the Hollow. Cassandra would accept, and so would conclude the business in Delray Hollow. Officially retaking the district, Lincoln referred to as his home for the last decade or so. With his home turf safely out of Marcano's influence, now was the time to scout for more prospects. Luckily for Lincoln, Donovan would be there to supply. Since the Federal Reserve heist, everyone involved in that job outside of Sal and Georgie Marcano have ended up in a far worse position than before. The job that was meant to get them out from under Sal's heel actually put them right on his execution list. Arguably the worst of the two, whom were somewhat still around from that job, would be Vito. Vito and Sal hated each other. Vito would use all of his savings to cover the cost of the Federal Reserve heist, and by doing so he would put himself in a very vulnerable position. Despite helping with that job, he was still expected to kick up to Sal Marcano. Sal, in a very strategic move to finally rid this man of his life and organization, refused to pay Vito his cut of that job under the guise of not wanting to arouse suspicion, implying Vito would foolishly go out and just splurge the money he earned from this job on expensive vehicles and women, drawing unwanted attention. This meant all the money Vito lost would not be replenished, at least not immediately. This was all intentional. It was meant to further hinder Vito's ability to pay Sal his kickback, which would only get worse when Sal would also send in his nephew, Michael Greco, to quote-unquote help Vito run the operation of River Row. In reality, Michael Greco and his men were slowly taking over Vito's operations, further limiting his ability to pay up to Sal. Vito had already wasted all his savings. His rackets were slowly being taken over by Michael Greco, and this was all affecting his ability to pay Sal. The reason why Sal wanted to make sure that this happened was so Sal could provide the lack of payment to him by Vito to the Commission, which would then be grounds for the Commission to finally let Sal kill Vito, thus eliminating a man he so intensely despised and sees as a mole for the Commission. Left with no more money to run, his quote-unquote official rackets taken over by Greco's men, Vito would manage to last a few more months by paying using off-the-book rackets he had. This still wouldn't be too much to keep Sal happy for that long. As Lincoln Clay was recovering from his gunshot wounds, Vito was beginning to live on borrowed time. Once Lincoln moved his attention over to Vito and taking over the River Road district of New Bordeaux, it would arrive to recruit Vito just in time. Greco was already making moves to silence Vito once and for all. Vito had been beaten, tied up, and locked inside the freezer of his own restaurant. Lincoln would kill all of Greco's men and let Vito out of the freezer, but this of course came with a small cost. Lincoln would propose a deal not entirely different from what he had proposed Cassandra before. Together, he and Vito would establish a foothold here in River Road District, return the entire district under the control of Vito, and in exchange for this, Vito would provide Lincoln Clay full access to men, connections, weapons, and safe houses. And of course, some kickback to fund the larger operation against the Marcanos. Vito would agree to all of this on one condition. Sal's nephew, the man that has been taking over Vito's rackets, is Vito's to kill. If Lincoln promises to bring him Greco, Vito would pledge his loyalty. And so, repeating as he had done before, Lincoln would target the two rackets Michael Greco took over from Vito. Just as doing so in Delray Hollow affected Richie Doucette's ability to kick up to Sal, thus causing Georgie to want Richie killed, Greco would be placed in a very similar position. The only difference here was where there was rumors Georgie wanted Richie killed, Sal on the other hand was much more proactive. He would actively send men to go and kill his nephew. Now, despite Greco being Sal Marcano's nephew, he was a nephew by marriage, not by blood, and he's proven to be quite useless, so there was no love lost on Sal's part concerning the death of Greco. Had it not been for Vito being so determined to capture Greco, Sal would have just had him killed, denying Vito his revenge and rejecting Lincoln some valuable information. You see, while interrogating Michael Greco, Vito would ask him why Sal wanted Vito dead so badly out of nowhere. Sure, they hated each other, but not to the point of jumping through every hoop to immediately kill Vito Scaletta. Greco would share the increased drive in whacking Scaletta was because Sal was afraid he was aware of him building the casino to the north of the city and would inform the commission of what he was doing. So he was putting an increased drive and emphasis on making sure Vito Scaletta, who he believed was a mole, would be killed. This new piece of information would ultimately change Lincoln and Donovan's tactics in going after Marcano. Well, the bigger picture was to systematically and methodically retake districts of the city from Sal Marcano and place them under Lincoln Clay's own underbosses and killing all of the people Sal Marcano ever loved and respected. The tactics behind it would now change. As Donovan would later share with the committee, financially Sal was in a tough spot. Between the bribes he was paying for gambling to be legalized and the money needed to pay off the commission, Sal was stretched thin as it was. Targeting various entities tied to the construction of Sal's casino plans would simultaneously run his financial well dry while completely destroying the future he's staking so much in, putting Sal in a position where he would have to make very tough decisions that ultimately would limit the options he had. With River Row and Delray Hollow under Lincoln's control, he'd then head to the district of Point Verdun next to meet with Thomas Burke. Now, since the night of Sal's betrayal, Thomas has been a wreck. He pledged his son to be a part of the job he hoped would restore him in Sal's good graces, but it just left him worse off. Danny was killed, and Thomas, despondent at his son's death, would venture into a deli owned by Roman the Butcher Barbieri with a gun. Now, considering this whole stunt by Thomas happened while Thomas was completely shit-faced, all Thomas managed to hit with the gun he fired was a ham hock in a deli case, resulting in Roman's men beating the hell out of him and throwing him in a dumpster. Since then, he spent most of his time wallowing away at a dive bar. When Lincoln catches up to Thomas, it's clear he's still lost deep in his own pain. He'd share with Lincoln his son was so badly burned the coroner refused to let him see him. He doesn't want to get involved with Lincoln. He blames what happened to Danny on him, and he would attempt to drive away. But he's so drunk he can't find his keys, allowing Lincoln to take the wheel and scare Thomas into agreeing to hear him out. Thomas would relent, and the two would meet the following day at Thomas's scrapyard. Here, Thomas would share everything he knows about Barbieri. It's clear the hatred he has for his replacement still runs very deep. Barbieri, as it turns out, stole the moonshining operation from Thomas Burke, which is one of his rackets he still runs out of Point Verdun to kick up to Sal. The other one of his rackets is a slaughterhouse. Repeating what he had done before, Lincoln would target both of these rackets, which in turn would piss Barbieri off, and upon hearing his rackets were being not just disrupted but stolen by what appeared to be Thomas Burke's own men, Barbieri would give Burke a phone call. During this phone call, Barbieri would inform Burke he's coming to a scrapyard where the two of them can settle their score man to man. Burke would taunt Barbieri over the phone and tell him he'd be there waiting. This would piss Lincoln off, since, as he put it, you never tell your enemy where and when an ambush would be waiting, and Burke's recklessness can get them all killed. Burke would just smirk and scoff at Lincoln, tap him lightly on the face, and say, yes, he might get them killed.
You could get us all killed.
Aye, that I could.
Barbieri was a man of his word. Shortly after this interaction, he would personally launch an assault on Burke's scrapyard. Thanks to Lincoln's help, his attack was a massive failure, with waves of his men wiped out and Barbieri taken as Burke's prisoner. Burke would slowly torture Barbieri to death. Many years later, McGuire would share Barbieri's body wasn't found until the 1980s. It was stuffed inside of the trunk of a vehicle the Army Corps of Engineers pulled out of the bottom of the Mississippi River. While no one was able to properly piece together what happened to Barbieri, his remains were found to have both of his legs broken so many times there was barely any bone left. It was evident, for those that knew, Thomas Burke did in fact get his revenge. The death of Barbieri would conclude with Thomas Burke joining Lincoln Clay. Thus, the districts of Delray Hollow, River Row, and now Point Verdun were all safely out of the hands of Sal Marcano's influence. Now was the time to consolidate his alliance. Lincoln would call a sit-down at an old plantation house outside of New Bordeaux. This was neutral territory for all three of his new underbosses, and far from anyone that would be potentially spying for Sal Marcano. Initially, the alliances beginning between Thomas Burke, Vito Scaletta, and the woman known as Cassandra was uneasy. Cassandra distrusted Thomas and Vito. Both were formerly Sal's lieutenants. Vito's men had killed countless of her men, all because quote-unquote Sal told him to, while Vito had no respect for Thomas, who he refers to as derogatively. Lincoln, having no time for their crap, would remind all of them, while they may not trust each other, they must not forget that he doesn't trust any of them. But that doesn't change how he stopped Barbieri's operation, saved Vito from the freezer, and killed Richie Doucette while eradicating the entire Dixie Mafia from the Del Rey Hollow. If they don't like the plan, or if they don't like to work with each other, they are all free to go. But if they leave, Lincoln's adding their name to his hit list right under Marcano's. The hatred for Marcano far dwarfs any distrust they have between each other, so they all choose to sit down and listen to Lincoln's plan. Here, Lincoln laid it all out for them. They're going after Marcano's entire empire from the base and working their way up. First, his lieutenants, next his capos, and finally Sal Marcano would be isolated and alone. As Lincoln takes out the lieutenants and capos, he'll make the decision on which of the three underbosses gets control of the day-to-day and which district, along with the rackets within said district. But that would mean he's counting on them to hold on to their new territory and make sure Sal doesn't claim it back. Similar to the fate of the districts Lincoln put within their possession to begin with, he expected a kickback of everything they earned within all the districts under their control. During this meeting, Lincoln would also debrief them on the casino Sal Marcano was building. All of his plans to take down Marcano's empire was strategically designed to go after the plans of constructing this casino. Knowing this building was an emotional attachment to Sal Marcano, as they start chipping away more and more at the prospect of this thing going up successfully, the more Sal would become emotional. Having such an emotional attachment to said thing would ultimately cause him to make many mistakes. When the time is right, they'll deal with him.
And the systematic killing of Marcano's capos and lieutenants, that was part of the plan.
Well, you weren't playing fucking patty cake, Christ. Look, you want to bring somebody down, you destroy the foundation they're standing on. It's the same basic op we ran over in Nam.
At the base of Marcano's operations were the names of Enzo Conti, Frank Pagani, and Tony D'Orazio. Each in charge of their own district, each had some hand in not just Marcano's larger operation, but the construction of the casino. According to John Donovan, Enzo Conti was a 61-year-old traditional mobster. Out of the three lieutenants, he's the one that potentially could be flipped. Enzo Conti ran the Barclay Mills district, and it was through his trains that all the heavy construction equipment and supplies for the casino, such as the steel and concrete molds, came into New Bordeaux. Such items were worth millions of dollars, so Enzo Conti had to trust all of these shipments with someone. They couldn't be placed in Sal's name as he was a felon, but Donovan wasn't able to properly pinpoint who this person was because the paperwork was a giant maze. So the only person that can identify the figure that was receiving these items on behalf of Sal was Enzo Conti. Luckily, after hearing what happened to Sammy Robinson, Enzo became wary of his position working with Marcano. He started to firmly believe with the construction of Marcano's casino and his attempt at going legitimate, everyone involved would in the end up getting screwed, save for Sal and his son Georgie. Given enough trouble, Enzo Conti might be able to be flipped. After Lincoln started to attack Enzo's train yards and waste disposal business, Enzo was placed in a position very similar to Michael Greco, where Sal started to send hitmen after him. Enzo would strike a deal with Lincoln. If he helps him get out of the city, he'll tell Lincoln who received the construction material. Lincoln would agree, and the two of them would fight their way through Sal's hitmen. Now, the whole time with Enzo was different, to say the least. Enzo was somewhat open with Lincoln, on account of Enzo having history with Sammy Robinson. Enzo respected the man, and he would share the love and admiration Sammy had for Lincoln, even telling him Sammy loved him more than he would ever know. He provides some reassurance beyond just what Donovan was providing, that what happened to Sammy and Ellis wasn't Lincoln's fault, and none of them, especially Sammy, didn't deserve what happened. Enzo would provide one more apology before he prepares to leave New Bordeaux, enjoying his life of retirement. As he begins to leave, he'll inform Lincoln the person that received the shipments on behalf of Sal Marcano was in fact Remy Duval. Remy Duval owns the land the casino's being built off of. He owns the construction company, and as long as all of that is in his name, he knows Sal can't touch him. Remy lives up in the area of Frisco Fields, but Olivia Marcano, Sal's sister-in-law, is keeping close tabs on him. They can't afford Sal's only legitimate business partner to get into any trouble, so Olivia's making sure Remy stays low-key. If Lincoln is to go after Remy, Olivia would be right there. So when he's ready to venture into Frisco Fields and deal with Sal Marcano's legitimate business partner, Lincoln better be prepared to deal with whatever Olivia Marcano would throw at him. With the departure of Enzo Conti, Lincoln and his underbosses next looked to the downtown district of New Bordeaux. And thanks to the surveillance Donovan was running, they knew that this district was under the control of Tony DeRazio. DeRazio is the lieutenant that reports directly to Lou Marcano. Lou, or Uncle Lou, as he was known all around the city, became the face of New Bordeaux over the years. This cultivated a very positive public opinion of Lou, but behind closed doors, Lou is in charge of grooming politicians and bigwigs in New Bordeaux to use to Sal's advantage. According to Jonathan McGuire, he established ties to various influential figures within New Bordeaux, including politicians, lawyers, bankers, and merchants, using his accountant, Tony DeRazio, to bribe corrupt city officials. All of Lou's rackets were ran in the French Ward District for the VIP and special clientele privileges. But in order for Lincoln, Donovan, and the rest of Lincoln's crew to even gain access to the French Ward, let alone Uncle Lou himself, DeRazio had to be dealt with first. But as per usual, DeRazio was a difficult target to get to. He was always barricaded in his penthouse in the Royal Hotel. The hotel itself was crawling with DeRazio's men, and if Lincoln somehow managed to get past all of them, he would then need a special code to gain access to the elevator, as that was under restricted access. But DeRazio had a temper. Donovan mentioned he had watched DeRazio for over a month, and within that time span, he only left the hotel one time, and that was because one of his men had fucked up. This prompted DeRazio to leave just to go and punish the offender. If Lincoln could interfere with the businesses DeRazio was using as fronts to launder Lou's money, it could be his way to trick DeRazio into leaving the building, giving Lincoln an opportunity to deal with the man outside the hotel, where his protection was the strongest. Later on in 1971, during Donovan's testimony with the committee, he would enlighten them on what happened to DeRazio. Following Lincoln's efforts to stop the cash flow of DeRazio's blackmail and construction rackets in his district, DeRazio would kill one of his underbosses. Then he would place a man by the name of Dominic in charge of collecting any outstanding money owed to him. He would instruct Dominic to deliver all this cash directly to him at his penthouse in the Royal Hotel. Now, Dominic's car was familiar to the security guard watching the entrance to the Royal Hotel's parking garage, and Dominic was provided with a special code by DeRazio in order to access the elevator, giving him a straight shot to DeRazio's penthouse. If Lincoln was able to steal Dominic's car, he'd be able to bypass the men in the lobby, gaining access to the parking garage, and from Dominic, he would also be able to gain that code to the elevator. As Lincoln was heading up to DeRazio's penthouse, DeRazio didn't catch him coming up the elevator. He was too preoccupied with putting together the final payments for the politicians in Lou's books, who would make sure the legalization of gambling was pushed through as long as DeRazio made sure their payments continued on time, with an increased importance on a judge whose identity was unknown to Lincoln at this time. But as Lincoln made his way through Tony DeRazio's penthouse, he'd come to face fierce resistance by the men guarding DeRazio. However, thanks to Lincoln's military training, he was able to best them and even get a fatal shot off on DeRazio. As DeRazio was bleeding on the floor, he'd comment to Lincoln that no one would notice he's gone. Come tomorrow, he'll be replaced and Lincoln will be right back where he started. Lincoln, after taking DeRazio's personal financial ledger with all of Lou's clients written within it, would pick DeRazio up, tell him he's wrong about no one noticing, and then throws him out the window of his penthouse.
You really think you know how all this is gonna play out, don't you? Idiot! Go ahead. Kill me. I'll be replaced tomorrow. No one will even notice.
You're wrong. Everyone will notice.
War on the streets of our fair city as a gunman stormed the Royal Hotel, killing an untold number of men.
DeRazio's very public death would make national news. Despite Lincoln's actions being highly publicized, even Donovan had no idea how in the world Lincoln was able to escape a hotel of men that quickly flooded the building once Durazio was thrown out of the window, or escape a determined police presence. But did it really matter? Lincoln's miraculous escape was just par for the course. The Marcano criminal empire was being taken down by a phantom. The last of Marcano's lieutenants was Frank Pagani. Frank ran Tickfall Harbor, and he reported to Tommy Marcano, the youngest of Sal's siblings. Frank uses his ship, the Tanager, to smuggle things in and out of New Bordeaux. Now, for the last 8 months, he's been allegedly making trips to Bermuda. In truth, he's been going to Cuba. Sal Marcano used to run the old mob casinos down in Havana, and Donovan believes Frank has been going down to Cuba to bring back whatever's salvageable from the old casinos for the new one Sal is building. Frank isn't currently within the city, he's out on one of those runs. But if Lincoln can go after any businesses tied to stolen cars or freight in the district, it may trigger Frank to return to New Bordeaux. This is precisely what ends up happening. Within the next few days, Frank would return, at which point Lincoln was there waiting for him. After bugging Frank's personal vehicle, Lincoln would track him down at a local garage in Tickfall Harbor. While making his way through the garage, Lincoln would make note of counterfeit money and a press. When he eventually catches up to Frank Pagani, who ended up fleeing in a high-speed car chase, Frank would not only explain all of the equipment Lincoln had seen, but he dropped the bombshell of Georgie stealing the money plates the night of the Federal Reserve heist. According to Frank, Sal set up a counterfeit money operation in order to fund the construction of the hotel, as its construction was becoming too costly for him on account of the bribes and paying off the commission. But the money that was being produced wasn't being produced correctly, so Sal sent Frank to Cuba to smuggle back a man by the name of Alvarez to properly produce a legitimate-looking counterfeit bill. Alvarez, along with the money plates Georgie stole with Lincoln's help, was picked up by Tommy sometime before Lincoln arrived at the garage Frank was hiding in. Before Lincoln can get any information on where Alvarez is being held, Frank would succumb to his wounds inflicted by Lincoln during the car chase. With the death of Frank Pagani, Tickfall Harbor was overtaken by Lincoln. The last of Sal Marcano's lieutenants are completely gone, and the path to Sal's capos was wide open.
I'm of two minds when it comes to Lincoln's legacy. On the one hand, he was a brutal criminal who killed God knows how many people, a new breed of mobster, a prototype for criminals to come. Someone like that doesn't deserve the position history has afforded him. He should be forgotten, erased. But I also understand that Lincoln had a significant impact on the Italian mob in this city. He did what the Bureau wouldn't or couldn't do. He finished them.
While Sal's capos were the bigger fish and the prime targets, there was also people of interest that were vital to Sal's operation. Remember, Remy Duval owned the land and construction company tied to the casino. He was also the only legitimate business partner Sal had. Alvarez was a talented counterfeiter, and there was a federal judge on Sal's payroll who would definitely make sure gambling becomes a legal business venture as long as his identity continues to be protected and his safety is secured. Considering its central location and the importance of the city's elite within the French War District, it seemed like the best place to start. With the fall of the French War District would come the city's corrupted officials and the Santa Claus image of Uncle Lou. While the identity of Uncle Lou's corrupted judge was coded within the ledger of Tony Durazio's, keeping his identity a secret, Donovan had all of Lou's phones tapped. Should Lincoln continue to go after Lou's rackets here within the French ward, and word of what happened to Durazio coming at the hands of someone intentionally going after the Marcano's associates, it may be possible to scare and pressure the judge into contacting Lou and revealing himself to Lincoln and Donovan. While going after these rackets, it could also simultaneously pressure Lou into making some kind of mistake, giving them an opportunity to go after Sal's older brother and thus overtaking the French ward for themselves. The French ward was a tricky district to overtake. Lou's rackets were centered around drugs and sex, with some legitimate bars thrown into the mix. Fortunately for Lincoln, as he was hitting the sex rackets, politicians, bankers, and any other figure with a public image would attempt to distance themselves from Lou and his businesses, avoiding of being sucked into any type of fallout. This is precisely what led to George Cornelius Holden contacting Lou and mentioning over the phone, with the state of the city seemingly collapsing thanks to this Lincoln Clay figure, Lou's brother's case isn't going anywhere. Finally, Lincoln and Donovan not only had a name, but a face. But killing a federal judge wasn't the hardest part about getting rid of Holden. Holden was currently presiding over the Dupree trial. Hollis Dupree was a white man who had gunned down 2 African Americans under the pretense of defending himself. The public sentiment is Dupree was a racist who killed the 2 men who were just asking for help. This is a very closely watched trial, and because of that, Holden has a very high security detail, not just of the police force, but Lou's own best men. If Lincoln manages to kill Holden, it'll definitely kick up a lot of noise, and it'll officially make it clear to Sal he can no longer ignore the hell that's coming for him. Donovan will provide Lincoln with detailed information on the armored car Judge Holden is traveling in, courtesy of Lou Marcano, the window he's scheduled to leave from the courthouse, and the location of Holden's house, a stop that he makes quite frequently. When and how Lincoln decides to deal with Holden is completely left up to him. Lincoln would fight his way through Lou's men and officially silence the corrupted judge. While Holden was a vital asset, he wasn't the only politician in Lou's pocket though. Following Holden's death, Sal would summon his brother, and the 2 of them would get into it on account of Sal losing so much money. The money he's losing is now hitting a point where it's becoming irreplaceable. He's been greasing up Holden for at least months now, and that lifeline is completely gone. Lou would offer a replacement via State Senator Walter Jacobs. Lou mentions Jacobs has a thing for cheating on his wife. He could salvage the situation if Sal greenlights him to throw a quote-unquote political fundraiser for Senator Walter Jacobs on his riverboat. Lou would pick the guest list personally, he'd map out the route of the riverboat down the bayou, he'll get Senator Jacobs laid, and then he'll present him with so much money he can't afford to say no. With no other option, Sal would approve the plan, but he would warn Lou, if this fails, everyone is screwed. Being the right-hand man of Lincoln's operation, Donovan had already surveyed the route of Lou's riverboat beforehand. There was an old coal dumper along the route he had rigged with explosives. When the time was right, all Lincoln had to do was blow the explosives. It should block the riverboat's path, giving Lincoln a chance to board the ship. As per usual, the plan went slightly wrong when the dumper actually hit the boat, causing a fire to break out. Nonetheless, this was how Lincoln was able to gain access to the boat, allowing him to easily dispatch Lou's security detail and make his way over to where Senator Jacobs and Lou Marcano were hiding. Jacobs' body would later be found on the damaged riverboat, badly burned, while Lou Marcano's body would be discovered sometime later. It was badly mutilated and strapped to a statue of former President Andrew Jackson in the French War District. The first of Sal's bloodline has now officially been claimed by Lincoln, and Lou's body was displayed in the district he previously ran, with the sign stating to re-elect the corrupt, now deceased Senator Jacobs. Lou and Jacobs' death sent a shock to Sal's core, but the real blow, emotionally and financially, would come next. Following the takeover of the French War District, Lincoln set his sights next on South of Downs. That was the area of New Bordeaux supervised by Sal's youngest brother, Tommy. Tommy was placed in charge of Alvarez, the counterfeiter Frank Pagani had smuggled in from Cuba. But as Lincoln started targeting South Downs, Alvarez has become extremely paranoid. He's escaped both Lincoln and Tommy's men, believing all of them were trying to kill him. Afraid for his life, Alvarez would try to contact his uncle, a man by the name of Zaraga, back in Cuba to try and put together some way to return to Cuba. Now, there isn't much known on Zaraga besides him being a police officer in the Havana police force, so Alvarez believed he would be able to be of some use. However, Zaraga ran the security for the mob casinos down in Cuba back when they were in operation. He and Sal went way back, so instead of securing a way for his nephew to return to Cuba, he'd tell him to wait at a lighthouse under the guise of a boat coming to pick him up. In reality, Zaraga contacted Sal that his nephew was held up in this lighthouse. He can go send some men over to pick him up. Again, thanks to Donovan tapping all of Sal's associates' phone lines, Lincoln was able to be alerted to all of this and arrived just in time to deal with Sal's men, but Alvarez was more paranoid than ever. Seeing Sal's armed men arrive at the lighthouse, he believed everyone again was there to kill him. He barricaded himself in this lighthouse and would fire at anybody brave enough to step foot within the building. Despite the man being terrified for his life, Lincoln would manage to get him to listen to some reason. He shared his uncle had betrayed him, and that Lincoln had no wish to kill Alvarez. All he wanted was some information. He was still looking for where Tommy Marcano has set up the counterfeit money operation. If he tells Lincoln where the money plates and all the equipment has gone, then Lincoln will help Alvarez escape the city. Alvarez would share the money plates along with all of the equipment was waiting for him at a boxing gym. He doesn't know where or what the name of this gym is, just that it's been up and running for some time. Content with this, Lincoln would take Alvarez to Father James, who would manage to smuggle Alvarez out of the city. With Alvarez officially out of the city and the Marcanos having no way of finding out where he's gone off to, their counterfeit operation was somewhat dead in the water. During Donovan's testimony to the committee, he would lay out everything that happened next. Thanks to Alvarez going missing, Tommy would double down his security at the boxing gym. He knew Lincoln would come after the press machine and would attempt to destroy it, but Tommy wasn't willing to cancel the fights going on at the gym. Doing so would jeopardize his public image, and he wasn't willing to sacrifice that, not even in the midst of Lincoln's ongoing rampage all across the city. Lincoln would use this to his advantage. He would gain access to the gym, thanks to Donovan tracking down Elsie Bennett. Elsie was a small-time hustler that previously worked for Sammy until Elsie was caught stealing money. He's been banned from Delray Hollow since, but he's been making a living recruiting black fighters for Tommy Marcano's underground fights. If Elsie vouched for Lincoln at the front door, Lincoln would be allowed in, no questions asked. And so Lincoln would strike a deal with Elsie. If Elsie did whatever Lincoln wanted, his banishment from Delray Hollow would be lifted. And that is how Lincoln managed to gain access to the gym. As it turns out, that was the easy part. Tommy knew exactly who Lincoln was and what he looked like. So after Lincoln won round after round in the ring, he'd be greeted by Tommy and a handful of armed men in the locker room. They would knock Lincoln unconscious, and later when he came to, he was strapped to a chair while Tommy was pouring gasoline over him, taunting him. The gasoline had been mixed with vegetable oil, making it stick to the body and burn just like napalm. Sometime during Tommy's dialogue, Lincoln would manage to break free from his restraints, kill all of Tommy's bodyguards, and get a shot off into Tommy's stomach. As Tommy lay on the floor bleeding, Lincoln grabbed the same can of gasoline that was poured all over him, and he would begin to pour it on the money press, all the counterfeit money, in the spot all around Tommy. With one flip of a lighter, Tommy, the money press, and the gym would all go up in flames.
Yeah. You are who you are. No point in arguing with yourself about it.
Fuck you.
Lou's death was destructive to the operation. Tommy's death destroyed Sal. He'd share how he wanted his little brother to go do something meaningful with his life, to go to college, and he'd pay for it all, but Tommy chose this life and he paid for it. Left with no more options, Sal turned to Giorgi to contact Sant'Angelo. Sant'Angelo is a small character that ultimately gets killed by Lincoln as well, but he's worth at least bringing up because with everything crumbling all around him, Sal was desperate to make sure his casino was built. Lincoln was rapidly exhausting all of his revenue sources, so he could no longer afford anything beyond just paying off the commission. Giorgi had already done business with Sant'Angelo, as he was the one providing the heroin that was flooding Delray Hollow back when the Dixie Mafia took the district over. With Giorgi mediating, Sant'Angelo and Sal would strike a deal. Sant'Angelo would provide Sal with the remaining money he needed to finish off the construction of his casino. In exchange, Sant'Angelo was allowed to sell heroin in all of New Bordeaux, without any interference from Sal in any way. While extremely reluctant and somewhat remorseful about it, Sal would agree. And as an added little benefit on top of that, Sant'Angelo would promise that he would take care of Lincoln Clay for him. Sant'Angelo's promise of killing Lincoln is extremely short-lived. Considering he was a massive racist, he horribly underestimated Lincoln, but the fact that Sal was willing to just let the entire city flood with drugs he was so passionately against, absolutely refusing getting into any kind of business with, just shows how bad of the position he was being placed in, especially since the meeting with Sant'Angelo basically showed Sal bend a knee and beg for his money, further humiliating the once powerful mob boss.
I'm building a casino across the lake. I had it all worked out, including how I was gonna pay for it. Now it's all a goddamn mess.
You want my money?
Well, I'm gonna need enough to finish the construction. It ain't gonna be cheap.
I want to hear you say it.
Say what?
That you want my money. Say those words. Please.
I want your money.
This is good.
With the politicians taken care of, the counterfeiter gone, and the capos presiding over such matters dead, Lincoln can now focus on Frisco Fields, the district under Olivia Marcano's watch. This was also the area of Sal's one and only remaining legitimate business partner, Remy Duval. Remy was somewhat an easy target. Remy was perhaps most known for his radio show Native Son, which aired on WBYU. He used the program to advocate for what he considered important ideals that supports his conservative Christian values and Southern way of life. He would use this platform to discuss significant topics to the times, like the ongoing Black Power movement, as well as the fertility of hippie counterculture. Of course, that was all his public image. Behind closed doors, Remy Duval had some major skeletons in the closet. Remy is a white supremacist and a leader of a racist group known as the Southern Union, which itself was based out of Frisco Fields. Aware of Remy's racial beliefs, Lincoln believed that as he put pressure on Frisco Fields, Remy's beliefs in turn would become challenged and force him to abandon the safety Olivia Marcano has set for him, not only making a very public appearance, but doing so in a way that will expose him as the hate-filled person that he is. His pride would be his downfall, as he wouldn't stand for a black man such as Lincoln Clay terrorizing the white people of Frisco Fields. And as it turned out, Lincoln's plan would work comically well. Lincoln's actions of actively disrupting the affairs of the Southern Union, freeing human-trafficked African Americans, and destroying some of the PCP labs Olivia was running, Remy would end up calling for a gathering of the Southern Union. The point of this meeting was for Remy, after delivering a very passionate, racially charged speech, was to then lead a war party of white supremacists down to Delray Hollow and burn everything to the ground, forcing Lincoln out of hiding. To the absolute horror of Remy, Lincoln wasn't in Delray Hollow. He was but a few feet away, witnessing his speech personally. When the time was right, Lincoln would open fire on every single person dressed in their Southern Union robes. Remy would end up getting injured in the process, but oh so defiant to the end, he'd spit in Lincoln's face and call him one final slur. Lincoln, in the coldest form of restraining his rage, would stare at Remy and tell him he can have it his way. The next day, Remy's charred body was found strapped to a cross.
A horrific scene here in Frisco Fields as one of the city's most prominent citizens, Remy Duval, was savagely murdered. Witnesses report he was bound to a cross and set on fire.
The symbol used as a beacon and message of hate was Remy's final resting place. His death would send Sal spiraling out of control. Remy's will didn't actually name him or any of his associates as Remy's beneficiary. The land and the construction company tied to the casino was all put down to be received by his nephew, Stephen DeGarmo. Sal's last capo, Olivia, would attempt to calm him down. She would reassure him that there was still a way to reclaim the land and the company. Since she was a business partner of Remy's in a number of business ventures, Remy had actually revised a version of his will 6 months ago, but it was never executed as it needed a signature. This could provide Olivia an opportunity to contest the rightful beneficiary to Remy's estates. In the meantime, as Sal's money was continuing to dwindle, and afraid of the legal battle that contesting the will would draw them down into, Olivia would propose the plan of approaching Stephen DeGarmo and offering him a percentage of the casino's profits should he sign the property over to them. In time, they'll just take care of him and remove him as a quote-unquote partner. And so that was the official plan moving forward between the two of them. Now, Olivia's position within Sal's bigger operation was unknown to many people. Even the committee many years later struggled to identify what Olivia Marcano had to do with the business ventures of Sal Marcano. By all accounts, Olivia Marcano actually had 2 to 3 times more money than Sal, so what interest could she have in all of this? Well, according to Donovan, Olivia actually wasn't in this for the money. She was completely enthralled by the lifestyle of being involved with the mob or mafia affairs. She cared little for the money. She was just, in other words, batshit crazy. There was even rumors that she orchestrated the death of her husband Lucho, one of Sal's brothers. She romanticized the mafia lifestyle, and this would continue into the death of Remy Duval. Following Remy's death, Olivia Marcano held a wake for her fallen business partner, and she held it at the same country club Lincoln met with Sal Marcano to discuss the Federal Reserve heist so long ago. The wake itself was, yes, a way to honor Remy, but Olivia's true goal was to use it as a way to lure Stephen DeGarmo and allow Sal's men to do a little persuading. While all of the guests were paying their respect to the late Remy Duval, his nephew was being tortured out in the pool house, forcing him to sign over the property to Sal Marcano. Lincoln would gain access to this event through a very thin disguise. As Donovan put it, the venue was ran by a bunch of rich, racist assholes. Put a black man in a suit and tie, and he's practically invisible, since he'd automatically be considered part of the help. Donovan would even drop Lincoln off at the front door. They were so confident in this disguise. Now, obviously, that was just for the surface level stuff. For the more vigilant of Olivia's men, the people that also knew what Lincoln looked like, Donovan created a fast-acting LSD. It's a recipe he had learned as part of the MK Ultra project, and he would hand it to Lincoln, who would drop this LSD into the wine bottle served at the venue. Anybody who had even the slightest sip would be whacked out of their mind in minutes. And that's how Lincoln managed to gain access to Olivia Marcano's private headquarters. Just as before, Lincoln would kill all of Olivia's men, even shooting Olivia, but unlike all the other capos, Lincoln didn't kill her. The gunshot wound he inflicted wasn't even fatal. Donovan testified Lincoln wouldn't kill women unless he absolutely had to. He left her to live that night. While her body was discovered sometime later with her throat slit in a hospital bed, Donovan would passionately reject that was Lincoln's doing. Lincoln left her alive that night. Anything that happened after had nothing to do with Donovan or Lincoln Clay. Well, what happened to Stephen DeGarmo? Well, Donovan would share after leaving Olivia in her headquarters, Lincoln would arrive to save DeGarmo just in time. While he had received quite a beating, he didn't sign anything over. Lincoln would take DeGarmo to Donovan, who refuses to disclose where DeGarmo ended up that night or where he is now. That's only for Donovan to know, and it's gonna stay that way.
And after Lincoln Clay killed the last capo, that's when he turned his sights on Sal Marcano.
Listen, it's like I said before. It's the same off who ran over in Vietnam. You want to bring down the dipshit in charge? You target their men and infrastructure. Eliminate their ability to fight back. And before they know it, they're standing there all alone, ass hanging.
Capos, lieutenants, politicians, public figures, none of them could save Sal. Everyone who was ever known to be associated with him or tied to his casino in some way, shape, or form was all dead. Determined to go down swinging, Sal and Georgie would scrape together whatever men they could still find. Men who had to be loyal. Lincoln's rampage all across the city made it clear this was no longer Sal Marcano's city. Anyone who had the slightest amount of ambition to be more than just a two-bit hustler would be tripping over themselves to take the throne of Sal Marcano. The Marcanos knew Lincoln was still coming for them, so they'd be ready for a fight that Lincoln has been calling them up to since the day he strung up Richie Doucette in the Delray Hollow. Now, in preparation for the final assault on the casino, Donovan torched his entire TAC Ops center, getting rid of any evidence that he helped out Lincoln Clay. This was because he was certain all of Lincoln's actions would bring a ton of unwanted attention to himself and Donovan. This was just a safety measure. With final instructions to meet Donovan at the church in the French Ward District with Father James, Lincoln would set off to finally confront the Marcanos and put this whole thing to rest. When Lincoln finally arrived at the casino, it was an odd sight. With no more funding of any kind, the land now owned by somebody else, all the politicians in place to legalize gambling all gone, it was a completely hopeless venture. What did manage to get constructed and somewhat finished was essentially frozen in time. It was a monument to everything Sal was and everything his legitimate way of life could have been. And that monument quickly became a symbol of the immense amount of success Lincoln Clay was able to obtain during his war against Sal. As he fought through the lobby's entrance in the main casino hall, the air got thicker. His blood became electrified. His moves more calculated than ever before. None of Marcano's men, what remained of them anyway, could stop this now unstoppable force. Eventually, Lincoln would find his former friend and attempted killer, Georgie, held up in the security room. It appeared he had already assumed the position of a non-existent pit boss for a casino that would never be. Lincoln would manage to exchange some words to Georgie, mentioning how he believed he was his friend, that he didn't decide to kill Lincoln because Lincoln rejected their offer to run the Hollow, but because they believed they owned all of them. Georgie, with no remorse or the slightest sign of bending the knee, set it all straight. He admitted he only tried to kill Lincoln because it was all what his father wanted. He did what he was told, and that was no different than what Lincoln or Sammy once did, just blindly follow the orders of Sal Marcano. Lincoln should understand, as he was once in that same position. Lincoln would likewise tell Georgie then he should understand what he has to do. With those final words, Lincoln would stand Georgie up and slide his blade into his stomach and up into his chest.
Never about us, about my old man, my father. I'd do anything for him. Same as you and Sammy.
And you understand why I have to do this.
Now, everything Sal ever cherished was officially gone. Following Georgie's very personal killing, Lincoln would then find Sal alone at the top of the casino. There wouldn't be any anger or arguing. Sal's accepted everything. His fate is sealed and he's made peace with that. He would just offer a drink to Lincoln and the two of them would talk, open up a little bit to each other. Sal shared how this casino was his way to avoid a nightmare that he's been having. One that one day he would have to bury his son Georgie, getting caught up in this horrible way of living. It was a nightmare he had to live through with the death of his brother Lucio, and he was willing to do whatever it took to not relive that horrible feeling with the death of his son. Ironically, doing everything in his power to avoid that outcome actually led to that very thing. Maybe even with this outcome being much worse as both of his brothers were killed in the process, on top of Georgie. Lincoln in turn would open up about his dream of being back over in Vietnam.
I have one where I'm back in Nam, sleeping in a foxhole. All of a sudden, these dark figures come out of the shadows. I try to fight them off, but they hold me down, tie my hands together, stuff a muddy rag in my mouth so I can't scream, can't warn the men sleeping next to me. And then I gotta listen as all those men die.
I would imagine that's not gonna go away anytime soon.
No. I imagine it won't.
After finishing a drink with the son's killer, it was now Sal's turn to fall to Lincoln's hands. Lincoln would stab him and throw him out of the window from the top of his casino. The reign of Sal Marcano was now officially over. With Sal's death, the throne in New Bordeaux was officially up for the taking. Leo Galante, on behalf of the commission, had, by chance, made contact with Lincoln as he was leaving Sal's casino. The two of them would strike somewhat of a deal, or at the very least, an understanding. He informed Lincoln the commission is aware of who Lincoln Clay is and what he's been up to. They want him and anyone else tied to Lincoln's actions dead. Leo is here to make sure Lincoln's rampage ended with Sal, and if Lincoln can confirm that, having no ambitions or desire to go after anyone else that's part of the commission, then there would be nothing to worry about on either side. Lincoln would tell him he had no quarrel with any of them. This was now officially put behind him. Content with that answer, Leo would then tell Lincoln that Sal's been kicking up 20% of his official net earnings to the commission. The same man has been delivering it in all cash to the commission for the last 20 years. Galante sees no reason to change this arrangement. Lincoln can be left to run New Bordeaux however he liked. If he so choose to, he can sell heroin, extort, place whorehouses on every corner, you name it. All the commission and Leo really cared about was their 20% kickback. That is, of course, unless Lincoln chooses to leave the city, in which case the both of them never met. From here, you're able to take the throne for yourself or stick to Lincoln's original plan. Leave New Bordeaux, head out to California, and work at the shipyard thanks to the friend he met in the service. Personally, I like the idea of Lincoln leaving. It adds to this phantom figure that raised all hell across an entire city, only to vanish as quickly as he came. McGuire would continue to do his best to track him down and hope that one day Lincoln would slip up, and with this mistake, give Jonathan McGuire a chance to bring in Sal Marcano's boogeyman. Throughout this documentary, McGuire does betray a lot of mixed emotions towards Lincoln, so his obsession of continuing to track this man down, I think, makes sense in the context of Lincoln leaving. It also fits with the father continuing to receive postcards from Lincoln, keeping up to date on where he is and how he's doing. Considering the father, aside from the Robinsons, was the only family Lincoln had, it adds a tear-jerking sort of happy ending. Father James wanted Lincoln to leave New Bordeaux as he did feel Lincoln had nothing good left for him here, and so it was one of those situations where I love him, but I love him from a distance. I'm happy to see him thriving. As for Donovan, well, following the death of Sal Marcano, Donovan revealed he went into Sal's files. and he discovered the assassination of President John F. Kennedy actually had some mob ties behind it. According to the paperwork, Sal Marcano and a group of conspirators killed President Kennedy. Senator Blake, the main senator running the committee, would reply that that's the most absurd thing he's ever heard, to which Donovan replies by pulling out a silenced pistol, aiming it at the senator. As he approached the senator, with the gun pointed directly at Senator Blake, Donovan explains that he was surprised when he saw Senator Blake's name over and over again all over Sal Marcano's paperwork, especially the stuff tied to the killing of President Kennedy. With the camera still rolling and in front of all the witnesses, Donovan then proceeds to shoot Senator Blake. Turning toward the camera, Donovan then waves his gun in front of all the members of the committee, saying all the conspirators that had a hand in the death of President Kennedy would be on Donovan's hit list.